Hey everybody. I am super excited to play this game today. I wanted to load the game on stream because just look at this animation. Beautiful. The dude, all the art style in this game is so nice, man. Everyone looks mad good. I really like the guy on the upper left with the blonde hair right now, but also the dude in the middle looks rather nice. All I know about this game is that it's made from the Chinese developers. I tried to see who the artist was, but unfortunately their name is in Chinese, so I can't read that. Very sad. But man, this art is lovely. The music in this menu screen is also very nice. When I was setting up the stream for the stream last night, I was literally just playing the menu music. I just had it on. Alright, so let's get started. Let me just make sure everything looks okay. There's still a little black bar here. Okay. And I'm pretty sure, I think the audio should be good. I did a tiny test. I don't know how loud the voices are. All I did was open the menu and that was it to test. So let's see. I also don't know if having my cursor show would be annoying or not. For me, I think it would be really annoying to watch that, but I will be using my cursor. If I explain things, I'll probably be using my cursor to point things out, even though you guys can't see it, unfortunately. So that's another thing. And then I know the developers for this game only allowed streaming/recording of the gameplay for up to or covering chapter 10 of the common route, unfortunately. So we won't be able to actually stream the routes themselves, but hopefully that's enough eye candy to sate us for a little bit. Yeah, see, staff, character artist, I can't read that. Very sad, can't read that. But all this is very nice. Alright, let's start. Operational guide. Right-click to bring up the menu button. The menu includes within the save, load, and config functions. Scroll down with the mouse wheel to view history. If you are using Windows, you can drag the screen to adjust the size. The skip unread text is turned off by default. To skip the text in the replace section of the extras, please enable the skip unread text option in the configuration menu. Skip unread? Don't you mean skip read text? Wait, my brain. For better gaming experience and to protect the rights of the players who purchase the game, please restrict all live videos, walkthroughs, videos, and screenshots to only the prologue and the first 10 chapters of the game. Please keep an eye out for official announcements regarding the other chapters as they will be unlocked respectively. Game reports, spoilers, and players' comments are not subjected to restricted chapters. This is a work of fiction set in the spring and autumn period of my country. The costumes, backgrounds, etc. are fictitious of this time period. I hope that everyone will enjoy the story while taking into account that this does not accurately represent any historical facts. Disclaimer, this is not real nonfiction history. The story of gods and ghosts is taken from legends of old and represents the strength of the human spirit that is able to conquer all odds that fate can throw at them. Within the confines of historical value, some of the concepts presented do not conform to the general consensus of modern society and do not represent the position of the production team. And then the standard disclaimer. Do you agree and do you solemnly swear to the terms written above? I take this sacred vow with ye two, which is the developer. In a time of myths and legends, under the mandate of heaven, King Wu overthrew the corrupt King Yu and started the Zhou dynasty of peace and prosperity. The good king secretly created the golden script to communicate with the gods and the demons. He took a sacred vow with the heavens. In exchange for the divine right to rule, his government would be one with virtue. Oh my god. Using the golden script, he carved this vow into a large bronze vessel, the ding of virtue. Oh, it stopped. Okay, good. The vow and the ding were passed down through generations of kings until it came into the hands of the corrupt King Ping, who broke the vow and lost the ding. I am not pronouncing these correctly. The secret existence of the golden script then came to light, and the peace and prosperity of the Zhou dynasty started to wane as the lands broke into smaller warring states. A time of chaos and turmoil had returned as countries prepared for yet another war. Nickname, Ahu, name, Chi. Yeah, sure. I keep the default. That's us, Oh my god. In a time of legends and land of wars, the destiny of a great kingdom falls on the shoulders of a young girl. She is fated to ascend the throne of and fulfill the long-standing wish of our forefathers. Her name, Fuchai. Ooh, this is loud. This is loud. Everyone's so handsome. I like this guy. Everyone's so handsome. That thing seems important. His eyes are mad green, yo. I think that's us. We look pretty good. If that's us, we look good. Bro's bleeding. Bro's dying. Bro's dead. Spoilers? Spoiler smooch? Bro just died in your arms. Yeah, he sure did. What's up, Rins? Thanks for stopping by and checking this out. How you doing? How you doing? It's just blank now. Skip. Prologue. Okay, let me fix the audio again, because that was freaking loud. The darkening skies that foretell the coming of impending rain feel suffocating. An island shrouded in mist stands in the middle of Lake Tai. At the heart of this island, on an altar, stand two banners with faded golden lines. Around them stand a group of motionless priestesses on ground that has been tainted red with blood. Oh wow. Oh my god, everyone's so gorgeous! Before a large rectangle bronze... What is this? The head priest and head priestess lead a liturgical procession headed by my royal father, He Lu, and all members of his household, including my brothers and I. Okay, first person. Oh my god, they're so gorgeous. Everyone here is well aware that this autumn's offering ceremony is anything but usual. We will soon be executing the dragon god that our country has worshipped for generations. Why? Fuchai, my third brother, who is standing next to me, keeps shivering with fear. Even though he is a year older than me, his lack of courage is alarming. I clench the jade fish amulet that Yi Guang lent to me for protection as I steel myself. That one is fish, isn't it? Two fish spitting water at each other. Shi Guang, the son of the head priest and priestess, is currently east of Lake Tai on Tiger Hill. Is this music too loud? Let me know if the sound is off. Tending to the magical array that is set up there to seal the god. Bro, what did the dragon god do to us, man? If we fail to execute the dragon god here, we will be able to seal him on Tiger Hill. Yo, they love sealing things under mountains, under hills, under rocks. The Shi family does indeed live up to their reputation for being the most formidable priests and priestesses in the N Kingdom. My father, the king, takes the incense from the head priest and bows reverently to the sacred ding. Is that our dad? Even though we are far away from Tiger Hill, we can see the smoke rising from its fiery beacon, a sign that Yiguang is ready to seal off the god. Wait, I don't know who's who though. There's no way for my father to withdraw from this battle.
龙神只能辅助，今日一事，关乎吴国社稷，寡人不能败。
A sense of resolution can be seen on my father's expression. I take a deep breath only to have my senses assaulted by the stench of rotten fish, which makes it hard to breathe. Hold on, I need to change my... This is loud for my headphones. The putrid soil, withered reeds, and the smell of blood. Pull yourself together, Tengyu. You are, after all, the royal princess of Ning, I quietly tell myself. Although Yiguang and I are both 14 years old, he is already shouldering so many responsibilities while I still have so much room to improve. Who's Yiguang again? The autumn offering ritual is beginning. The priestesses start the ritual chants. Like the smoke from a burning incense, the sound of their chanting drifts away on the wind towards the lake. The head priest and priestess start dancing to the chants. Their long sleeves trail gracefully behind them like the wings of a white crane taking flight, or the fins of a fish in water. This is my first time seeing the sacred transcending fish dance. I am entranced. They're freaking gorgeous. Uchai gently tugs at my sleeve to make me realize that our two older brothers have already walked forwards, reaching into the ding, and are now placing something onto their lips. How many siblings do we got? It's blood. Staring at the red, viscous liquid in the bronze ding, I feel a sense of dreaded apprehension in the pit of my stomach. I quickly touch some of the blood to my lips. That strange, greasy feeling still lingers on my fingertips. He refused to believe this is a country of nothing but beautiful people. We are in the most beautiful land with the most beautiful people. Oh my god. We summon the power of heaven to slay the dragon god, to be a shining... I don't know what that said. Together with the crowd, I start to chant the words of our vow with a troubled heart. Do they just banish anyone who's ugly? Maybe that's why they're executing the Dragon King, because he's ugly. Slaying a god. What an insane notion. As we chant, bits of golden light float out of my father's body to merge with the golden beam of light that is emitting from the center of the bronze ding. Looking at myself and my three older brothers, it seems that we are in the same transcendental state as our father. Oh my god, we're glowing. As the head priest and priestess dance, the banners start to flutter in the wind. The golden beam pierces the dark clouds, breaking them apart to reveal a clear, bright autumn sky. A black arrow flies through the sky and lands at my father's feet. Over 100 black-robed priests surround the altar. The one who appears to be leading them is a previous head priest, Mage Xian. Didn't he defect to another country many years ago? Classic betrayal of the previous head priest.
无耻河驴，竟敢背叛历代巫王和龙神结下的神盟！
That's still loud for me. Hold on.
姬无成仁德通天道，岂可再屈从此等鬼神妖物！
Without any hesitation, my father draws out his sword. At the altar, the black and white figures intertwine in the chaos to create a third color, red. I don't think black and white equals red. I'm an artist, I would know. One by one, young priestesses start falling to the men in the black robes, their beautiful faces and supple bodies breaking into pieces of meat. See? Everyone is beautiful. You're right. As blood flows like water into the lake, I can hear rumbling sounds coming from all four corners of the lake, like that of a monster leaping out of the water. Ooh. This is the first time that I have ever laid eyes on the dragon god. Maybe we should get out of here, man. This gigantic white creature is beautiful, yet terrifying. I stand motionlessly, unable to take my gaze off the creature. As I stand before this absolute power, I feel so insignificant. It feels like an offense. An offense? I'm caught off guard when the head priestess pulls me away and into the bosoms of my older brothers? Before calling forth her magical swords of water. I need a thinking emote. They miss me by the skin of my teeth as they fly towards the dragon god and pierce him. Mage Shan shoots us a malicious glare.
今日就让你们见识见识真正的神威。
That's fine, man. Bro's so handsome, he dies in the first 5 minutes. He gives a long whistle, summoning tall columns of muddy water from the lake. In an instant, they rush at the head priest and my brothers, and all who are there to safeguard us.
无险!
My father gives a roar of anguish that resounds in all directions as the phrase, "We failed to kill the dragon god," shrills repeatedly in my ears. I mean, what were we gonna do?
阖闾，你的子嗣俱亡，你死之前就好好品味品味这等绝望的滋味吧。
The dead bodies of my brothers are suspended by columns of brackish water. A severed pinky lands at my feet. Which of my brothers did this belong to? Why is he covering his face? You bet he's ugly. Yeah, probably. Why is he covering his face? We all know it's him. I cannot endure it anymore and throw up on the ground. Trying hard to contain her grief, the head priestess calls forth an ice blade that pierces through the sacred thing. In my state of semi-consciousness, I hear her call out,
请领魂，为我令，转阵为锋。
Girl's about to die too. A bright white light emits out from the belly of the ding and transforms into a large ferocious tiger. It pins down the head of the dragon inside the vessel and shatters it into tiny pieces. That terrifying dragon, like a dying fish, lies on the altar, twitching weakly and helplessly. Its colossal body quickly disintegrates, giving off the strong stink of rotten fish.
神君!
My goodness. Oh! Girly. All of a sudden, Mage Xian furiously stabs a short blade into the back of the head priestess, and with that, the white tiger suddenly disappears. I stare mindlessly at the sacred ding as it gives off its last bit of golden light before absorbing the body of the dragon inside of it. Mage Xian, like a madman, pounces towards it. From behind Mage Xian, my father cuts his head off cleanly with a blow of his sword. Okay, father. Before my eyes, fresh red blood trails from the severed head as it lets out a hideous laugh. Ugh. This is so Chinese drama.
背叛者的血脉必将众叛亲离，今日之恨必将千百倍还至你身。
Wait, why did he get banished again? Did they say?
国破家亡，灰飞烟灭。
Saying this, Mage Xian's head explodes. Ugh. That's not how heads work. It sure ain't. Droplets of his blood turn to blades as they fly at me. His head is a bomb, actually. My mind goes blank. The blades of blood fall short. less than a few inches away as I unconsciously clutch the amulet with only one name on my lips. Yiguang. Who is that? Chapter 1.
少君，
Liege.
少君，
Ah. Chen Feng, is that you?
少君，您刚刚一直在抑郁。
My chest. What about my chest? The sacred seal that is on my chest is hurting terribly again. Is it the thing? The fish thing? The fish amulet? Or is it like a Naruto seal? It hurts to the point that I can't even cry out. With trembling hands, I search for the thing that I need so desperately. Where is it? Where could it be?
少君，鱼在这里。
Phew! I press the amulet to my chest as its icy coldness slowly eases the pain until it completely fades away. The pain is now replaced by a feeling of intense abhorrence. This vile sacred seal on my chest is proof of my detestable connection to the dragon god. When did we have a seal? When did that happen? Even now, with that monster sealed up on Tiger Hill, the vow that puts me in this situation has yet to be broken. This torturous pain that flares up whenever and wherever has caused me a lot of misery.
还未到5更。
When my loyal guard sees my pale and exhausted expression, he gently continues to wipe away my cold sweat. Although he and I are long used to these situations, what feels really out of place is the dream that I just had. It felt so real. Why is we orange? We just dreamt about the incident that happened 5 years ago.
我在这里陪着你。
Bro, get some emotion. I give a bitter laugh. Chen Feng's loyalty is unquestionable, but we both know that this burden is mine alone to bear. What's the burden? Chen Feng, do you think that there is a problem with the seal? Could that be why the former king and our older siblings have entered our dreams, urging us to break the sacred vow as soon as possible?
只是因为先王忌日将近。
Okay, are you too quiet now? I think you're too quiet. Is that so?
施家咒力强大，余玉尚且能用，何况是凝结全族心血的封神阵？
Oh, hold on. Just take the jade fish, for example. If the amulet made by the Shi clan is still effective against the sacred seal on your chest, then should not the seal that was made with the blood, sweat, tears of the entire clan be even more effective? The clan made the seal? We made the seal? Okay. Blood, sweat, and tears? Flesh and blood is more like it. Now help us bathe and change our clothes.
少君，昨日之事让你心忧至此，还是休朝为好。
Are you saying that we are unable to handle that pesky envoy from Qi?
陈峰不敢。
Yeah, you wouldn't. Change our clothes. Make it snappy. Chen Feng assists me as I walk up to the throne. Luckily, the curtains are closed so no one can see how helpless their king is. Prime Minister, tell us, what is on today's agenda? Prime Minister?
启禀大王，武相国今日并未上朝。
Evil. It's always the Prime Minister's evil. Is he ill?
武相国昨日还精神奕奕地与臣争论，何病之有啊？
He said dude slacking. OP. Then, does Minister Bo know the reason for the Prime Minister's absence?
这个臣不知。
Wait, why doesn't he have eyes? He doesn't even have a line to... like his eyes closed. There's no line. It's just shadow. Even though he has a name. Other than the death anniversary of his fathers and brothers, Wu Zishu has never missed a day of court. Okay. He comes in early every day to organize his reports and documents. That is why the other ministers have taken to calling him Prime Minister of the Fourth Watch behind his back. But now it is already near the end of the Fifth Watch. I look towards Chongfeng. He nods his head in acknowledgement and quietly takes his leave.
浩浩无都，竟然把相国都丢了，也难怪找不回敝国的小小史官了。
Are you talking to me like this, sir?
公孙乙，你区区一个齐国使臣，怎能随意闯进吴国朝堂？
Bro, they're twins. Wow. They're father and son. No way. 公孙乙。
是你们大王允诺，我可在姑苏城内外寻找我国失踪的随臣。
Okay, so we're two separate kingdoms right now.
大王，难道您这吴公不在姑苏城内吗？
巧言令色。
We understand that you have your duties to carry out, and that is why we have already sent our guards to search outside the city and the surrounding villages, so please do not worry.
大王休要用这话打发我。史官明明就是在虎丘山下遭遇歹人失踪的，为何不准我等上山寻人？
虎丘乃是吴国先王陵墓，岂能容你们这些外人造次？
Okay, then go look for it, you, Bopi.
既然是陵墓重地，怎么还会遇上蒙面歹徒呢？
少来咄咄逼人，礼道何存？
怕是你们吴国失礼在先。我公诚心诚意要与吴国结为兄弟之邦，才来与大王商议联姻之事。
Okay, wait, who made the amulet? They said the Shi clan? And then who's the Qi clan? And then there's us? The kingdom of I don't know I honestly do not know how to pronounce that. NG.
没想到大王模棱两可，就这么一天天吊着我们。如今救人之事又推三阻四，这难道是你们吴国特有的待客之礼不成？
Bro, are you saying this to my
齐国
face?
如何敢来结盟？
其使再三失礼于大王与吴国，大王还要忍到什么时候？
So dudes from Qi, kingdom of Qi. Okay. Gong Sun Yi, are you threatening us?
不敢，只是心中存疑，还望大王解惑。
I think he's threatening us. We also hope that you understand that when the envoys of Qi were granted an audience, we had no knowledge of the aforementioned archival officer. And now you would slight your kingdom's ally just to look for someone as insignificant as him. We have treated you and your men as distinguished guests, fed you the same food as we eat, and have even ignored the fact that you have intruded on our court. Yet you scorn and humiliate us in front of all our ministers and officers. How dare you, Gong Sui? I think we should execute him. Before I can finish my sentence, everyone in the room has their hands on the hilts of their swords. Gong Sun-yi and his men take a few steps back in alarm. Gong Sun-yi recollects himself and bows to me with a hand-on-hand salute.
是外臣失礼了。
Yeah, it was.
失踪史官乃我世教，盼大王宽宏大度，不计我情急之过。然而，联姻事关两国邦交，若不能完成我公交代给我的任务，还要让我公蒙羞，倒真不如一死谢罪。
So he knows I would execute him. Fine. It is only natural that your heart would be troubled when such situations arise. Just when the ministers are about to protest in anger, I raise my hand to stop them. It is pointless to allow this argument to become personal, and for us to become the laughingstock of the kingdom. Mr. Gongsun, in admiration of your loyalty, we will let you off this one time, but next time, we hope that you will be more discerning over what is more important.
多谢大王。
Actually, it is not that we are unwilling to marry your kingdom's princess, nor are we trying to make things difficult for you. It has yet to be 3 years since the former king died. I thought it was 5 years. Wait, did our dad die 5 years ago, or was our siblings that died? Or, I don't know. And we had hoped to review the marriage proposal after his approaching death anniversary. Please rest at the guest house for the next 2 days while we personally go to Tiger Hill to find your missing officer.
既然吴王承诺，外臣回去便是。但2日后，若还不能见到人，外臣就不得不亲自上山寻人了。
Or we're gonna find him and he's dead and they're gonna accuse us of murdering him. Men, send Mr. Gongsun back to the guest house and attend to his every need. I heave a sigh of relief as I see Gongsu Yi leave. My body crumples involuntarily where I sit. A pair of familiar hands steady me as a calm voice drifts to my ears.
上朝前，有白衣侍童拜访相国府，之后相国便随他匆匆出城了。
In white. Could it be someone from the temple on Tiger Hill?
相国确实是向城北而去。
I can't believe those 2 priests died, man. They were so good. For the envoy of Qi to cause such an uproar over such a lowly official, we are afraid that there is more than meets the eye to this simple diplomatic relationship. Chun Feng, bring us back to our chamber to change our clothes. We want to look for the Prime Minister personally. Bro just changed our clothes, man.
诺。少君的中衣都已湿透，还是留在宫里休息为妥。
If our clothes are wet, then all we need to do is change into dry ones. Duh! Come on, get it together, Chen Feng. Help us change our clothes. Oh, it is a seal, like the Naruto seal. I spread my arms in front of the mirror to reveal a pale, thin body with hard lines and scars from years of practicing martial arts. Yet, I have this... I'm not reading that. Bro's not gonna voice act here? Look, this body has long been ruined beyond recognition. There isn't an ounce of womanly features left. Bro, shut up. I am neither a princess nor a king. I am a monster. Why? Because we be executing people?
吴国有了少君，才得以延续。
Girl, you beautiful. Too true. Where's the scars? I don't see them. Where? Is that so? Then why do I have to be humiliated like I was today and keep wasting my energy on Gong Sun Yi? Only a man can continue the family name. As long as I keep pretending to be a man, the kingdom of Ng can continue on for generations to come. And the other kingdoms would not dare trample on mine. Yeah, rule with an iron fist.
少君为王，不逊色于世间任何男儿。
Really? Maybe so. But people are superficial and would rather have a monster than a woman as their king.
少君何苦这么轻贱自己？
Myself. I no longer have a sense of self. Perhaps we will need to take a wife and have sons in a few months' time. Haha. Chen Feng, do you think that the sacred seal on my chest has changed a bit of its color?
臣没有细看过。
Forget it. Once it turns completely black, our death will be imminent.
使臣们已从各地寻来神器，积少成多，定能破除神盟。
Those are fakes, just like us.
大王，
What is it?
相国派人送的信来。
Chen Feng quickly steps out of the room only to return with a tightly rolled up piece of cloth. Read.
寂渺生变，速来虎丘。
The Prime Minister has good foresight. He knew that we would go search for him.
恳请少君多保重，派陈封去见相国吧。
Wait, is the Prime Minister and the archival dude in the same, both missing in the same place? This is urgent. Prepare the carriage. The late coming spring grows grasses and trees lusciously green. Overhead, the orioles sing, while winsome villagers wait, what? Oh, while winsome villagers tender shoots bring. Okay. I cannot admire this beautiful scenery before me. Even though Chunfeng did not prevent me from leaving the palace, I take a revitalizing pill just to be safe. The bitter taste that fills my mouth serves as a constant reminder that I need to protect this broken body. Suddenly, Chunfeng clutches the hilt of his sword. What is wrong?
守灵人的屋子那边围着士兵。
Let's take a look.
大王，
Has something happened over here?
武相国令我们在此看管守灵人勾践，他是杀人嫌犯。
Murder? Okay. Murder means that someone is dead. People die when they are killed. For Wu Zishu to be so anxious, could the victim be the missing archival officer for the Kingdom of Qi? Or... As I push aside the soldier to go into the caretaker's hut, I hear a loud cry come from within.
是谁？
Hearing the familiar voice, my mind, foggy from the medication, suddenly becomes clear. I thought it was a revitalizing pill. Why is it making our brain foggy? Don't do drugs. I cannot go in as the king of...
相国有令，不准和任何人交谈。
任何人？难道兵大哥你不是人吗？
他娘的！
Oh. I hear the muffled sound of a heavy force hitting soft flesh. Bro really got smacked. Stop! Everything goes silent inside the house. Although I do not want to rush head first into things, I cannot sit idly by and do nothing, right? Until we have all the details, no one is to treat the suspect so harshly.
诺。
The sound of galloping horses grows louder and louder behind me. I turn around to see a pair of fierce, majestic eyes looking right at me. A white-haired man reins in his horse and looks down at me from its back. You're the Prime Minister? Wu Zishu greets me casually with a hand-on-hand salute. He takes a slanted, sidelong glance at the crude stone house where Gojian is being held.
都到这时候了，少君还有心顾念那只白眼狼吗？
Yes. You heard us. Gojian is still the king of Yue after all. Let's not go overboard. Wait, how did we know that he's in there? Who's in there? What?
他既已入吴为奴，就应该安守本分。
As a slave? Wu Zishu hardens his expression and throws me unceremoniously onto the back of his horse. Bruh. Prime Minister?
陈峰，跟上！
He's just picking me up. Wu Zishu starts out in a gallop as he heads to the temple at the top of the hill. He stretches out his thick arms to hold me firmly by the waist without the slightest intention of slowing down. Wait, we're in front of him on the horse. Wait. Okay. But then he's holding the reins at the same time, but he has an arm around our waist, something like that. Although he has always done as he likes, he would never let me come to any harm. I secretly let out a sigh as I lean my body up against his. The faint, disgusting stink of rotten fish wafts by. We smelly. I noticed then that Wu Zishu's hand is stained with dry blood. Are you hurt?
这是大柱的血。
Is that the reason why you left the city at dawn today?
大柱派人通知臣，有几位黑衣覆面的贼人闯入了祭庙禁地，臣不得已先行赶往祭庙，没能及时告知少君。
Why did it sound like he killed the head priest? Men dressed in black? Could it be...
正是巫显一党的余孽。5年前，先王和臣将吴国各地的龙神信徒剿灭殆尽，已经很久没听到他们的消息了。
This reminds me of Fire Emblem right now.
如今，他们竟敢大摇大摆地侵入虎丘禁地，恐怕 是为了被封印在内的龙神而来。
How did the intruders get past the guards on Tiger Hill and into the Forbidden Temple? What did the head priest say?
臣还在调查，大柱他受伤了。
Bro, he's in on it. I feel a sharp pain in my chest as I recall the aftermath of the failed attempt to execute the dragon god, as well as the nightmare I had this morning. The smell of blood is getting stronger as we head closer to the temple. Lying in front of the temple gates next to some trees are 2 corpses covered in hay. Chen Feng parts the hay to look underneath it. One of the men is dressed all in black, and the other is just another warrior. The tattoos on the face of the man in black look almost identical to the sacred seal on my chest.
少君，
Bro, your voice is deeper than I expected. An elegant and delicate-looking youth steps out of the temple. You're the head priest, bro? What? Zhong Dan. The linen that is wrapped around his wrist shows traces of blood. He notices the direction of my gaze.
小伤，不碍事的，让少君担心了。
Why are you whispering? Oh, you're in pain. You're bleeding, that's why. Where's the centurion who was on duty last night? We need to punish him for neglecting his duties.
那群歹人是龙神信徒，善用妖法，又是半夜侵入，也难怪守卫们没有察觉。
A group?
有3个。凌晨时，我听到庙外传来一声凄厉尖叫，怕是什么鬼魅之物，便亲自出来查看。没想到，看到3位黑衣人在围攻一位少年和一位武士。
Was it the warrior lying over there?
正是。武士当时为保护少年，已经受了致命伤，歹人们听到动静就要逃跑，被我拦住了。
Why they attack a random teenager and a random warrior? Even if you can use magic, the odds of winning 3 against 1, especially with hostages to consider, are not good.
少君教训的是，只是当时也没想那么多。等我击杀了其中1个，才发现他们的来头。本打算留个活口，反倒被他们钻了空子。
I mean, you don't look very injured to me, sir.
剩下2个人带着那少年逃跑了。
大柱说那2人都受了伤，其中1个伤了腹部，还比较重。臣已经派人去追寻他们的踪迹了。
相国想得周到，这等血腥之事，我不想惊扰少君，才派人找来了相国。没想到相国给我说了齐国史官失踪一事。
那武士的打扮与吴国士兵的不同，臣妄自揣测，被挟持的少年便是昨日失踪的齐国史官，武士是他的护卫。
I carefully examined the warrior's armor to find that it is as Wu Zishu says. I have to admit, his powers of observation and deduction are very keen. These people must be the villains that Gong Sun-yi spoke of. Leaving aside the reason why they would kidnap someone from Qi, if they are trying to infiltrate the Forbidden Temple, they must be attempting to undo the spell that has sealed the Dragon God.
我查看过陵墓附近，倒没有什么异状。
We would still feel better if we could see it for ourselves. Prime Minister, we want to chase down the 2 intruders and rescue the archival officer.
臣会亲自去寻。
Cheng Feng, we want you to help the Prime Minister.
诺。
What's he remind me of? He reminds me of some other anime characters. Like his eyes and his hair. Prime Minister, when you get back, we would like more details on why you think the King of Yue murdered someone.
诺。
Why is the King of Yue is the slave? I think. There's a clear pond behind my royal father Helu's dedicated hall. Beside the pond is the hidden entrance to where the dragon god is sealed. Looking at the sacred seal engraved on the stone tablet surrounding the pond, I've involuntarily clutched the clothes covering my chest. The beautiful and magnificent pattern depicts the endless dark abyss that has swallowed up the countless souls of Ng's kings. I too am one step away from that abyss.
剑石没有入侵痕迹，又需少君和我协力才能开启。逆贼就算进到这里，也只能干瞪眼。
We know that you have always been a cautious person, and so we are not just worried about what happened outside of the sword pond, but also over the chief culprit who is locked up inside.
查验风阵总是妥当些，还请少君自省。
For what? I make a small cut on my finger with a dagger and press the bloody tip against the seal engraved at the entrance. The same seal at the bottom of the pond starts to give off a faint red light. Zhongdan casts a spell that magically drains the pond. When the seal turns completely red, the bottom of the stone pond transforms into two doors that slide apart to reveal a flight of steps leading downwards. Where'd the water go? How are we gonna replenish the pond? I take a deep breath and smell the faint stink of rotten fish. I am unsure if the smell is coming from the outside of the temple or from my memory of that terrible experience that happened 5 years ago. Or from us, you know. We could be stinky. We follow the steps down and enter a spacious hall at the bottom. This is a naturally formed cave. In the middle is an altar that was carved out of the cave itself. The walls are covered with spells that glow a faint fluorescent blue. 3,000 sacred swords that give off a cold blue light are staked into the ground around the altar in a tight formation. 3,000 swords? That is a lot of swords. No wonder why it's called Sword Pond. That makes sense. In the middle of the altar sits a large bronze vessel, the Ding of Virtue. This brings to mind the nightmare from earlier on. It makes the image of the dragon having its head crushed in the square vessel seem all too real. A lot of head crushing in this game, head exploding.
自从5年前德鼎封了龙神惊魂后，就一直散发着怨恨之气。加上池底阴寒，少君不能在这里耽搁太久。
Sure, we just want to take a look before we leave.
那我来为少君引路。
Zhongdan writes a spell in the air. The swords that were staked into the ground around the altar part to form a very narrow pathway. I approach the square ding and stroke it softly. Not only does the ding hold the resentment and hatred of the dragon god, it also holds that of my own feelings and those who've died. I walk halfway around the ding and am suddenly struck by something unusual on its surface. Head priest, can the ding be damaged by outside forces?
德鼎是天子与天道结盟时所入的盟书，有神力相护，历经100年依然如新，不会轻易破损。
Look over here.
这是
Yeah, explain this. We both turn pale as we touch the crack on the ding. Although it is a very thin crack, it spans the entire belly of the ding and its edges are turned black. Your nation will crumble. Families will be torn apart. Everything you treasure will turn to ash and dust.
少君
But we got cursed. This is not good, head priest. The secret seal on our chest was acting up again this morning.
难怪少君气色不佳。
If it hadn't been for that, we would not have come to the bottom of this pond. The followers of the dragon god are active right now in this crack. Head priest, is the dragon god going to break free? Zhongdan clutches my cold, clammy hands tightly. An unfamiliar, terrifying stillness descends upon us.
少君莫要吓唬自己。封神阵本来就是权宜之计，靠德鼎神力维持，经年累月，德鼎肯定有所损耗。
But you just said it's invincible.
我们只要抓紧时间，找到能诛灭龙神惊魂的神器，大鼎也就能功成身退了。
For the past 5 years, the former king and us have tirelessly searched for such an artifact, but have yet to find neither hide nor hair of one. The past 5 years, but they said the king died 3 years ago. I need a timeline of events.
这座德鼎，也是先王屡次伐楚，流了多少血，破了多少城，千辛万苦才从楚国国都寻来的。神器如果都那么容易被找到，还能叫神器吗？
For the entirety of his life, the former king thought of nothing but but of how to execute the dragon god, and he fought bloody battles to break the sacred vow. So how can we forget his unfulfilled wish so easily? Why are we executing the dragon god? Like, what did he do? I tenderly stroke the crack as my father's final moments come to mind all too vividly.
子胥，寡人的3个儿子都在太湖被龙神杀了，只剩了腾玉。
Tenyu is the only. Is that us? Yeah, I think so. It's because the dragon god is ugly. I need to see that for myself, cause I don't believe it. They're excuses.
这2年来，他都借着老三夫差的名义，由你教导。如今，寡人大限将至，这神蒙印也传到了他身上。吴国能否存续，就看你的了。
Watch the dragon god be an inexplicably attractive, edgy, pretty boy, right? They're probably gonna execute him because he's too pretty. They feel threatened. Hold on. What the heck did you say? Okay, so Zishu is the one who taught us. Also, hold on. Maybe I should save. Cool.
如果顺利过了继位这关，即可为腾玉 秘密举办婚礼。
What's a secret wedding gonna do if it's a secret? No one knows about it.
寻找神器、破神盟和延续吴国血脉这2件事，都不能耽误。
That's a nice dying cough there, sir. Not gonna lie, I don't remember what the sacred vow was.
姬无祖先被龙神欺骗，代代吴王都被逼以自身魂魄为祭品。可总有些族人总觉得，只要满足他，就能永保安宁。
No, you got deceived because you didn't read the terms and conditions. And what's the... Is the price the seal? Does every king have a seal on them, maybe?
真是太蠢！阿玉，只有你能继承寡人的志向，子胥会帮你排除一切障碍。
Dying old man cough. They don't show us him because he's ugly, right? So he's about to die because he's ugly.
记住，只有用血把我们自己的命运夺回来，才叫天之正道。
Oops.
必无忘仇，誓破神盟。
Dead. Dies. We will not forget our revenge, and we swear to break this sacred vow. No matter what, we cannot let the dragon god escape and become a blight on the people of this kingdom.
我明白，但我曾听一言，
Haste makes
欲速
waste.
则不达。施家曾是吴越第一武，倾尽全族之力，才勉强封印住龙神的精魂。我们更要谨慎小心才是。
So the Shi clan was the one in the beginning, I guess. So even if we worry ourselves to death over this whole affair, it will be all for naught?
虽然急，却到不了那个地步。
Zhongdan raises his eyebrows as his facial features finally relax. I don't know if he's trying to reassure me or if he is confident that everything will be well. We will persist in looking for a sacred artifact while we continue to rely on you to stabilize the sealing spell.
诺。不过，希望少君还答应我一件事。
What is it?
尽量少叹气，叹气呢，会将运气吹跑的。
Zhongdan puts a finger to the corner of his lips as he gives me a sly smile. I can't help but nod my head. I keep feeling a sharp stabbing pain in my chest. I wonder if it is because of the cold that I feel from being at the bottom of the pond. Heartburn?
少君，大柱，
Have you found him?
臣与陈峰分头行动，山北没有发现。臣已经派人增援陈峰了。
相国，等少君坐下来再说吧。
Yeah, hold on.
来人，给少君端碗热汤来。
Okay, a hot bowl of soup sounds really good right now, actually.
少君，你们在池底耽搁了那么久，是不是出了什么事？
We're just talking and reminiscing on my father's death, you know. There was a long crack on the sacred ding. If we don't know if it is the doing of the dragon gods, well, we don't know if it is the doing of the dragon gods' followers or if the sealing spell is wearing out.
臣以为剑池于德鼎难破，仅凭3个信徒还不足以成事。
But we got in with just the 2 of us. Is the Prime Minister trying to suggest that the dragon gods' followers did not come here to break the sealing spell?
我同意相国所言，破阵礼仪秘密行事，又何必绑架其人，惹出那么大的动静呢？啊，莫非绑架齐国史官才是信徒的目的？
有可能。先王当年曾捕杀信徒，捣毁龙神庙，仅存的余孽肯定对姬无恨之入骨。绑架齐国史官，或许是为了报复。
They resent us, but then they kidnap the Qi Kingdom's officer? Unless if it's both of us that they resent, I guess. Wouldn't it be easier to assassinate us instead?
虽然直接，却不是最有效的方式。
Wu Zishu raises his eyes to look at me, expecting me to infer what he means by the most effective way. After pondering over it for a while, the cold that the hot soup had rid me of is slowly starting to creep up from my feet. Taking someone from Qi hostage and forcing us to open the way to the sword pond would enable the dragon god to escape, which would destroy Gusu immediately.
如果胁迫不成，也可杀掉骑士，破坏齐吴联盟。齐君夫人是鲁国人，若再与晋国联合，对吴国将是个大威胁。
好狠辣的诡计！
We want you to find the perpetrators, even if you have to dig 6 feet under to do it. The spilt blood of my father and brothers must be repaid with blood. Wu Zishu and Zheng Dan raise their hands to make a pledge when suddenly the doors are pushed open as Chen Feng hurries in.
少君，在庙南的养和涧发现余孽踪迹。
Good. We will personally go and cut off their heads. This girl is out for blood.
少君，你的身体。
We are fine, but to be on the safe side, we would like to rely on you to safeguard the temple.
No.
We love a girl boss. Yeah, we do. From a quiet spring flows forth a tranquil stream. A few white cranes feed leisurely by its side. Gazing at this peaceful scenery, one might not think of the bloodshed that had happened here just a night ago.
少君，看那里。
Wait, do we know who died? Just that some dude was arrested for murder? That means there should have been a body. Also, they're talking about the 2 dude, the soldier and the what? The mage person, follower? I don't know. It's a little hard for me to follow. But it's okay, we'll figure it out.
这血迹还相当新，10有8九是余孽留下的。
How ingenious of them to use the stream to escape. Any traces of them would be washed away.
虎丘不大，山下又有守兵，现在还有满山的人在搜寻，躲到山林里很不明智。
Where does the crane stream lead to?
北经野河流向揽月湖，南则流入姑苏城的外河。
陈峰调查过血迹周围，余孽大概已经兵分2路。
There are many mountains around Moon Lake, so it would be easy to hide there, but the river outside of Gusu is very busy with boats coming to and fro, so it would be easy to escape there as well. Prime Minister, Chen Feng, which direction do you think they would have most likely taken?
逆贼既然已经受伤，单打独斗反而会增加自己的风险，不如藏木于林，混迹在普通国人中间，乘船离开姑苏。
揽月湖。
Oh god. Let me save. Okay, where do we think? Would they... Okay, if you're injured, yeah. Would you? You're a bunch of cultists. I don't know if they would go to the city. Pick the hotter one, but which one's the hotter one? But what's north at Moon Lake? I think I'm leaning towards Moon Lake. That they would go to, maybe. Right? But if you... Because you're a cultist. You wouldn't go... I don't think you would go with your bloodied, injured self to a city, man. Gong Sui is an impatient man. He might not be able to wait another 2 days. Prime Minister, you go to the south and keep a close eye on the people from Qi. Chen Feng and us will go north. Wu Zishu nods and turns around to leave. It suddenly comes to mind that I have yet to ask him about the incident involving Gojian. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. However, saving the young archival officer from Qi comes first. I stride toward the mountain stream. We follow the trail to Moon Lake. No trace of blood, no matter how small, can escape Chen Feng's eyes. Whoa. Find us a few people who are familiar with this area while we search the shores of the lake. Is this an island in the middle of the lake? Because this is a gigantic lake.
少君稍等。
What is it? What it
血迹离
is?
湖水太近了。
Saying this, Chen Feng jumps onto a rock in the water and after a short while points to an area where bubbles are breaking up to the surface.
少君，那里有暗河入口。
Oh god, we gotta swim. Are they crazy? How can they take a hostage down an underwater current?
他们不是常人。
I take a while to contemplate before entering the lake.
您这是做什么？
Bro, relax. We believe in your deduction. Half of you come with us into the water.
诺。
You do be bubbling. I have absolute confidence in my swimming abilities. We dive under the water to where the bubbles are coming, and a pulling force instantaneously propels us forward. I cannot see what is ahead of me, so all I can do is relax my body and let the currents pull me forward. Suddenly, Chen Feng grabs my waist and kicks upwards. The underwater current brings us to a small cave where we can take everything in at a glance. There's nothing here except a light coming from the other side of the cave. That is probably the way out. We walk out of the cave to find ourselves in a vast, luscious secret forest. The loud chirps of insects rise and fall as we take in our surroundings. We are cautious of the fact that the insurgents might be hiding in the trees above us. But there's only 3 of them, right? Chen Feng and I exchange glances before sneaking into the forest together. Soon, I see a young girl holding an unconscious boy in her arms as she looks at us with tears in her eyes. This is immediately suspicious. Like, what are you guys doing here?
救救我们！
How did you get here, miss?
我和小弟在林中采药，没想到被野猪袭击。我逃跑时，我摔了腿，走不远，小弟还砸了头。
How did you get here, though? I don't believe it. It's going to be fine. Let me help you up.
小的心肠真好。
I smile at the girl, but as I step towards her, she takes her hands out of her sleeves. Yep. No. No. Chen Feng stands behind her as he coldly stabs her right through the chest. Hey. The girl falls to the ground. From her outstretched hand, a retractable blade rolls out in my direction. What a boring trick. I frown as I kick the blade aside and resheath my sword. A tattoo uniquely only to the followers of the dragon god starts to appear on the girl's neck. The younger brother who hid his head would be the kidnapped archival officer, right? We dare not let our guard down as we approach the comatose youth. The youth is wearing simple clothes, but they are more refined than a commoner's. He has thin shoulders, a slender waist, and a face that is no larger than my palm. What the heck? How small is this dude's face? Or how big is her palm? Rather than a delicate youth, it might be more convincing to say that he is a girl who had just turned 15. Huh? Oh, okay. A girl disguised as a boy? This mysterious girl does not show any sign of waking up. We don't know if it's from an injury or if she had been drugged. We quickly pick her up to find her clutching something tightly to her chest.
少杰，这孩子手里似乎拿着东西。
She is clutching a dagger under her sleeves. The guard of the dagger is covered with the intricate design of a bird with precious stones for eyes. It is very beautiful. Let me see if I can... Okay, I think the top part is like the beak. Like an eagle type bird. I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe? Oh, Lord. Chen Feng, did you see that?
看到了什么？
Bro, I thought your eyes could see the tiniest blood spots. Strange. An uncomfortable feeling washes over me. I reach out to take the inauspicious dagger away from the girl, but when I touch it... Urgh, my chest.
少君!
It hurts so badly. Bro, she's getting a heart attack. Chapter 2. Where am I? Is this another dream? Your nation will crumble, families will be torn apart, everything you treasure will turn to ash. We will forget not our revenge and swear to break the sacred vow. Okay. They're spamming me right now. My chest is hurting so much. When I extend my hand over my chest, it feels as if the pain were transferring into my fingertips. The pain! I'm scared! I try to cry out, only to produce a hoarse hissing sound, like my throat is filled with torn cotton batting. The bones that have been exposed to the air quickly blackens and crumbles to pieces. My body finally decomposes and slowly turns into dust that is carried away by the wind. Lovely.
魂灭生死，夫差，你也终于步上历代无晚的后尘。
I am not Fuchai. I am Teng Yu.
你是叛王者，不过可惜呀、凡人是不可能更改生命的。
Be avenged 1,000 times over. What did we do? What did our ancestors do? In despair, I hug my broken body tightly. If I cry now, would tears or blood or my eyeballs fall out? What is this that is breaking through the darkness? It's the jade fish? Then I hear a familiar song. It instantly transports me back to a time from my childhood. There, my fears, pain, and despair disappear. At the edges of my consciousness, a large pale green fish swims by as the song seems to trail behind it. I watch it swish its tail, and a certain youth almost comes to mind. In my hazy memories, he is happily singing the all too familiar children's song. I stare at him quietly, fearing that my memory of him will disappear if I interrupt him. Why are the years of one's childhood shorter than those of a beautiful dream? The youth gives me a cheerful smile. He says, "Don't be afraid." But I'm scared. My throat is dry and my eyes are sore as the feeling begins to return to my fingertips. It seems like my nightmare is over. The lights outside are burning bright, and it appears that night has fallen upon us.
少君醒了。
Where am I? Chen Feng holds me up by my shoulders, and a wet cloth falls from my forehead.
少君昏倒后，就发起了烧。陈峰擅自做主，将您带来了机妙别院。
Did you have to swim with me? With a fever? What happened to the officer from Qi?
还没醒，已经交给相国处理了。
Has the Prime Minister come back too?
相国在姑苏外河发现那个重伤的余孽，对方见无路可退，便自尽身亡了。
I need to go and see that officer from Qi. Give me my change of clothes.
诺，
It is strange that you're not stopping me.
怕少君不喜。
He already knows. Huh. Are you afraid of displeasing me? The last time you made me so angry was when you finished all the treats given to me by the kingdom of Yue. Even after doing that, your expression remained so impassive.
陈峰得为少君试毒。
She is so upset. Look at her frown. You did not have to eat all of them just to test them for poison.
每块点心都不一样，无法区分。
Bruh. Wasted. Oh, how noble of you, and how petty of me.
越国点心挺好吃的。
Hey.
少君，我为您系上鱼玉吧。
It is only then that I notice I've been clutching onto the jade fish this whole time. I hand it over to Chen Feng with a sigh. I had another nightmare just now. It was a good thing that I also have this jade amulet.
要是遗光还在就更好了，他肯定能彻底驱走那些噩梦，不让少君为病痛所苦。
Is he one of my brothers, Yiguang, that died or something? While Chen Feng fastens the jade amulet to my belt, he suddenly stills his hands, and a hint of vexation falls over his usually calm demeanor. Yes, how nice it would be if Yiguang were here. My heart aches at the thought as I change the subject. Aren't I alive and well right now?
都是陈峰无能，连替您受苦都做不到。
Thank you. The fact that you're willing to shoulder my burdens has made me very happy. After all, if you were not here, there would be no one else to whom I could complain.
少君，
But please try to control your appetite a little bit more next time. At the very least, leave me half a bite of the treats to try.
诺。
I burst out laughing when I hear him reply in such a serious manner, and the pain in my chest lessens a little. However, speaking of the treats from the kingdom of Yue, I hesitate a little before asking. Do you know how the king of Yue is faring?
听说还关在守灵人小屋。
少君，相国说齐国公孙乙现在候于正厅，少君醒来就请整理好衣冠，马上过去。
Never mind. Gong Sui, why is he here? Chen Feng shoots me a look that tells me that he has no idea what this could be about either. Is it not about the officer we found? I quickly put on my headwear and rush out of the room. Just as I open the doors, I quietly whisper some instructions to Chen Feng. Go to the hut by the mausoleum and keep an eye on the guards. Make sure that they don't make things difficult for Gojian.
诺。
吴相国，你让士兵将我们挟持至此，究竟是什么意思啊？
先生带护卫深夜潜入吴国先王祭庙陵墓，我倒想知道先生什么意思。
明知故问，我们在驿馆等了1天1夜了，不但没有任何消息，大王还派士兵软禁我们，我们不来亲自确认，还能怎么办？
He did say he wanted to go and search for her on his own. If after a while nothing came of it. But we agreed on 2 days. Upon hearing my voice, Gong Sun-yi and Wu Zishu both stop arguing and greet me with a bow.
既然期限未到，先生何必又做出此等 失礼之事呢？
Bro about to get executed. Gong Sui's face turns red, then pales. If this person is so reckless and impatient that he would place himself in such a precarious position as to give Wu Zixu and I the advantage, then we have no reason to suspect he has a hidden agenda. Prime Minister, we believe you are being too harsh. After all, this is his family friend that we are talking about. Gong Sui has just worried himself into a frenzy.
臣向先生赔不是。不过先生连1天都等不及，这种关心程度，也实在异于常人啊。
公事随臣，私事世交，岂能不急？
Are you sure?
大王此话何意？
You barged into our court, and yet we defended you from your own ministers and even promised to find your friend within 2 days. We did all these things because we admire your loyalty to your friend and to your king. However, as soon as our backs were turned, you tried sneaking into the forbidden temple. Have you no regard for us?
大王，这是在藐视君威啊！
Dude, he's smiling. He wants us to execute this dude.
外臣绝无此意。
Enough. It is clear that you, Gong Sui, are mocking us. We will be writing a letter to your king, and you can forget about saving your lowly officer. When he hears how serious my tone of voice is and sees my stern expression, Gong Sui prostrates himself on the ground with a loud thud. His voice quivers as he speaks.
求大王务必救回齐军爱妹少将。
Oh. What? That child is our...
女公子听说要嫁到吴国，便吵着要见吴王一面。齐军向来宠溺小妹，哪经得住他软磨硬泡？同意他扮作男子，随外臣来吴国。
Well, how did she get kidnapped? Y'all really failed her.
没想到，没想到！
This is ridiculous.
大王，外臣真的不是故意激怒您。如果不能带女公子安全返回齐国的话， 外臣罪该万死啊！
Fine. Since Xiaojiang is our bride-to-be, how can we stand by and do nothing? Rest assured, we shall do our best to find her. Didn't we find her? No. Yes. Yeah. Right?
歹徒只是将人挟持，必定有所求。女公子性命应该无忧。齐国使团在异国他乡行事也不方便，不如安心交给我们秘密查访，以免打草惊蛇。
相国所言不无道理，但那毕竟是女公子，齐军若是来信催促，我又该怎么交代呢？
Although we cannot guarantee that we will find the princess immediately, we will send someone to investigate this matter right away, and will give you an update in 2 days.
我就算掘地3尺，也会将女公子平安带回来的。
Yeah, no more heads exploding.
天也快亮了，我这就备车将先生送回驿馆休息。今天上虎丘之事，还望先生暂时保密。
外臣明白，就拜托大王了。
Gong Sui bows deeply before turning around and walking away despondently. I don't believe he has any other option but to trust us with this matter. After Wu Zixu sends Gong Sui out the door, he turns around and pulls me into an empty room.
少君，相国。
那少女还没醒吗？
Zheng Dan frowns and shakes his head while pointing towards a soft couch. The young girl we saved yesterday is still sleeping, but her complexion looks even worse than before. Her lips have turned dark purple, and she appears to be in pain. Why is she still holding onto the dagger? This time, I'm sure it is not just me. This dagger is giving me a bad feeling. Could it be the cause of Xiaojiang's current predicament?
少君别动！
Too late. A black shadow pounces out of the blade as Wu Zixu pulls me behind him in the blink of an eye. The horrid thing is like a mist, but gives off the smell of dead bodies. With shocking speed, and before we can react, it closes the distance between us with a whoosh. Just when we are about to be swallowed up by the black mist, it suddenly stops as if hitting an invisible wall, then disappears. Wu Zixu and Zeng Dan are both wearing serious expressions. I guess what just happened was not my imagination. What exactly is that dagger?
恐怕是怨咒的媒介。这少女到现在还昏睡不醒，是因为中了咒术。
致命吗？
就像慢性毒药，钝刀杀人。少君切勿再动那把短剑，否则可能也被咒术缠上。
Too late. Is the head priest even able to break this curse?
我试过了，这咒术很是怨毒，以3重命为代价，恐怕连施法者都天命了，凭我一人无法相抵。
Why are they casting such malicious curses on innocent people? Worried, I look at Xiaojiang. This young girl is going to die in her prime simply because she was curious about her husband-to-be. You know what they say, man? Curiosity kills the cat. Head priest. Her expression seems to have become peaceful.
好像有什么力量驱散了邪气。莫非是刚刚保护少君的微光？
Light. I glance at the jade fish on my waist to see it looking the same as usual. If anything can protect us from this curse, it would be the jade amulet.
少君，那玉佩可否借我一看？
Yes. Once Zeng Dan has his hands on the jade fish, his face lights up with understanding.
难怪，这块玉里有很强大的巫力，肯定是他驱散了邪气。
Before he died, this was given to us by our childhood friend, Shi Yiguang. It had saved our life once before during the sacrificial ritual. Okay, and Yiguang was the one that Chen Feng was talking about wishing he was alive or something like that. Okay.
施遗光啊，就是施家大主夫妇的那个天才儿子啊！我在成为郑家家主之前，可是常听到他的大名呢。
Oh, the long-haired, beautiful people, bruh. So he's got to be that long-haired dude in the intro. Just because they all have the priests and priestess have long hair. Okay. When I heard him talk about Yiguang so casually, I grow speechless and can only nod my head.
余玉既然能驱逐邪气，那么大柱可用它解除这个咒术吧？
不能。刚刚我稍微一试，他将我的巫力弹回来了。器物有灵，想来应该是玉灵认了施遗光为主，所以遵从他的命令保护少君。
But isn't Yiguang...
可见施遗光保护少君的意愿非常强烈啊。可惜，没主人驱使，也只能被动起作用了。幸好他还有一定威力。
Oh my god, I just noticed the little critters on Zishu's jacket on his lapels. Very cute. Like what happened just now?
没错，可不是把香果也护住了。狱中的纯净巫力可驱邪，如果少君待在这少女的身边，大概她被邪气侵蚀的时间也会变缓一些。
难不成少君还得时时刻刻带着这孩子吗？
那倒是不必，没有解咒之法，也就只有早死和晚死几天的区别而已。
Why are you smiling as you're saying this, mister? I don't know if it is Zeng Dan's talk about death or my memory of Yiguang that causes me to feel something evil spark in my heart. What, do we want her to die? Oh, if only we had succeeded in killing the dragon god 5 years ago. The head priest and head priestess would still be of the Shi clan, and not only would we be able to save Xiaojiang, but we would also have nothing to worry about, would we not?
少君
I'm suddenly made aware of what I had just said. I am about to apologize to Zeng Dan when he smiles and waves his hand dismissively.
少君说得对，施家本就是吴越第一武，就连楚国的巫隐也自叹不如。
And yet they died.
少主遗光的才能，更是令巫者艳羡，就连我也未能免俗。 有些嫉妒他呢。不过，斯人已逝，我们也只能基于现实想办法了。我去准备些补气的药，至少让他的气血足够扛到回齐国吧。
少君，
We understand. It is our fault, after all.
臣以为我们是得基于现实想办法了。少将随时会死，我们得对公孙先生和齐军有个交代。
Even if those villains were still alive and had been handed over to the King of Qi, do you really think he would believe our incredulous explanation?
即使相信了，反倒是握住了吴国的软肋，断不可行。
We have heard that the King of Qi is a willful person, and when he went to the kingdom of Lu to take back his queen, he invaded many of its cities. If his precious sister were to die here in Ng, we do not believe he would break only our alliance.
还有一个办法，
Putting my troubled thoughts aside, I raise my downcast eyes and look at Wu Zishu. With his hands together, he throws out his arms and bends at the waist in a deep bow.
臣请少君诛杀越王勾践。
Why are you begging us to execute him? Oh, we're gonna frame him? Prime Minister, do you know what you are asking?
少君不是想知道臣为何要扣押勾践吗？虎丘看守严密，封神镇之事也只有极少数人知道。龙神信徒知道禁区所在，还熟知水道地形，能提供这两样情报的，这世上只能数出寥寥几人。
This is purely the Prime Minister's speculation. Gojian is entirely ignorant of the Dragon God and matters regarding the seal.
这同样是少君的妄断。假如两者勾结，
cahoots
难道龙神信徒不会告诉勾践吗？少君不妨再想想，如果龙神信徒得逞，谁能获利最多？反之亦然。你能想到的，别人也能想到。
Wu Zishu raises his head and shoots me a look. It feels like he wants to extract a logical explanation for my confusion, and to chain up any excuse I may have for pardoning Gojian. When the king of Yue lost the war, he offered to guard the former king's mausoleum as part of his reparation, and so we agreed to pardon him. Would our honor not be in question if we went back on our word now?
少君宽恕勾践杀父之仇，已是天下罕见的美德了。如今勾践图谋不轨，害死女公子，世人只会看到他忘恩负义。
Wait, why would we let him guard our dad's mausoleum if he's the one who killed our dad? That makes no sense to me. No, that's not logical. The kidnappers may not have known that the victim was the Princess of Qi, and even if they want to start a war or even threaten us, do they really need to use such a dark spell?
这些问题肯定需要详细调查，但齐军和世人需要知道的真相，只要合乎情理就够了。少君不也说，即使抓住龙神信徒，也会被当成笑话看吗？既要赶紧送少将回国，又要阻止齐军发兵，时间紧迫，我们只能先治罪，再查证了。
Ship her back to the kingdom. Overnight shipping. Then wouldn't Gojian be nothing more than a scapegoat? Wu Zishu pauses. When he finally speaks again, his voice holds an unutterable sadness in it.
先王逝去还不满3年，血都没冷透。少君当真觉得勾践无辜吗？
The late king had his life taken by the secret seal of the Dragon God, but right before that, he was already seriously wounded by the Yue general Ling Gufu, who had been acting on Gojian's command. None of these men has killed my father with their own hands, nor are they innocent of his blood. Now the Dragon God is trapped inside the Ding. Ling Gufu died in battle. Gojian has entered Ng as a slave, and that all our enemies have seemingly placed themselves at our mercy. But we are well aware of the danger lurking beneath the surface. The Prime Minister is saying that we shall leave no loose ends and spare no one.
豺狼卧于榻下，岂能安眠？ 从咬死你父王的那一刻起，他就永远惦记着血的味道了。
What? What? Wait, shall we not be robbed of a single good night's sleep unless there is no ravenous wolf lurking in our shadows? From the moment it took your father's life, it has not been able to forget the taste of blood. Okay, analogies, okay.
少君若要贯彻先王遗志，万万不能留下后患。
Since I cannot refute what he just said, I can only shake my head silently. I know. But to leave no loose ends and spare no one? I could not help but to recall the times when I was a helpless victim who survived narrow escapes from the merciless slaughter of Dargan God. Of the Dragon God and those sanguinary coups committed by ambitious aspirants. My god, these words, like Fugai. Okay. One single careless move could have risked me everything, because no one at that time had ever thought of sparing me. I had my life, and even my dignity, at the mercy of those who had once dominated my fate. It should be but water under the bridge, and yet could it be said that all those agonies I had been suffering have, too, vanished into thin air? How much I suffered from those agonies, then, is how much I resent those making me suffer. What? Making me suffer from their cruel deeds, huh? Who could have thought that I am now dominating over another person and that his life and dignity are all at my mercy?
少君不说话，是另有良策了吗？
Now I'm just thinking of crazy ways to think my thoughts. There is no better plan. Who would benefit most from it? The kingdom of Ung would benefit the most in pinning the crime on Gojian. Do I, however, have to become that kind of person whom I've resented and despised the most, even though this is exactly what the late king has chosen to be? The late king has determined to steal the dragon god by hook or by crook that he dared spilled innocent blood of... Huh? My brain. That he dared spill innocent blood of the entire Shi clan. By so, he has taken away from me one of those remaining people on this earth who were near and dear to me, and that he has also stolen my dearest father away. Who's he? I thought we were talking about our dad. Wait. My god, this is a lot of text. The late king, that's our dad, I think, has determined to steal the dragon god. He's taken away, but he has also stolen my father away. His gentle smile eventually turned into the face of a ferocious revenger, even though the kingdom has benefited from the king's cruel deeds. Okay, I think I get it. I understand, of course, that all these were done as a last resort and his means to survive, but I could not help thinking whether this is the only possible way. If I were in the same shoes, would I have done the same thing? Dargan God? Dragon God? Our dad? That I would slaughter thousands of people just like my brothers and remain unsympathetic to it? Or would I be the same as the late king, that I would dare spill innocent blood of people like the Shi clan to achieve my goal? And would I care for people like Ah Yu, who lost their loved ones and suffered from agonies of grief ever since? Who's Ah Yu? Hold on. My god, this is a lot of this is a lot of contemplating she's doing right now. Would I need to be the same heartless murderer so that my kingdom could benefit from it?
那少君还犹豫什么？杀父之仇，诸神破盟，连其北上，哪桩不是身为吴王必须做的大事？难道你忘了3年前的誓言了？
We will forget not our revenge, and we swear to break the sacred vow.
既然不忘，就不可以以权谋私。你放弃私仇，我佩服你心胸宽广；你不愿澄清，我体谅你志向远大。但是你要对着一头恶狼心软，就是善恶不分，是非不辨。
My god, he really hates him. My heart is pounding with an overwhelming intensity of hatred and grief in which the faces, my deadly enemies and my loved ones are becoming one. They are demanding that Fu Chai shall revenge in violence and blood, while begging at the same time that Ah Yu shall never repeat the dastardly deeds that have been wrongly done to them. Is Ah Yu us? I feel deeply disturbed. The hypocrites. In every single night and every single dream that I have no control on, these voices have never, ever allowed me to let go. Is it not exactly what Wu Zishu had just said? That ever could I not be robbed of a single good night's sleep?
少君，勿重私情，以国为重啊！
When have we not placed the good of the kingdom before everything else? Even our life is not as important as the good of the kingdom. I punched the pillar next to me with all my might. How could it ever be possible that I'm doing this only out of some personal feelings for a certain somebody? Those conflicted emotions nearly rip me in half, and I find them so hard to carry on. Maybe all these do not matter anymore. The seal on the dragon god seems to be weakening, and I don't know how much longer I could stay alive. These are the things I cannot share with Wu Zishu. Those weak and fragile feelings, those agonies of grief and hesitation, they never should have existed in the first place. This matter involves 3 countries. While we will take your words into consideration, we must deliberate over the matter before coming to a decision. Wu Zishu wants to continue the discussion, but I do not wish to argue with him any further, so I turn around and refuse to look back. Thank you. That was difficult on my brain. I step out of the royal gardens with my head still spinning from the discussion. I feel like I cannot breathe. I clutch my jade fish amulet. Since this pain is not caused by the sacred seal, it only serves to comfort me. The bloodied water once filling Lake Tai and the sword pond all those years ago is, again, flashing before my eyes. I wonder if my friend ever regretted giving the jade fish to me at that time. Isn't kith and kin more important than the kingdom of Ung? I laugh at myself. Between the kingdom and family, the Shi clan chose the kingdom over their own family, whereas Fu Chai should be only left with his kingdom and nothing else. And yet I am here, still being trapped in a past long gone. I think she needs a therapist, like real bad.
少君，
Chen Feng? Why are you not at the caretaker's hut?
我正要向少君禀报。
Great.
勾践从其居所逃脱。
Great. Who's in charge of watching him, huh? What?
相国要审问勾践，命守卫打开内室房门。没想到勾践已经拆下窗户逃跑了。
Do you know where he is?
不知，不过在他脱身的窗台上钉了一根布条。
Who needs a therapist when you got like 4 or 5 beautiful male wives? She has mad trauma, PTSD, man. I don't know what these male wives are gonna do for her. Chen Feng, we want you to hide near the crane stream. Make sure that you are able to see us talking to Gou Jian, and that no one else can listen in on our conversation.
如果勾践要对少君不利，
I don't understand. Did they not have guards guarding this place, like, in the window especially? Like, what? He will not. But even if he does, we still have you.
No.
A young slave stands alone by the edge of the stream. Though his clothes are worn, they are immaculate. The 3 years he has lived as a slave have not diminished any of his noble bearings. Wait, but wouldn't he be more of a prisoner than a slave? He's not really doing any, like, slave work, right? Without me realizing it, my hurried pace slows down. Our 3 years of friendship was established in this dreamlike and sandy place. I had hoped that I would not have to face the harsh reality before this land collapses. To personally destroy our sandy dreamland is one thing, but to have the tides destroy it is yet another. Honestly speaking, what happened that year was an accident that should never have happened. Oh my god, they're being so vague right now. Ajo. The youth turns towards me with a smile.
阿玉，你果然见到布条了。
Why? Why did you call me here?
3年前在这养鹤涧，你去捡掉到水里的玉佩，我却以为你要寻死，强行把你拽上了岸，结果被你揍了一顿。
I'm confused.
我们相识的场景真是很尴尬。
Yes.
虽然 你是我唯一的知心好友，今天我却不得不让你再尴尬一回了。
Huh? Suddenly, Gojian's expression turns serious. He faces me, gets down on his hands and knees, and then bows.
罪臣勾践失礼于大王，求大王救我。
You... How long have you known that I am the king of Ung?
你既不是寂渺的巫祝，又带着虎贲氏自由出入附近。我不是傻子，怎么会看不出来？
你身份特殊。
Okay, so were we like childhood friends? Well, friends 3 years ago or something like that? Okay. He knows who we... Okay.
昨天你2次交代士兵宽待我，已经证实了我的猜测，所以我才冒死逃出来找你声明，
What?
我是清白的。
Couldn't just wait for us to go there? We were going there anyways. If you were truly innocent, you needed to have come to me, to us, to explain yourself.
武相国对我猜忌之深，要先斩后奏。我恐怕等不到更好的申冤机会了。大王尽可以派人调查，勾践从未谋害过骑士。
Whether you are innocent or not isn't important. The princess is already under a curse and will die very soon. What's worse is that she is the king of Qi's most beloved younger sister.
小妹，
败了。所以，越王勾践便是最合适抵罪的人。
You're the king? Why did we capture you? I look at him silently. It is as Wu Zishu said. If I can think of it, others have thought of it too. Hence, this is the most logical answer. Gojian suddenly raises his head. He wears a determined expression, his eyes burning bright like searing flames. I am moved to see the flames in his eyes, yet also feel a sharp pain as if they've burned me.
越国有神医，可救齐国女公子。
So you still have your kingdom, but you're locked up here? And you're the king? What happened? What?
之前听闻大王身体欠佳，我派人四处寻访名医，希望能表我忠心。今日正好为大王解困。
We thank you for your kind intentions, but doctors cure illnesses and the princess suffers from a curse.
我称其为神医，正是因为他不仅医术了得，也精通神鬼咒术。
You should not tell such lies, even if it means that your life might be spared.
大王自然不肯轻信于我，神医难求，怎可能像这般唾手可得？大王不知的却是，这神医是我耗尽心血，花费了许多时间才寻来的。
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Even if you are telling the truth, we are curious to know why you would go to such lengths to find him.
我
Do not tell us that you are sincere about healing us. Even Ung's many ministers would not put that much effort into finding us a healer. Not to mention, you hadn't even confirmed that Ayu was the king of Ung.
好吧，我也不瞒大王，寻医表忠心，确实只是漂亮的场面话。我留得这条命，全凭大王恩典。若还不懂得讨大王欢心，怕是朝不保夕啊。
Gojian, we have to ask ourselves, when have we ever mistreated you? Even guarding the former king's mausoleum was your request.
罪臣当然知道，大王，阿玉待我甚好。可是，那又如何呢？如今，我还是得跪在大王面前，恳求您放我一条生路。
We...
难道我不该费尽心思讨好你？难道我不该抓住每一个机会，为自己的命多求一份保障？难道我不该献上稀世奇人，好叫大王记住我、赏识我？难道寻常医者能够令人眼前一亮吗？阿玉，如果你是我，难道你不会这样做？
Gojian gives a bitter chuckle that sounds as if there are a lot of unspeakable emotions mixed in with it. So much so that I cannot meet his gaze. This is, like, awkward. How am I supposed to answer him? Although I cannot tell if he is telling me the truth, Gojian has been a slave these past few years and has tasted more than his fair share of hardship and bitterness. How can I not understand his overly cautious attitude? Don't I also live through every day this same dilemma and agonies of suspense? While Ayu can trust her friends without question, Fuchai cannot.
也许大王还不信我，但人为刀俎，我为鱼肉。我就算诓骗大王活过了今天，还能骗到明天后天吗？说句冒犯的话，救活了女公子，各方皆大欢喜；救不活，也坏不过如今这般状况。
But the longer we wait, the worse the consequences will be.
现在从水路出发，2日内绝对可以到达。如果神医说救不了，可当场斩下罪臣头颅，送到齐军面前。
Alright, sounds good to me.
阿玉，你是吴君，所以为了吴国让我戴罪，我不怨你。只是明明有可以救回女公子的法子，却弃之不用。阿玉
Oops.
追兵来了，女公子和我的命，齐国、吴国的邦交，就都在你的一念之间了。阿玉，赌赌看吧。
Okay, gamble, okay.
大胆勾践，竟敢逃狱，还挟持少君！
When I see Wu Zishu draw his sword, I know that this is the best opportunity for us to kill Gojian. As for the crime, dead men tell no tales, so we can spin it however we please. But... Bro, why would you... I want to see what happens when we kill Gojian, but I don't believe in doing that, so... We will stop Wu Zishu. Stop!
少君
The king of Yue did nothing wrong. He was only telling us of a way to save Xiaojian.
少君离开后，他的病况又恶化了，恐怕今日就得将勾践人头交给齐师抵罪。
我是清白的，相国不分青红皂白便要杀我，公理何在？
要计较公理道义，3年前你就该死了。
勾践以越国亲族性命担保，我不仅没有半分不忠，还能救回女公子性命，避免无期战祸。
How did you get captured? I'm still confused by that.
何须浪费他人性命？现在，你就可对吴国尽忠。
His kingdom must be like, man, our king is pretty useless. Wu Zishu lets out a cold chuckle as he brandishes his sword. Gojian turns pale and yells out to me.
那个神医叫做西施。
西施。西施？ Huh? Chapter 3. We on a boat? Yeah, we on a boat. A thin layer of mist covers the surface of the water as a faint golden light shimmers on its surface. The morning air is a little cold, but very refreshing. Today's weather is the perfect weather for us to set off on our trip. Why is it taking so long?
今天天气好，河道也拥挤。现在我们伪装成商旅，没法驱赶其他船只。
Fine, just make sure to speed the boat up once we pass the Shu River.
神医所住的祝罗村就在水边，我昨日就已经传信过去，他会在村里等着我们的。
I turn to look at Xiaojian. She seems withered and dry. Her complexion has darkened a lot, a result of her inability to eat or drink. Even Zhengdan could do nothing about it. If it weren't for the jade fish amulet that I carry everywhere with me, she might not be able to hold out for another day. The most ominous thing is that she is still clutching that dagger with monstrous strength.
西施医术无法卓然，女公子定然无忧。
Bro, that dagger is sucking the life out of her. Shishi, do you know anything about his background?
因为他的住所在河岸西侧，又姓施，所以当地人都称他为西施。西施从未离开过祝罗村，也不让村民对外说起他，所以什么来历，罪臣也不清楚。
So that is how it is.
但罪臣怀疑他是施家的后人。据闻施家家主曾任吴国大柱，料想大王必定知道施家吴越第一巫的威名，只可惜几年前与人斗法后惨遭灭门。
We know about that, but we were unaware of any survivors.
虽然以上都是罪臣的推测，但亦是敢冒险向大王推荐西施的原因。大王连日奔波，气色不佳，到朱罗村之后，也可请西施为您看看。
Good work, King of Yue.
罪臣惶恐。
Calling him a king, and yet he's a slave, apparently. A silence settles over the cabin. Chen Feng crosses his arms and stares at Gojian. This makes Gojian uncomfortable, so I what? Decide to rest in silence, say something? I'm gonna rest in silence, bro. There's nothing to say. How many save slots do I have? Okay, 10 pages worth. So 30. I'm gonna rest in silence. I don't mind the silence, but the fact that Xiao Jiang is on the cusp of death, the future of Ng and Qi being on the rocks, and now this mysterious miracle doctor with the surname Shi, there are quite a lot of things to worry over. The trivial matters between two grown men are too petty for me to get myself involved in. Yeah, that's right. Feeling awkward, Gojian makes a few polite remarks before excusing himself from the cabin. Don't treat him like some common criminal. At the end of the day, he is also a legitimate king of a kingdom.
我不信的。
I don't know if he is to be trusted or not.
但是，少君也希望那个失信神医和遗光有关吧。
There's no way that anyone could have survived the incident at Sword Pond. He could be a disciple of the Shi clan that had been away, or an impersonator.
我所认识的遗光，豁达宽厚，从不记仇。何况当年的事情，怨不得少君。
We are only human. Although he carried with him the loss of his parents, he never once forgot his duty. While I was not even able to convince my own father not to do such a cruel thing, I have failed Yi Guang. I thought Yi Guang died at that thing, at that event. Or supposedly. Chen Feng raises his hand but hesitates midway and fails to place it on my shoulder.
我去问少君铺床，您病体未愈，还是多休息比较好。
I nod my head. In the past, I needed to sleep for a few days to recover from an attack. This time, I don't have the opportunity to. If it weren't for the jade fish, I probably would not even be able to move. I step out of Xiaojian's cabin for a breather on the bow of the ship. Although my jade fish is protecting me from the effects of the curse, my chest still feels uncomfortable from the negative air around the princess. Bro, the bad vibes. I hesitate just before stepping onto the deck. Gojian is sitting there on the bow. He looks out into the distance where the water flows. His lonely figure stands out from the busy scene of boats coming and going around us. I saw the words that I am about to say. Ever since he begged me for mercy, he has stopped being agio, like a beautiful and fragile piece of glass. Once it shatters, it can never be glued back to how it once looked. What's more, should he step out of line, I will need to kill him. With a heavy heart, I go back into the cabin.
无耻！
Eh?
叛蒙封神，无还苟活，何苦反传？
So we used to worship the dragon god or something? My chest is hurting very badly. It is happening again and seems far too soon. The previous attack only occurred only a few days ago. I cannot let myself be defeated now. I still have things to do. What the heck is this? Once again, I see a big white fish swim towards me out from the darkness. Its scales emit a bright glow, and in that brightness, a youth appears before me. Smiling, he says, "Don't be afraid." In my agony, I reach out to him. Yi Guang. It was just a nightmare. Chen Feng. I hear a noise and call out for my guard as I rush out of the cabin. Just as I open the door, a black feathered arrow flies right past me and lodges itself into the door. Chaos meets me at the bow. In this storm, I can barely pick out Chen Feng and Gojian. They are leading the guards, who are disguised as crew members, in a fight against a group of attackers dressed in black. The attackers are the followers of the Dragon God. I draw my sword and rush to Xiaojiang's cabin. There was something odd about the incident at Tiger Hill. I'm afraid that they may have come for Xiaojiang. Indeed, her bed is empty. As I look around, I see a trail of water droplets that lead from the bed to the outside of her door. With the fighting at the bow, there should be no guards at the stern. I grit my teeth as I rush to the stern of the boat. Whoa! Doppelgangers! At the stern, 2 followers of the Dragon God hold onto Xiaojiang as they prepare to jump into an approaching bamboo boat. I raise my sword and rush at them. I manage to injure one of the 2 men, and he gives a yelp as he falls. The followers of the Dragon God are magicians. They are helpless when pitted against an ordinary swordsman who has trained a long time, like me. I take this chance to rush to Xiaojiang, but the other person uses her as a shield and viciously kicks me right in the chest where the sacred seal rests. Ouch! Either that's a high kick or we're pretty short. Erg. Tank, if they manage to steal away Xiaojiang, then everything that we have done up until now would have been all for naught.
Are
Joe?
狗贼！我杀了你们！
臭小子！
Dragon God's follower A. I love mobs.
他来了，别管他们！
I don't think so. I use my remaining strength to rush at them as they escape and manage to grab hold of their legs. The 2 men land on the deck with a bang as Xiaojiang slips out of their grip and into the water. Oh god. I watch Xiaojiang disappear beneath the fast-flowing waters. Without a second thought, I dive in after her and barely manage to catch her in my arms. The impact of me hitting the water causes me to black out for a moment. And I come to while struggling against the current, but my limbs are no longer obeying me. I must fight for control. The water and the girl in my arms are both colder than ice. In the dimness of my consciousness, I can see that big, pale fish again. Ayu. Is this a dream? Is this reality? Who is calling out to me? A blurry figure approaches me with open arms. My chest hurts so badly. In my pain, I reach for my chest, but my arms will not move. Someone is weighing down my arms. A person with a sickly, dehydrated complexion, like a dry twig. God dang. Xiaojiang? My blurry thoughts are clear now. I quickly raise a finger to her nose to see. Oh good, she is still breathing.
那边找过了没有？找过了，没有。
I want to call out, but I see the men in black and know that they are not my men from the royal guards. Those dangable followers from the Dragon God. Since they are near, I can only carry Xiaojiang quietly into the water, where there's some tall grass behind a tree.
我好像听到有什么声音。你先盯着岸上，我到河里nơi在草里看看。稀稀拉拉的，一眼就可以看到了，也值得找。要先驶到万年船。
Suddenly, there's a disturbance as a patch of tall grass starts to sway. I then see a black spear hit the water, and it misses me by a hair's breadth. Grabbing Xiaojiang by the waist, I try to move away from the spear without making too much movement. The Dragon God's follower keeps throwing his spear into the water and almost hits me a few times. After a few minutes, my body runs out of oxygen, and I cannot help but release a few bubbles. Man, that guy's thorough.
娘的，不是叫你看好岸上的吗？
我看着呢。
那怎么有丢石头的声音？
有吗？
我过去看看。
Impeccable timing. Gasp. I carry Xiaojiang out of the water, but before I can catch my breath, a pair of hands cover my mouth and drag us out of the tall grass. Shh. I stare at him in surprise. So it was he who threw the stone that distracted the followers. Gojian glances at Xiaojiang, who is still lying in my arms, then points to a large log that has fallen into the water. There, in the rotting log, is a big hole. We hurry to the log and hide in it together with Xiaojiang. What was that?
水里什么稀里哗啦在响？总算逮到你了！是条鱼，个头也不小啊！
娘的，害得老子戳半天。
那几个人，莫不是被冲到更下游去了？
要是冲到关城附近，恐怕会被路人先发现。咱们快走！
都走远了，出来吧。
Where are we?
应该是吴国边境关城的上游。
The followers of the Dragon God sure act fast. We're not even out of yet.
阿玉，你在怀疑我？
I'm not doubting anyone. I'm just trying to think of a way to prevent their next attack.
你的侍卫忠心不二，哼，所以就只有我会出卖你了。
You're saying you'll betray us? We have never said that.
我们这就去关城，你把我交给吴兵看押，再找个当地人带路就行了。何必在这里跟我说这种外交辞令？
You know that I don't mean it. I've never doubted you, Ajo.
你只是不信勾践。
The way he stares at me makes the words I want to say stay lodged in my throat. What can I do? I'm not the only person who Xiaojian can rely on. Even the slightest mistake can cause me a lot of pain and problems. He lets out a bitter laugh.
其实，你对阿九又有多大信任呢？怎么从没亲口向我坦诚你是女子？
I stand there stunned in silence as I clutch the hem of my clothes, while the expression on his face says, "So, it is true." When did you discover that?
你以为呢？
Wait, he didn't know Ayu was a girl? What? Gojian lets out a snort as he carries Xiaojiang and walks away from the bank of the river. It is then that I see the clothes on his back are torn and tattered and covered with blood. Was it... Ayu? Is this a dream? Is this reality? Who is calling out to me? A blurry figure approaches me with open arms. Did you jump into the water when Xiaojiang and I fell in? He walks away wordlessly. Thinking back, there were some sharp rocks at the bottom of the rushing water. That idiot. He jumped in back first? What? Acho, wait for me. Oh lord. We start a fire to help dry our clothes. After a short break, we hurry along the bank of the river to a bridge that spans the border of Ng and Yue. We plan to cross the bridge that will lead us to Zuluo village. Judging by the map that Gojian drew for us before we left Ng, the safest route would be to go through the border town, where we will meet up with Chunfeng, then take a boat up to the river to our destination. However, after hearing that the Dragon God's followers also plan to go to the border town, we decide against it, and instead head straight for our destination. But a more pressing reason for the change is that going to the border town now would add another 3 to 4 days to our trip, and I don't think Xiaojiang will last that long. Gojian does not object to this change in plans. He's probably still angry with me since he hasn't said much on our trip thus far. Our trek drags on uneventfully until the afternoon of the second day of our journey, which proves that the saying, "When it rains, it pours," is true. As we almost reach the end of our journey, we discover that the bridge has collapsed. How did it?
回大王，前面河流就分支了，要去筑罗，非得乘船不可了。
Gojian is finally taking the initiative to talk to me again, although he is keeping his head low. I can't tell if he is being humble or just mocking me. Sigh. Is there not a pier nearby?
恐怕要绕回去关城附近才有。
喂，那边的小兄弟！
别抱歉，只是个普通的农夫。
你们是要过桥吗？前几天下大雨，河水暴涨，给冲坏了。
阿叔，这里有船能去对岸吗？
平时也有些小孩用竹排在河里抓着鱼，现在水那么急，谁都不敢下去喂河伯呀。
Not the river being swollen.
我们有急事要去对岸，求阿叔给我们指条路。
再急也不能拿命开玩笑嘛！你们可以到阿叔村里歇几天，等界桥修好了再走。
We need to do this to save a life, which is why I'm begging you.
作死的拦不住，再往下游走，河道左拐的地方有一片沼泽，人倒能趟过去。但是，
我怎么没听说过？
也是最近1-2年才有的事儿。心急要被鱼刺卡，阿叔不会骗你们的，还是等水退了乘船过河吧。
这个阿叔说的有道理，你一路都在喘气，就算你不愿去村里歇息，我们还可以绕回去关城。
We cannot afford any delays. I look at Xiaojiang anxiously. She is still unconscious on Gojian's back. Although the jade fish amulet is keeping her life hanging by a thread, anyone would be half dead by now if they, like her, could not eat or drink for a few days.
年轻人就是不拿命当回事儿，你们自己多小心啊！
Thank you very much, sir. We will be on our way. Ajo, I'm sorry, but I cannot wait any longer.
大王非凡，足以成国之重。罪臣没有资格反对大王的命令。
Okay, bitter. This is not in order. Gojian turns around to look at me, and I look back at him with an expression of sincerity as if the words had come from my heart. No matter what becomes of our relationship, I would never be able to put on airs in front of him. I know that the harder I push on, the heavier the burden is for you, but Xiaojiang is getting worse and worse.
知道。瞧你气成这样子。
He mumbles as he lifts Xiaojiang higher up on his back, and with long strides, he starts in the direction of the swamp. Get out, me swamp! I secretly let out a sigh of relief and quicken my pace to catch up with him. The swamp is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Although the waters are not deep, the currents from the river have made them muddy. The forest canopy casts dark shadows all around us, and it is hard to watch our steps, making it difficult to walk. Surrounded by rotten trees as far as my eyes can see, I am starting to become depressed.
走不到天黑，从现在开始就得想办法落脚了。
Camp here?
天黑了之后就辨不清方向了。倒是能看见幽魂山鬼，你敢不敢走啊？
I'm not afraid. You can't scare me.
哦，那这个大王怕不怕？
Gojian turns around with a snake covered in colorful patterned scales and is as thick as a hempen rope. He takes it and waves it in front of me. Be careful with that.
放心吧，没毒。
Saying this, he tosses the snake quite a ways from us. Bro, you did not need to do that to the snake. This man is more like a wild man than the king of a kingdom.
不然大王以为我是怎么活过这3年的？
Feeling a sense of guilt, I lower my head and stare at my feet. The life of a king who has become a slave is not just fraught with hardships, but it is also one filled with loneliness, as there would be no one willing to lend a helping hand. What would it be like for a person who has, ever since birth, led a life of luxury to now lead such a miserable life of humiliation? What's more, he has not once complained about it to Ayu. From the hardships that I've experienced since I began this journey, I think I can understand him a bit better now. So did our dad make him a slave? But didn't he kill or indirectly kill our dad? So then the prime minister made him a slave or something? I don't know.
这种时候，野人比国君派得上用场。
I'm not... Erg, why is the sacred seal hurting at a time like this?
阿玉，你怎么了
？35年，生意何欢？
I blink my eyes as my consciousness returns. I realize that if Gojian had been a split second slower, I would have fallen into the mud. Just tripped. I'm fine. I secretly clutched the jade fish at my waist. Although it was only for a brief moment, the bitter animosity that I felt just then makes me tremble.
35年，生意何欢？35年，生意何欢？35年，生意何欢？
Get lost. Suddenly, it feels like there's someone grabbing hold of my hand. My eyes widen to find Gojian at my side. I'm fine.
逞什么强？你需要休息。
Without another word, Gojian pulls me under a big tree. I cannot refuse him when he is so insistent about it. Isn't he carrying Xiaojian? Like, the floating island that he has us sitting on makes me a little anxious. The ground shifts a little, but does not sink.
你的手是不是受伤了？
I open my palm without thinking. It is covered in traces of blood that have taken the shape of the amulet.
你是傻子吗？
He frowns as he treats my wounds. I watch him bend over my injury and am reminded of our innocent days when we were just Ayu and Ajo. Those were the days when our troubles were far away from us as the clouds in the sky. They were such beautiful but short-lived days.
你看上去很累了，睡吧。
I am reminded of the voice just now and shake my head. I heard all over, so I don't think I'll be able to fall asleep. Let's just chat.
你以前就特别重视这块鱼。
A friend gave it to me when we were children. Oh, okay. It was his clan token and can drive out evil.
那位朋友一定很重视你。
Maybe. Shortly after giving me this jade amulet, he passed away. To this day, I don't know if he died for Ng or for me.
身为王子，国家和个人本来就没法彻底分开来看。何况，如今你是国君。
You're a king too, though, dude. Or were a king? True. That is what it means to be a king.
听起来却不像是愿意做的事情。
I'm afraid that I haven't performed well.
其实，我认出之前咬着我们不放的人是龙神信徒。
Didn't we realize that?
吴越相邻，当年河驴大动干戈剿灭龙神信徒，我岂会不知？黑衣覆面和刺青是他们的标记。阿玉，跟我说句老实话吧，他们是为报仇而来的吧？
Yes. Mage Shan, the previous head priest of Ng, had intended to unify the Dragon God's followers in an attempt to take over the throne, so we had all of the traitors executed.
这也是逼使你隐瞒女子身份继位的原因吗？早在虎丘山上，我就怀疑你是个女子了。
I'm shocked, and I never thought that he would have suspected me for so long.
你又何须这么惊讶？我们那是太过亲近了。老实说，我到现在也分不清，
Okay,
到底你
relax,
是
dude.
吴王，还是你是个女子。也许最让我震惊的是，你把吴国治理得很好。
Do you really think so?
嗯？
That I managed the kingdom of Ng very well?
真的，我知道这有多难。毕竟，我也曾经是国君。
Why did you not expose my identity as a girl?
因为我觉得，我们是同类。
You're a girl too? Similar?
你认为是你扮成假小子为王荒唐，还是我从国君沦为奴仆更荒唐？世事颠倒无常，仿佛造化弄人，命不由我。但是，我不认命。
I am stunned. Gojian gazes up at the sky that is half covered by trees. The expression in his eyes dazzles me, and I cannot look away. How do you plan on taking control of your destiny?
只要一息尚存，我誓不言休。结果生也好，死也罢，我命由我创。
I can respect that. Hearing him say that, I see myself struggling for my life under those big dragon claws as I let out a long, blood-curdling scream. In that instant, I finally understand why Gojian and I are so similar. We have both tasted the pain of loss too many times to allow our fates to control us, to not struggle against its oppression, to take control of my destiny. Gojian, do you want to return to Yue? Gojian whips his head around to look at me with bright eyes. We stare at each other for quite a while before he finally nods his head.
想，
I can punish you for treason for what you just said.
我本来也有无数种方法可以达成目的。我可以欺瞒你，讨好你，甚至在计划为大王献上西施的时候，我都可以暗中算计你。
Then why haven't you done so?
因为你能明白我，你明白我。正如我知你为王，比常人多出太多苦处。我敬佩你，阿玉。所以，我不愿骗你。
He said, Ayu, not Fuchai, or Your Majesty, but Ayu. Fine. Once we have cured Xiaojian, I will allow you to return to Yue. Gojian wears an expression of disbelief. With eyes opened wide, he quickly kneels down and prostrates himself before me.
戒，感激不尽。
Stop. Don't thank me so hastily. There will be conditions that you must agree to before you can return. The countries north of the river have always despised, yet feared. War will break out sooner or later. Although the kingdom of Chu has been heavily destroyed, its foundations still stand. It is only a matter of time before they retaliate against Ng. You must manage the kingdom of Yue well so that Ng may have another ally. I may regret the decision that I have made today, but I most definitely understand you. Ajo, I want you to take control of your own destiny. Gojian stares at me with his mouth open wide, then finally kneels down once more and bows before me. The pain in my chest slowly fades and I cannot help but smile. This is a gamble, but who is to say that I don't have choices, that I won't be able to take control of my own destiny? Enough. Kneeling and bowing here on this barren and untamed mountain is pretty foolish. Now get up.
也对。
Ha ha ha. Yeah, we're laughing. We sure are laughing. We look at each other and burst out laughing. Oh God. I see you. Having a good time.
怎么了？
I think I hear a strange noise.
我也听到了，越来越近。小心后面！
As I turn around, something smelling of rotting flesh flies at my face. I instinctively reach out and grab it. Huh? It's a snake. I throw the snake down as hard as I can. It is then, as it wriggles nonstop, that I notice that it is black and about 2 feet long. It cannot be. As I draw my sword, several black snakes spring out of the water and come at us like black arrows. With my sword in hand, I could smell the putrid stink of snake blood that seems to permeate all around me. These snakes are far bigger than the ones that first attacked me. If any one of them were to wrap their bodies around us, we would be in serious danger.
怎么越杀越多了？
The strange noise I hear seems to be getting louder and louder. I take a quick glance behind me and see hundreds of the black snakes slithering on the trees and rotten logs that barely stay afloat due to their weight. From a distance, it looks as if the swamp is boiling.
快跑！
Gojian throws Xiaojian over his shoulders and grabs my hand as we flee the floating island. Do you know which direction we need to go?
来不及仔细看了，凭感觉吧。
The bottom of the swamp is very soft, and we seem to sink deeper into the ground with each step that we take. We would have been too tired to move if we hadn't been for a short reprieve, although we are not much better off now for it. Duck! Goose! I slash at a snake that is as thick as a child's thigh. Mud and snake blood splash onto my face. Ew. But I have no time to wipe it off. With a backslash, I kill yet another enemy of unknown origin. Gojian seems to be in no better shape than I. A black snake falls onto his shoulders, and that nearly causes him to slip into the water. And he's carrying Xiaojiang, I think, so...
这肯定是那位二叔说的沼泽精怪。
You don't say. Would normal snakes gather like this to kill us? We are unable to take a break due to the mountains of snakes. After killing an endless number of snakes, the trees thin out some, and I can finally see more ground than just the floating island.
看来不远了，再坚持一下。
Something isn't right. Can you feel it?
攻击我们的大蛇变少了。等等，他们在拼命向前游。
Are they planning a frontal attack?
一群臭蛇有那么聪明吗？
That's my question too. My legs shake a little. I squint my eyes to better see what the snakes are congregating. I notice a dark clump of bush that seems to grow taller and clearer the closer I get. Once I see its smooth, slippery belly more clearly, a black python that is a few hundred feet long comes charging right at us. What? Gojian pushes me away, and with one slash, he gives the python a horizontal gash to its belly. Unexpectedly, the giant python doesn't bleed from the cut. Its belly gushes even more huge snakes. There are a countless number of black snakes wriggling in its belly as the wound closes before our very eyes like it had never been wounded in the first place. This unnatural scene is making our hair stand on end.
龙神信徒。
We look past the snake to see a few figures in black standing on higher ground, playing a strange and accursed song. Their bodies emit a black smoke-like aura that seem to follow the eerie chant as it enters the giant black python.
果然是他们在搞鬼。
Let's cut off the snake's head.
信徒交给你了。
Before finishing his sentence, he flings Xiaojiang at me and rushes at the giant python with a slash.
臭蛇，冲我来啊！
I tighten my hold on Xiaojiang as I grit my teeth and run in the other direction. Neither of us can defeat such a strange monster. Our only way to win is to rid it of its source, the Dragon God's followers. Ajo must have also thought of this, which is why he is trying to bait the snake. If I were to worry about him and turn back, I would be betraying his trust in me. We are already at the edge of the swamp. All we need is this last-ditch effort. Suddenly, a person in black lets out a strange scream.
什么？
Gojian's exclamation shocks me, and I turn around. The swamp floor starts to bubble as hundreds of black snakes leap up. In the blink of an eye, they join together with the giant python and begin charging straight at me.
快跑！
The giant python comes at me like the wind, and there's no time for me to make an escape. A strong sense of dissatisfaction rises within me, and my tired body suddenly perks up with energy. With one thrust, I stab my sword into the pitch-black belly of the python. If only I had this kind of courage when I was faced with that giant white beast 5 years ago. I'll take control of my destiny. I cut open the belly of the python with my sword, and it gives a howl of anger. It then opens its mouth wide and rushes at me. Whoa. Suddenly... Oh, it's loud. Suddenly, hundreds of swords rise from the water around me and pierce through the giant python. With just one attack, the water swords manage to shred the monster into thousands of pieces. We already know who it is. Splatters of mud fly onto my face as I stand there in a daze. Was that snake monster made out of mud? And what were those swords of water? Like an unstoppable tornado, water swords fly majestically through the sky towards the giant snake which is attacking Gojian. He looks rather calm to be doing his attack. A mesmerizing figure in white dances gracefully. His sword strokes are so fast that they look like flashes of lightning. His long sleeves sway like the long tail of that big, beautiful fish that frequents my dreams. It all seems so unbelievable against the tragic backdrop of mud and blood. My vision starts to blur from the sprays of water and mud as I watch the giant snake get cut into thousands of pieces by the water swords. The followers let out wretched screams before falling dead as their evil souls leave their bodies. We are saved. My body goes limp like a ball falling from midair, and I tumble to the ground. But I stare forlornly at the figure in white as I am overcome with a feeling of familiarity. He is clearly... Gojin rushes to my side, but a pair of strong and fair hands are one step ahead of him. They gently pick me up into their embrace. Uh-oh. He got competition. But the problem solved, a long-forgotten feeling of security overcomes me as my consciousness slowly fades. Someone sighs softly in my ear. It's kind of gross. Don't do that.
阿玉，莫怕。
Chapter 4.
阿玉，诸神仪式太过凶险，我虽然希望你别参加，但是这事非姬无子孙不可。
Okay, hold on. Let's take a break for a second. Save there. Alright, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. So go stretch, go grab some water, go grab some food, whatever you need. I'll be back. Alright, back from the break. Let's continue this. Okay, so... Young Yiguan, are you too dangerous for you to attend the ritual to kill the dragon god? I hope you will be spared, but I know that it is of the utmost importance that every member of the royal family attend. Even though we were like 14 at the time, no biggie. The head priest has already informed me of the dangers. Since you are not afraid, I need to be just as brave as you.
就知道你会这样说。来，这个给你。
Isn't this the jade fish amulet that never leaves your side?
余玉寄宿着玉灵，我自少以无礼供养，他的力量早已不逊于我。
You're the childhood friend. Isn't that supposed to be given to your future yin fish as a token of love? Why are you giving it to me?
若有什么万一，余玉能救你的命。
Then that's all the more reason why I should not take it. What will happen if your powers aren't enough when you are alone on Tiger Hill?
必须先在太湖把龙神精魂封入大鼎，才会运到虎丘以见证加固的。我这边没那么危险，你就拿去吧。阿玉，就当是安我的心。等秋季结束后，你再还我，好不好？
Since you feel that way, fine.
今之所愿，唯望阿玉平安。
Sunlight? After a few days of continuous rain and gloomy skies, the warm and gentle sunlight is especially comforting. If only it wasn't so bright. Wait, where am I? Hold on. Xiaojiang is gonna die. I tumble out of bed and look around. It seems that I am alone in a simple, tidy wooden hut. The smell of medicinal herbs hangs in the air. I find that all my wounds have already been treated, and even my usual ailments are not giving me as much pain as they normally do. I take in my surroundings with suspicion. I cannot find my sword. Left with no choice, I pick up a stick that is lying next to the door and give it a few practice swings. Good, this should be helpful. With what? Wait a minute, where's Ajo and Xiaojiang?
哎呀，小哥你醒了。
A plainly dressed village woman appears. She pulls down her broom and comes to greet me warmly.
你肚子肯定饿了，阿姐给你做鱼羹，你快先回屋歇着啊。
Thanks, you're so nice. Wait a minute, Mrs. I suddenly feel something holding me back. Looking down, I see that I'm surrounded by the village children. They eye me with curiosity.
去，把客人吓着了。先生下次不给糖吃了啊。
The village children disperse like a school of small fish and laugh as they run away. I put down my stick awkwardly. Mrs., can you please tell me where I am?
这是祝罗村呐。
Zulo village? Is there a doctor by the name of Shi here? Man, that's a tongue twister.
小哥，这就是西子的家呀。
This thing? I look around the area to see a simple and clean courtyard surrounded by a few wooden huts. In the middle of the courtyard lay a few bamboo sieves. On them are strange plants and insects that were left out to dry. This really does look like the residence of a doctor. The village woman continues to explain.
你们几个被先生从沼泽救了回来，身上都有伤，睡了好几天呢。那沼泽有精怪，你们遇到了先生，
Bro,
运气真是好的不得了。
a few days? Chenfeng must be mad worried, like... That's true. Do you know where the two people who were with me are? Mrs., have you seen them?
那是当然啦。
The village woman takes out a piece of cloth from her pocket and hands it to me.
这是你那位兄弟让我转交给你的，他昨天一早就离开村子了。
Anxiously, I unfold the cloth. On it is a message from Gojian. Ayu, I'm going to the border town to look for the others. Please trust me and wait here for me. Ajo.
那个小妹嘛，一两句话说不清楚，你跟我来。
The village woman brings me to a hut and takes out a bunch of keys.
这穷乡僻壤的，倒也不是防贼，主要是怕村里那些小毛头不懂事，不是故意把人锁起来的。
Who's the village idiot? I gotta meet the village idiot. She unlocks the door while apologizing to me. What the? It is dark in the hut, and after my eyes adjust to the darkness, I'm greeted with a shocking sight. Xiaojing seems to be floating in midair. Her arms, which had been curled tightly in front of her, are now lying by her sides. The ominous dagger that she had been holding is also suspended in midair, and is now dangling tip down directly over her heart. If it falls but a few inches, it will pierce her heart. There's a bird engraved on the dagger with gems for eyes, and they gleam sinisterly. It feels like it is trying to read my mind. The village woman suddenly pulls me back as I am about to take a step in. She has a lot of strength for someone so petite. Her one yank forces me to take a few steps backwards.
千万别进去，会碰乱那些线的。
Strings? It is then that I notice something shiny as it reflects the light coming in through the door. It is one of the many strands of silver string that are tightly strung all over the hut. It is also these silver strings that are holding up the girl and the dagger, making them look like they are floating in midair upon first glance.
先生交代过，在小妹醒来之前，碰不得那些线。
What did we just walk into? Saying this, the village woman locks the doors and hands the keys over to me with a smile.
不过她说，等你看过了之后，就把钥匙给你。你想看随便看，就是千万别再踩进去了。
Thank you, Mrs. And where's Mr. Shishi?
他去河边清洗草药了。你从院子出去，顺着左边的小路下坡，就能看到了。
Thank you. After thanking the village woman, I turn around and run out of the courtyard.
找到他了，就赶紧回来喝鱼羹啊！
Is it because I feel well rested, or because the medicine he gave me was so effective that my body feels as light as a feather? It has been many years since I felt this way. Even my heart feels like it was soaring. The footpath goes downhill, and I can already smell the faint scent of water. Look at the flick of the wrist. Suddenly, a thought crosses my mind. I slow down my pace. My life starts to flash before my eyes as if I were on the brink of death. Everything that happened in my past feels so unreal. Although I cannot deny that we were indeed saved by a man named Shi Shi, visions of a man dressed in white while standing amid that black, swampy water come to my mind. I cover my mouth in amazement. It's not possible. This must be the illusion that one has before they die. Ever since the nightmares about what happened at Lake Tai began, the image of that person keeps appearing in my mind. That must be why I am seeing a vision of him as my rescuer. That must be it. After all, when I went to the sword pond 5 years ago and saw the place filled with dead bodies, among them was it? As I try to piece the past events together in my mind, I become more and more confused as to what really happened. Amid the chaos in my mind, one assumption seems clear. If only that person were alive. I run like the wind to the riverside. Next to an old tree that is half submerged in water, I see a familiar figure with his back turned towards me, his head lowered. He is staring at 2 mounds of dirt that are under a tree. I hold my breath and slow down my pace as my vision begins to blur. In front of me is a man with hair fluttering lightly in the breeze. He carries with him an air of gentle dignity, just like my childhood dreams which have disappeared and have never returned.
阿玉，
The man turns around and faces me with a warm smile. A refreshing breeze blows from the direction of the river, and all the hardships that I've faced these past 5 years seem to disappear in it. The only thing I can remember is our final moments together, and Yiguang's beautiful, gentle smile. Today, I finally see for myself in that pair of calm, bright eyes, a thin, fair village man. Although I have changed since then, he is still as perfect as the day we first met. If this is a dream, please don't wake me up.
阿玉，
Wait, so how old was he when he first met us?
几年不见，你可别是变傻了。
Yiguang opens his arms as he teases me, welcoming me like he did in our youth and making me feel like I had never left his side. I choke on my emotions as I punch his chest with all my might.
我，阿玉，你用得着这么大力吗？
His eyes are really nice. I thought you had died. Unable to control myself, I burst into tears. Lost in my anger, the turbulence of many mixed emotions turns into a violent storm within my heart. Suddenly, I am taken back to 5 years ago, to the bloody event that happened at Lake Tai. Seeing the ground at the sword pond covered with fresh blood and corpses, I had torn my vocal cords with an ear-piercing scream. I had once thought that killing the dragon god would be well worth the sacrifice, but little did I know that the price would be so heavy. To secure the spirit of the dragon god, my father had reinforced the sword pond by cruelly sacrificing all of the people in the Shi clan. Bro, our dad is freaking evil. What is this? When I rummaged through the mountain of corpses like a madman for Yi Guang's remains, I felt like I, too, had died. As ever, I failed to save anyone. Never have I managed to keep those most near and dear to me. Why, of all people in the world, do I survive? Oops. Sorry, so sorry.
为什么要道歉？
I couldn't get to Tiger Hill in time to save you. I'm sorry. Bro got eyelashes.
这根本不关你的事，何必苛责自己？
My head is hurting and I'm feeling dizzy. It almost feels like I'm dying again. Yi Guang lets out a sigh, then lifts my lowered head. He takes his sleeve and gently dries my tears. Under his calm and quiet gaze, I slowly regain my composure. Yi Guang,
冷静些了吗？阿玉，我需要你听我说话。当年，早在秋季前，我阿娘已通过卦象卜知诸神之事凶多吉少。你我早知龙神是邪魔外道，一旦他吸取了足够多的姬无魂力而邪法大成，世上就难逢敌手。届时覆灭的，又何止你我两族？我爹娘族人始知诸神，为的是心中大义，哪怕最后劫数难逃，仍是我们的抉择。正如你们因为自己的抉择付出了代价。
our choice to follow the dragon god in the first place? I gaze into Yi Guang's clear, bright eyes and am amazed at how they hold no trace of deception.
我还活着，阿玉，你也一样。我不记恨任何人。
I am speechless, but I know that everything he has said was from his heart. Yi Guang had always been a generous and broad-minded person. My torrid emotions finally calmed down as I sob and rub my nose. I eye Yi Guang's sleeve with embarrassment. It is now messy with my snot and tears. Yi Guang waves his hands in an act of casual dismissal.
我还以为你要直接哭断气呢。
What a dumb thing to say. I start to laugh, and Yi Guang joins in the laughter. With everything that happened that day at the sword pond, how did you manage to escape?
阿娘心软，舍不得我一同陪葬，暗中托付族中的一位大佬。万一不测，便施法使我假死，并带离吴国。后来我们隐姓埋名，辗转到了此地，就有了你今日所见的西施。
So I see.
大致情况我已听勾践说了。想不到，来求医的原来是你和越王啊。
And the Princess of Qi as well. I thought you already knew.
几天前，一个旧病人来信，请我为他的朋友治怪病。我早知这人出身不低，却没想到，他口中的朋友就是你们。直到感应到余玉靠近。
Your old patient should be a relative of Go Jian, so you rushed to the swamp because of the jade fish amulet?
余玉几乎算我的分身。感应到他在附近时，我还吃了一惊呢。
5 years ago, when you gave me this amulet, did you know what was going to happen?
有隐约的预感，但未卜先知如我阿娘，又如何呢？ 这世间人做事啊，许多时看的都不只是后果。
That is true. It never stopped my father, nor I, from trying to break the sacred vow, not even when we knew that it would be as difficult as becoming a god.
昨日之事不可留。
You really don't care about what happened? Yiguang smiles as he turns to look at the earthen mounds beneath the tree.
去年，那位大佬辞世了，我把他葬到我爹娘的衣冠冢旁边，得闲时，来与他们话话家常。斯人已逝，与人世间切断了联系。活着的人，又何必强留住那些爱恨往事？
So true.
用来束缚自己的人生呢？
I gaze at the 2 mounds of dirt as the river continues to flow endlessly next to me. It seems like I'm the only one holding on to all the hatred and suffering. While I don't want to be tied down by my destiny, I cannot escape its chains. If only there were more easygoing people like you in the world.
戏子，不好了！
阿忠嫂，
放着小妹和剑的屋子在震呢。
知道了。
What the? When we reach the courtyard, we can hear a strange bestial sound coming from the wooden hut that Xiaojiang is in. Some of the roof thatching on it has even fallen off. As I take out the keys, Yiguang waves his hand and the door opens with a whoosh. The once tranquil light in the hut has now turned bizarre. A thick fog escapes the room and engulfs me, making me feel nauseous and dizzy. The once motionless Xiaojiang starts to struggle as the dagger inches closer to stabbing her in the heart. Oh no. Yiguang reaches for the silver string and immediately, blood pours from his fingertips, dyeing the silver string red.
好，从天坠者，从地出者，服！
As the spell falls from his lips, the silver string starts to glow a pale green. In an instant, the thick fog and the bestial sounds stop, as everything returns to the peaceful state it had once been. Yiguang enters the hut and nods his head to me.
人没事，放心吧。
I don't believe you. Just now, was that normal?
不正常。我在屋中布下2种咒术，一个是银线逆引之术，能引导少将散逸的魂力回体。通常2种咒术都不会有什么动静，除非……
Yiguang holds the dagger gingerly as he becomes lost in his thoughts. Unless it is the work of the dagger? I, too, was nearly harmed by its evil aura.
嗯？这把短剑并不是邪物，而是神器才对。
Sacred artifact?
对，它的巫力很强，与那座封神的德鼎相比，也能齐半。
I'm speechless. To think of my endless search for such a strong artifact, and it was right in front of me this whole time. Hey, Jirachi! You're not missing a day one. I don't know. I think this will probably be just a 2-day thing, depending on how long the rest of the chapters are. Because we can only... The developers say we can only stream up to the end of chapter 10 of the common route. So unfortunately, we won't be able to see any of the endings. But we can still enjoy our time with these handsome men. We were always under the impression that the dagger was the medium of a curse. But if she is not under the curse of this dagger, why hasn't she woken up? Yeah, so per the devs, they don't want I guess the gameplay being out like that, so people can like purchase the game for themselves and then play the rest of the routes. I know some devs do that regarding permissions for streaming. I think in the future they're planning on slowly releasing the routes for stream/recording. I know their other game, you can stream it fully now. I think because it's been long enough for them.
根据我对巫邪那伙人的了解，他们施术把少将的神魂困在血迹阵中， 而这血祭阵正在试试他的魂力，亦是使他昏迷的原因。
This is the first time you've heard of something like this, or probably because you've only played normie games. Yeah, normie games, they don't care. They're big enough. Like, I know some little indie devs have permissions. I think especially from like from the non-Western world, they have like permissions. They probably put Xiaojiang's soul in the human sacrificial array to feed on the power that is needed to sustain her. Wait, what? According to what I know, to feed on the power that is needed to sustain her body. That's why she hasn't woken up yet. A human sacrificial array?
对，血祭阵难成之处在于，它以众咒者的血为媒介，结阵于神魂上。以外力贸然破阵的话，
It's
恐怕会误伤神
literally
魂。
sucking the life out of this girlie.
如果没有那把神剑护体，少将走在众咒时就已被夺走身魂了。
So that's why the followers did not kill her. No, even if they had tried, they might not have succeeded.
那把剑和鱼玉一样拥有气灵，也会护佑其主。
But back then, the amulet protected me from an evil aura. If this dagger is so powerful, why doesn't it help Xiaojiang?
恐怕失数的龙神信徒也付出了极大代价，才强行突破了剑灵的防御吧。
From what Zundan told me, it takes 3 lives. This is really strange. The followers must have known her real identity if they were after Xiaojiang specifically. But why are they still chasing after her even after getting what they wanted? And why are they still using the human sacrificial array?
确实，他们布阵试试魂力必有所图。或许症结出在了少江身上。
With that said, was Xiaojiang's disappearance on Tiger Hill really a coincidence? The more we dig into this matter, the more confusing it gets. It looks like we have to wait until Xiaojiang wakes up to understand this better. So, is there anything we can do to save her from the array?
只要他的魂力聚集起来，借银线阵之助，就能靠自己的巫力破阵了。
Her own magic?
阿玉，你不知少江是巫女吗？她修为还不错呢。
After learning that the dagger was a sacred artifact, I didn't think there would be a piece of more shocking news. Yi Guang sighs and presses his index finger on Xiaojiang's forehead. A white light emits from where he is pressing as the silver strings shimmer all around us. It is then that I realize that Xiaojiang doesn't look as withered as before. She now looks like she has simply fallen asleep. Her rosy cheeks stand out against her dark hair and fair complexion. Although she is still a little childlike, she is quite the beauty. She is beautiful, a powerful mage, and the favorite princess of the King of Qi. If I was really a man, I would be happy to have attained such a treasure. Don't need to call her that. Sigh.
我渡给了少江一些巫力，但杯水车薪，治本之法，仍要他本人以神魂破阵。不过，刚刚似乎是有外力催动了他体内的血气阵，才出了那番异变。
Could it have been the Dragon God's followers?
应该是。
Yi Guang must have felt that something was wrong as he wears a stern expression. What's the matter?
村外的守阵被人触动了。
I don't understand what has happened, but I chase after him as he flies out the door. We run back to the bank of the river. There are already quite a few villagers gathered here. As they point at the opposite bank, the children run around underfoot as they join in on the fun. Following the gaze of the others, I look to the opposite bank. Oh my god, it's follower A and follower B, my favorite characters. Yi Guang, we need to get everyone to safety.
别担心，他们闯不进我布在村子四周的守阵。
Saying that, he points to a softly glowing string that runs along the bank of the river. Is that the protective spell?
对，我和大佬当初为防有邪物闯进村中，合力布下了守护阵。那天救回你们后，我猜信徒还会再来，便特意针对他们惯用的巫法加固了阵法。
Man's prepared. But they have a lot of people. Are you sure about this?
守阵常年被地脉灵力滋养，无碍。就算没有守阵，我也不把他们放在眼里。
Geniuses are all so proud. Nothing. The leader of the followers takes a step forward and points at me. Is he picking me out for a demonstration?
他手中好像拿了些什么。
I walk closer to the riverbank with caution. Oh, it's the bird on the hilt of that blade. He lifts a pale green jade amulet that is made even more eye-catching by the followers' black attire in the background. That is Chen Feng's amulet.
好，进去。
Well, With an exaggerated wave of his hand, swords of water magically rise up from the river and fly toward the enemy. The leader of the group gives a sinister sneer as a sudden puff of smoke seems to swallow them where they stand. Hand flourished. The spectators give a gasp of surprise. The water swords turn back into water after passing through the smoke. Once that smoke dissipated, there was no trace of the men in black. Yi Guang, give me back my sword. Chen Feng and I were on the boat when we were attacked and got separated. He must have been captured by those villains.
也可能是个故弄玄虚的陷阱。如果他们只是为了抓你，用陈峰本人做诱饵，岂不更好？
I know, but you cannot expect me to do nothing, can you?
陈峰也是我的朋友，他出事我怎会坐视不理？
Is he?
如果真的落到信徒手上，我一探便知。
Can you? I didn't mean it that way.
我明白，但你的身子虚得很，需要好好调理。
Yi Guang looks at me sternly. I feel guilty, like a different patient who has not followed her doctor's order. A difficult patient, wow, who has not followed her doctor's orders. Fine, you have a point. I will stay here in the village.
放心，我不会和他们正面冲突的。乡亲们，你们也别出村或者下田了。刚刚那群是妖怪，很危险。
哎呀，原来不是变戏法的呀
Man, what do you mean? The rest of the villagers are none the wiser as they laugh and chat about what happened just now. I'm the only one who is worried. My god, this village. Yi Guang waves at us. He taps his foot lightly on the water and sails gracefully across the river to the other side. Inside the hut, I anxiously walk in circles until my head starts to hurt and I begin to feel dizzy. The waning moonlight is faint, and the flickering candlelight irritates me. But if Guanjian went to look for Chen Feng, but Chen Feng is captured or like whatever, then is Guanjian ever coming back? So is waiting here really the best option? I've been listening to the silence of the courtyard since sundown. Mrs. Zong left after washing the utensils. There are no masters or servants in this village, so she only comes to help me when she's free. Oh, to help when she's free. It's getting late now, and yet there's no sign of Yi Guang. Something is not quite right. That sound. Could it be Xiaojian? I think so. I quickly take out the key, only to find that there is no lock on the door, and an ominous red glow can be seen coming through a large crack in it. I look through the crack. I see the dagger swaying right above Xiaojian's chest. The tip of its blade seems to be lowering bit by bit. Were they trying to lure Yi Guang just now by the riverbank? No, there is no time to waste. I cannot let that blade hurt Xiaojian. A peal of eerie laughter resounds throughout the hut. The gems on the carved animal hilt of the dagger look alive, and, like real eyes, they seem to roll as they look right at me.
残生无念， 如死了。
You got a point. It's you again.
你谁也救不了，你连你自己都救不了。
I get lost.
盼望最长，不比家亡。
What's the betrayal though? What? The red light coming from the room is getting more and more intense. The gems that are like eyes melt under the red light and drip down the dagger like blood. The blood-like liquid drips onto Xiaojiang's body and turns into flames. The beautiful mage, the sacred dagger, the hut, everything is going up in flames. The chilly night wind makes me shiver as I stare at the hut in front of me. Its doors are locked and nothing seems out of place. I slap myself. I seem to be awake. Was that just a dream just now? Worried, I take the keys hanging at my hip and go into the hut to see Xiaojiang. I slap myself. What? The dagger that is pointing at her chest suddenly bursts into flame. Okay, not this again. It just keeps looping. We keep slapping ourselves. Xiaojiang and the dagger start to shake. Xiaojiang struggles while dangling in midair and then falls to the floor with a loud thud. Her body is now tangled up in the strings like a wooden puppet, and it twists her in the most unnatural ways. The strings cut into her soft, white flesh, making her bleed. She whimpers as she struggles. No way. If this continues, Xiaojiang will die. Xiaojiang, I'm coming. Don't move. Trying to endure the pain from the sacred seal, I start to pull on the intertwining silver strings with my bare hands. Every one of them cuts deep into my palms like a knife until my hands are in shreds. Ugh. Need to cut the strings. I watch the dagger hang in front of me as it starts to quiver and emit a cold light. If you're really a sacred artifact that is meant to protect her, then let me use you to save her. I must save her before I collapse from the pain. Hiya! Where are we now? Where am I? Chapter 5. Slap myself! Slap myself! The earth belongs to the living, and everything deep beneath it belongs to the dead. As souls cross the river Styx, they belong to the underworld. The vow that the ancestors of the king of made with the dragon god was indeed to give their bodies and souls to him, but it said nothing on the deep pain of being swallowed, nor that they would dissolve into nothingness. Our kingdom literally fell for a cult then. I never thought that I'd have the chance to go to the underworld when I die. Too bad they don't welcome new residents, as their city gates are tightly closed. So great is the number of decaying corpses and skeletons that they are like waves of a turbulent river as they crash non-stop against the city gates. Their cries and wails rise up incessantly. There seems to be fire and black smoke outside of these gates, but I cannot smell anything. Why does the underworld resemble a battlefield? A thunderous roar pierces the red sky as a fierce and gigantic monster with the face of a man and the body of a goat comes charging at the city gates. His whole body emits an evil aura. He causes bits of brick and dust to fly everywhere, but the city gates do not budge. The impact does not even cause a crack as the endless city wall stands there motionless. The monster roars at the sky. Two balls of flame appear from the top of the wall and push back the creature. It appears that the two balls of flame are actually two big golden red birds. One of the birds has a rider on it. Oh. The monster lifts its weird and terrible man-like face as its monstrous roar turns into a ghastly human voice.
等你肉身死掉，无力断绝，剑魂也自然是神君的。
Could this be... A malicious gust of wind comes at me from behind, but I manage to dodge it. Somehow, I feel something slice the back of my hand, like a rusty sword's edge. The perpetrator of the sneak attack is a corpse dressed in tattered armor. His skin is deathly pale and decaying, while his movements are sluggish and unnatural. Why is someone trying to kill me when I'm already dead and at the gates of the underworld? I try to find a weapon, but all I can see is a scorched and barren land with nothing on it but smoke, sand, and huge piles of corpses that are as tall as mountains. Is this really the legendary underworld? I dodge to the side as the undead man, who looks like he's about to collapse, jumps up and comes at me with his sword. Oh. I mean, did we think the underworld was gonna be like some hotel or something like that? Like what? Thank you. Chunfeng? I look at the person who cuts the undead man in half. Although he isn't far away, a cloud of sand that blows in the wind obscures his face. But that figure is clearly...
魂龟!
The voice is loud and clear, and as soon as it speaks, a large pale green fish leaps up from the ground at my feet. It rolls me up in its long tail and swims high into the sky. Wait, Chunfeng, he... Well, the scene from the underworld disappears, but... Ah!
Ayu!
Pain. Terrible pain. The sacred seal on my chest hurts like it is tearing at my flesh. The pain this time is very unusual. A strong smell and taste of blood is spreading through my mouth, like something that is growing and is about to burst forth. That's pretty gross. The feeling of a clear stream seems to flow from my forehead and gushes into my body. It gradually stops the pain. I open my eyes to see Yi Guang stretching his arm out with 2 fingers pressed against my forehead. A pale green glow can be seen where his fingers are touching me. Huff, huff. Thank you. I'm fine now.
你这样有多久了?
Forever. After I inherited the sacred seal, this would happen occasionally, but had started becoming more frequent a year ago. Suddenly, I feel like something is not right, and tear open my clothes. I'm too shocked to say anything. The 5-petal marking of the seal was originally bright red, but now one of the petals has turned black, like a rotting lump of clotted blood. Ew. That's disgusting. I had seen with my own eyes Father's sacred seal just before he died. It looked like a charred black flower that was about to wither on his chest. How much time do I have left?
我不知道.
Don't know? You were part of the Shi clan that held the position of head priest in Ung for generations. I pull on Yuguan's sleeve. The taste of blood is getting stronger.
历代先王死因皆不相同，神盟一变化也没有规律可循。
I cannot die. We cannot die yet. If the dragon god obtains our soul, he can break out of the ding. Yiguang pulls me into a strong embrace. I realize that my hands are trembling terribly. Then a drop or two starts trickling down my cheeks, and soon, before I know what is happening, my whole face is covered in tears.
阿玉，我不会让你死的。若问我对过去5年有什么悔恨，我应该留在你身边。
Should have came to find me then, buddy. What nonsense. At that time, I did not have the power to protect him, but... Yiguang, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die.
我知道，我一定会让你活下去的。
My God.
我会治好少江，也会想办法阻止神盟印恶化。阿玉，相信我。
Okay, voice actor.
嘘，睡吧，我在这里一直陪着你。
A gentle tune plays softly in my ears. Ever since he was young, Yiguang had always been able to sing. He couldn't even make serious and monotonous chants sound like the sweet songs of nature. Although I don't know what song he is singing now, it sounds so melodious and contemplative, as if he were longing for someone. I think back to the days when we were at the Ung Palace by the river, with the beautiful and gentle head priest and priestess, and my 3 older brothers. We should let bygones be bygones, as Yiguan once said. However, this song reminds me of those beautiful times when I could still sleep in peace. Yi Guang, too, has never forgotten those times. I wake up just as dawn is breaking. I find Yi Guang leaning against the headboard of my bed in a sitting position, with eyes closed as if in a trance. It looks like he had kept his word and kept me company the whole night. There are thousands of things going through my mind right now, like, what are the countermeasures that we need to take going forward, and what of my approaching death? Man. In the end, I just lie awake in bed, trying to trace the lines of this beautiful person's face that seems to glow under the morning sunlight. I wish time would just stop right now.
醒了。
Yi Guang opens his eyes and looks alert. Did you not get any sleep last night?
睡了一会儿。来，阿忠嫂做了新鲜的咸肉粥，趁热吃。
Although I have no appetite, I don't want to waste Mrs. Dong's efforts, so I force down that bowl of porridge spoon by spoon. The porridge is fragrant and delicious. It had been boiled to a smooth consistency together with salted meat and fresh vegetables, and it leaves a warm feeling in my tummy as I drink it down. It makes me feel so alive.
好吃吧？
I nod my head. The despair that I feel is being washed away.
先生吃炸虾了，说我自己钓的。
Ooh, I love fried shrimp. Hold on. Give me some of that.
大牛，你给我回来！对不住啊，先生，他吵着你们说话了。
诶，这个新来的哥哥怎么又受伤了？
The village child eyes my wounded hands with curiosity. Suddenly, I hear a clatter from outside the door as 5 or 6 heads pop into view. Some are old and some are young, but they all startle me as they start to titter.
阿婶阿婆们，来都来了。
The children rush in with glee as they take a seat on my bed, and the ladies shuffle in behind them as they smile bashfully at me.
大家就是想看看有没有什么能帮忙的。小哥，有事尽管叫我啊。
Thank you, Mrs. The porridge that you made was really delicious.
阿忠嫂的手艺是越来越好了，有你帮忙，药方都能少开几天了。
哎呀，先生你真会说话，老婆子、小孩子，还有谁是你哄不笑的？
老阿公呗。
哎，混小子，你给我闭嘴！小哥啊，西子医术好，人也好。 你就安心将小妹交给他治，自己多歇着啊。
Yes, I will do as you say, Mrs.
好，好，好，阿姐下午给你烧鱼吃。大伙儿，咱也别吵着小哥休息了，走吧，走吧。
Man, grilled fish sounds nice too. The villagers express their well wishes before filing out of the hut. Now there's just Yi Guang and I. The lively atmosphere seems to linger as Yi Guang leans lazily against the bed. He is clearly enjoying the moment.
啊，村里的大家很能闹腾吧？
It's all good.
想当年我和大佬初到村中，也是多亏了他们的照顾。这些年来，我没有什么可以回报，只能用阿爹教我的那点皮毛给大家看看病。没想到，居然被当成了名医，倒是错有错着了。
I think everyone likes you for who you are, and not just your good doctoring skills.
也对，反正巫术在这里也没什么用，我就用来变戏法了，大受好评呢。
As I gaze at Yi Guang's kind and pleasant smile, I finally come to the clear revelation that he and I have long drifted apart. Our childhood years had been left at the bright and beautiful Ung Palace by the river as time. Like that river flows continuously forward. Yi Guang has a happy life here, and that's enough.
阿玉，
We will wait for Xiaojie to get better, and then we will watch you perform.
承蒙不弃。
For now, let's talk about something more serious. Last night, in my unconscious mind, I went to a place that was dangerous and strange, like the underworld. There, I heard your voice as a big fish pulled me out. That was not a dream, was it? Yi Guang nods with a serious expression on his face.
大鱼是鱼玉的玉魂，我感觉到鱼玉有异样赶了回来。看到你满手血抱着少将，还神魂离体闯进了血祭阵， 便马上驱使御魂带你出阵。
The human sacrificial array. I think back to the corpses on that barren land outside of the city gates and that familiar figure. I suddenly feel the color drain from my face. Did you find Chenfeng yesterday? I saw him in the human sacrificial array. Yiguang is also shocked at the news.
没有，龙神信徒应该没抓到他。我还
Eh? Okay, I don't know what happened there. They describe me in detail what happened last night. Feeling anxious, I take a deep breath and start telling Yiguang about everything that happened last night, leaving nothing out. Starting from the time I had to cut the silver strings to save Xiaojiang until the point when I managed to escape from the human sacrificial array. All the while, Yiguang paces silently in front of the bed as he listens attentively. Actually, let me save. I haven't saved in a bit. And that is what happened. The voice of the person riding on the back of the bird sounded like a girl. Could it have been Xiaojiang? She seems to be preventing the Taotie from breaking down the city gates and entering.
我也这样认为。我曾仔细看过忽悠少江的神剑，剑上刻画了南方朱雀镇压凶兽饕餮的纹样。那两只大鸟，应该是化身为朱雀的剑魂。传说中，饕餮是他的宿敌，龙神信徒也许是借饕餮之形与剑魂相斗，以遏制神剑的神力。
When I recall the dagger's glinting eyes and malicious aura, I can only nod my head in agreement. Then, what was the big city that the Phoenix and Xiaojiang were protecting?
难说。阵中所呈现的景象都是巫力的具现化，可能出于少江、布阵者，甚至是剑魂的意念。
So seeing Chenfeng there, could have just been a projection conjured from my mind?
有可能。你观心则乱，故有所见。意念瞬息万变，你的神魂能直接入阵见到异象，已经是万分难有其一的运气了。
But I didn't do anything. I look at my hands that are covered in bandages and suddenly come up with an answer. Could it be my blood? When I went to grab the dagger, my hands were bloodied and raw, and it is possible that my blood had mixed in with Xiaojiang's.
也许啊，历代吴王身上的神盟印承担着与龙神盟誓的阵法，龙神信徒之力也源自龙神，神盟印与血祭阵自然便是同源。
Which is why my blood allows me to enter and exit the magical array. Yiguang frowns in disapproval as he grows aware of what I'm thinking of doing.
莫想着要入阵救人，只怕会得不偿失。
Why?
你能入阵，是因为龙神的力量，这很有可能是使神盟印恶化的原因。不要再贸然加深你与龙神的联系。
But this is urgent. The Dragon God's followers keep invoking the magical array to attack. Xiaojiang's and even Chenfeng's life may be in danger.
那么你呢，阿玉？你的命呢？
I am well aware of the price of being the king of Ung.
阿玉！
Yiguang suddenly raises his voice. It seems like he is really angry this time. How can I not see how concerned he is for me? But I need to press on. Neither of us are willing to be the first to relent. Yiguang looks at me as the expression in his clear eyes gradually becomes sorrowful.
阿玉，你看着我的眼睛告诉我，你真的不在乎。
Okay, but
我说过我会救你，你不再信我了吗？
I believe him. Of course I believe him. Just as Tengyu believed in all her future possibilities, in the end, they did not come to pass. I don't want to be as helpless as I was 5 years ago. I want to live, to truly live, even if it means that I need to gamble with my life. Yiguang, I believe in you, but I am no longer the Tengyu who was unable to save you. Yiguang gives a long sigh.
我明白了，但我希望你能答应我，不到最后一步，你不会以身犯险。记得孙武先生对我们说过的话吗？ 知己知彼，百战不殆。且让我先去摸清那帮龙神信徒的情况。我已经知道他们如何催动血祭阵，也许很快就能找到稳当的破阵之法。
But there's no more need for you to entangle yourself with the Dragon God.
我永远是你的朋友，阿玉。赌命，亦要做个聪明的赌徒，不要拒绝任何你能得到的帮助。
After everything is said and done, I'm still the one troubling you. My God. Yiguang flicks my forehead. Yiguang?
刚刚那话我不爱听，换一个。
Thank you? He laughs as he lowers his hand.
不谢，因为在我回来之前，你要帮我看顾好祝罗村的乡亲们。
I mean, you're leaving, and we're staying here. What do you mean, sir? You're so sly. Fine, it's a deal. But you need to return my sword to me.
我藏起你的佩剑作甚？恐怕丢在沼泽了。我这有割草的镰刀，你要不将就一下
Yiguang laughs out loud. He has always been so carefree. But I have to admit, his carefree personality is very infectious, and I find myself laughing with him. Bro, look at his eyes smile. So cute. For just one brief moment, I feel like we have gone back in time, but I know the truth. My early years at the Palace by the river are no more. Morning comes and Yiguang departs yet again, and I await his return. I remain in the hut as I wait for any news of him, and the anxiety in my heart, like the waves on the stormy sea, grows higher the longer I wait. Thankfully, Mrs. Zong, who comes to check up on me, is a chatterbox who would talk about anything and everything under the sun. She is a welcome distraction. But it is only halfway through dinner that this peaceful time draws to an abrupt halt. I stop with my chopsticks in midair as I stand up from the table.
小哥
Did you hear that? I just heard a horse neigh.
马？我们村子里只有驴子呀，这么晚，是谁要入村吗？
My God, everyone's about to die. I strain my ears and hear a group of horsemen. Something is not right. Grabbing the sickle by the door, I rush outside. I reach the village entrance by the river. There are already quite a few villagers that have gathered around them with curiosity. It shocks them to see me come running with the sickle as they make way for me. Only one man gets off his horse, and with long strides walks towards me.
阿玉，我回来了。
Man, how many days did that take, sir? Acho, why have you been gone for so many days?
阿玉，快来帮忙！
Are you also here?
我正回来，在路上遇见的，有几个人受伤了。我正要把陈峰带回我家。
Chenfeng? Yiguang and Gojian help a person dismount. It is Chenfeng. I look at him in shock. Chenfeng's eyes are tightly closed. He has lost all consciousness. The wounded people in civilian clothes are the men from the royal guards that were on the ship when we got separated. How did he end up like this?
我离开那晚，在入村的路上遇到他们。那时，陈峰已经是这个样子了，其他人也受了伤。据说，是被龙神信徒一直追击。
大哥，我们在关城等不到您，只好擅自来村子找您。岂料那些人从背后偷袭，还骗咱们说您已经死了。
What nonsense! How could you believe their lies?
陈峰大哥他本来不信的，可对方却拿出了您的佩剑，之后不知道对方用了什么妖法，结果就
Bro, he got mind broken. The soldier then hands a long sword over to me. It is indeed my sword. To think that something I had dropped in the swamp could be used like this. The followers are truly insidiously cunning.
我们人多，又要躲着信徒追击，所以耽误了好几天。倒是又给村里人添麻烦了。
你的决断没错，村子周围有守护阵，龙神信徒没法追进来。
Unless if one of you are a follower.
但陈峰的腹部受了箭伤，而且 快把他搬去我的地方治疗。
Yiguang seldom looks so serious. I quickly follow after Yiguang and the others with my heart stuck in my throat. There's a faint smell of blood in the air. I stare at Chunfeng's pale face as Yiguang examines him. Goujian keeps looking worriedly at me. My face might be as pale as Chunfeng's, but I don't have the luxury to worry about those things. How is Chunfeng?
他的剑伤不伤及要害，我已重新包扎妥当。不过，他神魂离体，你在血迹阵中看到的，恐怕就是本人。
It's those dang followers again. Yiguang nods. Dang it. What do they want?
他们想要神剑和女公子。
I swiftly turn around and glare at Goujian. How do you know?
我们从龙神信徒手中救回陈封时，那个首领放话说，让夫差交出神剑和少将，我们放人。
They basically told us. Okay.
当时我不明白是什么意思，还以为他们在虚张声势。
Ignoring the pain from the wounds on my hand, I clench my fist and slam it down on the table. My seething anger threatens to consume me like the fires of hell.
阿玉，血迹阵究竟是怎么一回事？信徒他们到底要做什么？
How would I know what evil schemes they're devising in their minds? But the sacred dagger that Xiaojiang has is an incredibly strong artifact, and the followers are probably aiming for its power. I briefly tell him about what happened these past few days, but leave out the part about the sacred seal and things related to it. When I am done, Goujian frowns with a troubled look.
杀了女公子，就能毁巫气邦交，得到神剑能巫力大增，好一条一石二鸟的毒计。
They're working very efficiently. Ajo, the dragon god's followers have nothing to do with you, so so you don't have to embroil yourself in this affair.
事到如今，我哪能袖手旁观？更别说这几天的追击战中，龙神信徒恐怕已经记住我了。
The dragon god followers? I hate them to the point of grinding my teeth.
阿玉。
Goujian and I look behind us to see Yiguang pressing 2 fingers to Chenfeng's forehead with a very serious look on his face. The reason why he had been remaining silent just now is because he was using his magic to search for Chenfeng's soul. Don't tell me, Chenfeng is...
神魂尚在，但已变得虚
is
弱。
still there.
陈峰既无巫力，更没神剑护体，再滞留在血迹阵中的话，我怕会魂飞魄散。
His soul will disappear. Suddenly, my legs give out from under me. Luckily, Goujian catches me in time.
阿玉，冷静。依我看，现在优势在我们这方。
The advantage? Where is the advantage? Those guys are using Chenfeng's life to threaten me.
他们为什么要多此一举拉陈峰入阵？这难道不正是事情的转机吗？
越王的意思是，陈峰只是诱饵。
正是。依我推测，龙神信徒本来志在必得，假以时日，终能耗尽女公子魂力，达成目的。岂料西子插手相助，逆转了战事，他们才急了。阿玉，你可千万别咬下这诱饵，否则就要上钩了。
Guess what we're about to do? Are you telling me to sacrifice Chenfeng's life?
我是在建议你按兵不动，有西子在，女公子破阵指日可待。即使敌人的诡计不攻自破，阿玉再救人也不迟。
But Chenfeng might not even last another hour. I tear away my arm that Goujian is holding. Goujian must not have expected me to object so strongly as his face falls.
大王是吴国国君，难道不知孰轻孰重？
够了。
Yiguang stands between Goujian and I as he reaches out and places his hand on my shoulder to give it a comforting squeeze.
越王的话句句在理，却未免太不近人情。陈峰是我和阿玉的童年玩伴，我们不可能见死不救。
先生既是为怀，却不谙权谋诡计。难道你以为把女公子和神剑交出去，龙神信徒就会信守承诺吗？
自然不会。少将是我的病人， 我也不会让他重落歹人之手。
这也不成，那亦不可。先生顺心太久了，只怕今日就要做个取舍。
Do you have any other ideas, Gojian? Like, I'm not going to choose. We'll just sit here. We'll all just sit here. Yiguang, if you have found a spell that will break their magical array, please tell us.
我今天已寻出布阵人，将他击杀，即可强行破阵。但这样做，恐伤少江与陈峰的神魂。
Continue.
不在血祭阵完全消失前把他们的神魂带出，散逸的魂力也引不回来了。
I understand. I'll go into the magical array to save them.
阿玉，就算我不懂巫法，也听得出这事有多危险。你不要命了？
Maybe. Of course not. But I'm determined to do this.
先生也同意帮他做这种荒唐事。
Yiguang, it is impossible for you to deal with the caster while at the same time rescuing Chenfeng and Xiaojian. This is our only option now, and it is absolutely necessary.
哈，可笑我满腔赤诚出谋献计，反倒落了个吃力不讨好的恶名。
Ajo, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. But I'm no longer willing to let anyone, especially those dang followers, control my own destiny. I am not only the king of Ung, but also Ayu, and I will save both Xiaojiang and Chenfeng. Gojiang and Yiguang are both wide-eyed in amazement. Shortly after, Yiguang starts to laugh.
这副模样，倒是我所认识的那个阿玉。
既然如此，那就事不宜迟。先生去击杀布阵人时，我也去和虎贲卫一起守好村子。大家伤得不重，还能战斗。
多谢越王，还是你想的周到。
不用谢，祝罗村也是我越国地界，国君保护自己的臣民，天经地义。
Wait, what was the plan? Oh, just soldiers and you. Okay. If it was not for saving Xiaojiang and Chenfeng, Zulo village would not be suffering like this.
在乱世里，哪都没有绝对的平安可言。这也是一场战争。
You have a point. Let's win this war. I take a deep breath of refreshing mountain air. The cold air helps to calm the beating of my heart. The long and arduous night looms closer.
鄙人西施，受吴王之命前来回话。
人和剑可都带来了。
这里只有杀你之人，
Thanks.
斩你之剑。
哈哈哈哈！就算你杀了我，破阵之时，那两人也会神魂俱灭，你谁都救不了的。
Bro, we gotta get Grandpa's soul out of the TV. Bro, we gotta get Mokuba's soul out of the card.
救不救得了，是我说了算。滚！
There's the hand again. A loud sound of falling water, like a waterfall, suddenly disrupts the silence of the night. The battle has started. It's my turn now. My god, it's loud. I kneel between Chenfeng and Xiaojian. It wasn't long that we moved Chenfeng into Xiaojian's hut and wound the silver string that is around Xiaojian to the wrists of Chenfeng and mine as well. At the other end of the string is the sacred phoenix dagger that hangs in the middle of the room.
记得戏子的话，尽量减少在血祭阵里的时间。
I'll do what I want. I won't.
一找到人，就马上呼唤先生，让鱼的御魂把你们带回来。
I will.
我出去和虎贲卫做准备了。
Ajo, thank you for everything you've done for me. Gojian turns his head as he exits through the door. I cannot see his face clearly as the shadow from the flickering candlelight obscures it.
阿玉，你一定要活着回来。
I will. I still need to send you back to Yue. I smile at him. With a bite to my fingertip, I draw blood and smear it over the silver string around my wrist and amulet. The precious stone in the phoenix dagger that hangs in the middle of the room glows red. A cold feeling creeps up my arm and onto my chest as the sacred seal there starts to hurt. Success! My soul is now back in the human sacrificial array. Chapter 6. Man, then what's the rest of the game gonna be? This feels like everything. But this is just the common route. My soul enters the human sacrificial array once again. A big pale green fish swims in the air around me. The spirit of the amulet really does follow the flow of my blood. Although the chaotic scene of war on the scorched land before me is the same as before, the Taotia that is charging at the city gates seems to have grown even bigger, and now his whole body seems to be in the perpetual flames of evil aura. One of the phoenix is left hanging on the city wall. Its once beautiful feathers is now eaten by the evil aura. The other phoenix circles above the Taotia, waiting to attack. Xiaojian, can you hear me? Chen Feng. The battle continues on, even though the corpses that were once attacking the city gates now lay in heaping piles outside of it. Limbs that have not been completely shattered crawl out from the pile of corpses and continue to join the army of undead to charge fruitlessly at the city gates. Using my hands and feet, I climb up to the very top of the mountain of corpses. But the city walls and gates are too big for this mountain of corpses that I'm standing on. It feels more like an anthill. Xiaojian, Chen Feng. I keep calling out their names repeatedly, but there is no response. A corpse catches hold of my ankle and, being unprepared, I fall down. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the Taotia leveled the mountains of corpses, sending the shattered limbs and me into the air. Okay, hello? I like her eyes too. A fiery red phoenix swoops down as its rider reaches out, takes hold of my hand, and lifts me onto the bird's back. I look at the girl before me, snowy white skin with beautiful features. What else could this be if not Xiaojian? We are here to bring you out of this magical array. You know us? The big fish swims in the air next to the phoenix as it gently nuzzles my hand. That's cute. You wish. No, this big fish was given to me by that expert mage as a protective amulet. He is currently helping us on the outside. Saying this, the Taotia gives a roar that surprises us as the phoenix makes a sharp turn in midair. The sudden shift in direction makes me dizzy. So all these days, Xiaojian was passed out and dying in the real world. She's been fighting for her life here in this sacrificial array. Solo, my goodness. Hidden in a thick fog of evil aura lies the Taotia, watching me with a pair of bloodshot eyes as he waits. Could not be you. Yeah, could not be me either. I would just lay down and die. Lay down and perish. The huge monstrosity that has a face of a man but body of a goat gives a long, loud, angry roar. Xiaojian urges the phoenix to dodge left and duck right as it rushes up the tall city walls. She then drops me off at the top of it. Before I can say anything, Xiaojian commands the phoenix she sits on to fly straight for the outer walls of the city. I rush to the parapet to see the Taotia's claws embedded onto the door, leaving deep gouges in it. The phoenix raises its gorgeous flames as it attacks the Taotia's eyes, but the evil aura blocks its attack. The Taotia continues to charge at the city gates. What actually are these city gates that the Taotia wants to so desperately break into? It looks like a normal city to me. I look around in confusion. On the other side, within the city gates, I notice a thick fog gathering. Behind the city gates seems to be a large city hidden in the fog. This big city seems to be surrounded on all four sides by tall city walls and an imposing city gate. How many times am I saying city in the last minute? On the wall to the left seems to be two beasts engaging in battle. Through the thick fog, I am barely able to make out that one of them seems to be a fierce tiger. The wall to the right is silent, but I can see something big and oval-shaped. This is too strange. What could that be? I rub my eyes. Am I imagining it?
少君!
I whip my head around. Chenfeng! Seeing Chenfeng unharmed, I happily rush towards him, only to hear a thud as he falls to his knees to prostrate himself before me.
陈凤护卫不力，请少君责罚。
This is not the time for that, bro. What nonsense are you talking about? Get up. You saved us once when we were outside the city walls. That is also your achievement.
少君怎么会再来这种邪门的法阵中？太危险了！
Naturally, it is to get you and Xiaojiang out of here. Hearing this, Chenfeng trembles and bows again to me. This blockhead. If you bow to me one more time, we are going to lose our temper. Do you not know that you are in danger?
从女公子口中略知一二。陈峰掉进来时，承蒙他出手相救。
If that is so, did Xiaojiang also tell you what the city is? I saw a few strange things in it just now. Chenfeng stares at the other side of the walkway with a blank look.
城墙后浓雾重重，朕从没见过任何东西。
Did I really imagine it all? Why did the Taotia and the undead soldiers keep attacking the city gates?
臣不知。女公子日夜镇守城门，臣负责击杀那些爬上城墙的尸骸，没再详谈。但他说，只要击败饕餮，齐烈会反噬布阵之人，我们便能回去了。
Defeat the Taotia.
饕餮浑身邪气难破，女公子的一只朱雀为此受了重伤。
Chenfeng points to the other side of the walkway, and I see the half-dead phoenix. This whole blood-filled place starts to shake violently. Chenfeng quickly catches hold of my shoulders. We grab onto the parapet to prevent ourselves from falling off. We look up only to see that the color of the clouds outside the city walls have changed. It seems that something has violently stirred up the clouds. Bright flashes of lightning shoot down from it, exposing strange shadows of something fierce. From the bottom of the wall comes a loud, miserable scream, as a golden-red column of flames leap up the city wall. Xiaojiang pants heavily on the back of her bird, but a smile can be seen on her lips.
吴少君，那只妖兽变弱了，我刚刚狠狠地给了他一下，破阵有望了。
This is what you say before you die, ma'am. My God. It must have been Yiguang who hurt the caster of this magical array.
这么说，那个姓施的医生果然是。 With his quick eye and reflexes, Chenfeng hops onto the back of the bird to catch hold of the dizzy Xiaojiang.
饕餮，布阵者大概打算跟我们同归于尽，再大量吸取我的魂力。
Tremors come from beneath her feet as the Taotia starts to climb up the wall step by step. Its human face has been torn in half. Ew. And it's missing one of its large horns. A strong smell of blood rises up the city walls with its black aura. Looks like we cannot wait for Yiguang to break this magical array from the outside. Even with most of its head gone, it can still move.
饕餮由布阵者的巫力组成，要击败它，必须使用巫力或魂力。可恶！明明现在形势正好，我却……
Use my spiritual energy then.
吴少君，你是凡人之躯，一旦损耗了魂力，就意味着折寿啊！
少君。
Because my blood has something to do with the creation of this place, I have offered it as a sacrifice to come in and out of it. I fear that it is only with the use of my spiritual energy can we then defeat the Taotia. Xiaojiang hesitates as she looks at the badly injured phoenix.
不能让饕餮爬上城墙，姑且一试吧。
Chen Feng, you don't have to worry. With Yiguang here, nothing bad will happen. Wordlessly, Chen Feng pulls me up onto the back of the bird. The phoenix gives a loud call before diving down outside the city walls. The Taotia angrily raises his hose, intending to bring down the phoenix, but his injuries slow him down and the phoenix avoids it with ease.
少君，跟那！
Under the Taotia's elbows are two large eyes. So like, in his pits? No, in its forearms? Hidden in such a hard to find place, could this be the source of this monster's power? Xiaojian, how can I use my spiritual energy to make a sword?
给身上开个口子就行。
I bite down on my fingertip and light comes out from the wound. Tiny little lights like that of fireflies come together. That big, pale green fish suddenly starts to chase the light coming out of my fingertips.
看来不需要我帮忙了。
The big fish starts to emit a strong light and joins together with the lights from my fingertip to become a long, sharp sword. Chen Feng takes the sword from me without saying a thing as he prepares to attack. Bro, that's my sword! When it comes to swordsmanship, he is better than me and leaps and bounds. Xiaojian, distract the enemy. Chen Feng, aim for the eyes under his elbow.
Look!
The sword emits a dazzling light as it slashes across those eyes under the Taotia's elbow. The Taotia gives a wounded howl that rises to the sky as innumerable lightning strikes crash down. Oh yeah, first try. That's why he stole our sword. Is it starting to rain? I touch the wet droplets on my face and correct myself. It is blood. The Taotia's big body starts to crumble. Its blackened flesh falls into pieces with the bloody rain. The mountain of corpses start to collapse, together with the undead army. It is very similar to what had happened on Lake Tai, but I am no longer that helpless child. The blood sacrificial array is coming to an end. Hold on to me tightly.
快躲开！
怎么会？
The Taotia's crumbling body suddenly splits open like a mouth. Its broken bones jut out like teeth of a beast. This frightening mouth starts to open wider as an evil aura escapes from it. Tentacles shoot out like tongues and wrap themselves around us and the phoenix. Everything around us goes dark. I don't know. A clear, sharp cry of a bird cuts through the darkness. From the top of the city wall flies a blinding golden light. It is the half-dead phoenix that has flown in front of us. The mouth of the Taotia's body swallows it. Soon, a golden light breaks out from what remains of the Taotia's body as it catches the beautiful flames of the phoenix and starts to burn into nothing more than ashes and smoke. Xiaojian lets out a heartbreaking wail. Xiaojian, no! Xiaojian is prepared to follow that phoenix into the cloud of dust and ash, but I catch her just in the nick of time. It's okay, girl, you have your other phoenix. With one of the phoenix defeated, one side of the city gate starts to open. The phoenix that we are on gives a heartbreaking howl of anguish as it circles the area restlessly. Even my chest starts to hurt. There's only one thought left in my mind now. We need to survive this. Yiguang. The long sword in Chen Feng's hand turns back into a big, pale green fish, and it rolls us up in its long tail as it flies into a crack in the sky.
水箭穿胸而过的那刻，你就已经返魂无数了。
我说过了，你救不了任何人的。
The last thing he sees before he dies is us being saved.
血祭阵已破，我同伴的神魂也已经逃出来了。
于事无补，神却已经得到他想要的了，很快就会。
He coped until his death, bro. Yiguang.
阿玉，
I'm back, but Chen Feng and Xiaojian have yet to wake up.
他们一个受了重伤，一个离魂多日，我们得耐心等等。
I breathe a sigh of relief and went to thank Yiguang, but behind him lies a few dead bodies of the Dragon God's followers. I'm sorry. You were originally a doctor that was meant to save lives.
生死难言对错，我不会为做了正确的抉择而感到愧疚。阿玉，
If I wasn't reassured by his words, then Yiguang's gentle and calm demeanor said it all. While he does not rejoice over their deaths, he also holds no sympathy for these villains. This is how Yiguang understands what justice and compassion is in this impermanent life. What? As such, the atmosphere seems so heavy that I wonder how to speak up. I hear the familiar sound of fighting come from behind me. Oh no, it seems that something has happened to the village.
阿玉，戏子，有一帮龙神信徒趁着守阵效力减弱，偷袭了我们。
How many followers of the Dragon God are there? Like, my god. Xiaojian and Chen Feng.
我擅自做主，让虎本卫重点守卫先生的房子。
Very good. Let's go back to protect the villagers. The sky is lit up. To force the villagers to evacuate, they have to set the village on fire. The village men, armed with hoes and sickles, attempt to fight off the attackers who are destroying their homes. I fought side by side with them, and every time I wave my sword, the once calm sacred seal on my chest starts to burn again. Sweat and blood has long soaked through my clothes, but I cannot stop.
敌人太多了，这样硬拼下去，别说士兵，村里人也会死光的。
我可以用银线做一个临时的守阵。
Yeah, what happened? I thought no one could enter the village with your barrier. Ajo, let's protect Yiguang.
阿玉，你也不宜再战。
Oh god. Well, like you shouldn't fight anymore, sir. My god. Oh lord. Yiguang, you're vomiting blood.
不碍事，只是之前破阵用力过度了。阿玉，待会儿结阵时，我顾不了你太多，你拿余玉护好自己。
It is but a scratch. Only a flesh wound. The amulet. Is he so spent because he gave me this amulet, which holds half of his powers? I feel tears welling up in my eyes. A follower dressed in black comes in through the roof with a sword in hand, but before he can attack me, someone else cuts him down from behind.
少君，神风来迟
Oh my god, you just woke up, bro, and you're already fighting. I respect that. Why have you bought Xiaojian? But it's just as well. Give her to me and go protect Yiguang while he prepares his spells. So the Dragon God's followers are indeed after Xiaojian and her dagger. Within moments, there were about a dozen enemies surrounding us. With a wave of his hand, Yiguang shoots out a few silver strings that pierce some of the followers. Oh my god, there's so many of them. But the enemy relentlessly takes up the positions of their fallen comrades as the waves of attacks continue. Chen Feng and Go Jian steel themselves for the worst possible outcome. Dude, they're shadow cloning themselves. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light assaults the followers' eyes as they hold their hands up to shield themselves. Then, hundreds of arrows rain down from the sky as cries of defeat surrounds us. Very soon, there's nothing left but the dead bodies of the followers around us. I turn around towards the light of dawn to see hundreds of soldiers standing on a hill, and in the wind flies the flag. How did they shoot all the arrows and hit only the followers? Like, how did that not hit us? A black steed paces in front of the army as its rider's white hair catches the morning light. Prime Minister.
村中人等全都站在原地，擅动者格杀勿论。
The clang of weapons against armor and cries of battle from the soldiers ring throughout the village as a scarlet war chariot pushes from the valley towards us. Clearly those arrows don't hit beautiful people. Pretty privilege, but not really, since the beautiful priest and priestess from the beginning died. The Dragon God's followers are almost completely annihilated. The white-haired rider gets off his horse and kneels in front of me.
陈武元，轻迎大王归吴。
Please rise, Prime Minister. It is all because you rushed here in the nick of time that we are able to see the sunrise on another day.
数天前，臣接到陈封急报，商船遭遇歹人袭击，臣便率精兵日夜兼程赶往这里。
Cheng Feng, well done.
是臣护卫不周，只能立刻派人传讯相国。
女公子好了吗？
Yi Guang?
夷光见过武相国，我刚刚确认过了，他的神魂已经无虞，静养一阵，便可完全苏醒。
You really cleaned up the blood well.
是夷光，果然是你。你可知假死逃国，欺瞒主君，亦是重罪。
Yeah, we should execute him. Prime Minister, Yi Guang saved the princess and us, so you should... Wu Zishu shoots me a stern look, and my voice falters and ceases altogether. To save Shaojiang from danger, I had to rely on the Prime Minister to save the rest of the villagers, so I really can't argue with him.
相国，黑衣人失守127具，村人失守12具，
Wow,
已经清点完了。
they counted real fast.
伤者34位，目前都在村中空地歇息，火势也已经扑灭。
少君，请容夷光先去救治伤者。
Saying this, Yi Guang turns around and walks in the direction of the village square. I am left looking at his back as my vision turns slightly hazy. Black smoke can be seen rising all over the once calm and beautiful mountain village. Some of the wooden structures are now charred ruins. Heart-aching weeps and cries can be heard throughout the village. It is clear from the numbers that the soldier reported that we've won, but no one around me seems to be happy about it. Peace cannot be found amidst chaos.
少君，一切都准备妥当了，随时可以出发。
Your wounds have not healed yet. Leave everything to the Prime Minister. You need to rest and heal up.
臣是在补过。
Don't talk that way and go rest. We still need to find somebody, so you can head to the boat first.
如果这么在意他，为什么不将他带回吴国？他就在古树那边。
Let me be. Where is the King of Yue?
在夷光的家里。相国让随时听候出发的命令。
I understand. You can go now. Oh god. Oh no, where should we go? The path is splitting. I don't know where to go. Yi Guang's house or the ancient tree? We spent a lot of time with Yi Guang recently, actually. Maybe we should go talk to Gojian.
罪臣拜见大王。
The royal guards are outside, so you can dispense with the formalities.
院内院外都是无妨，我们都该回到原本的位置了。
I've already agreed to send you back to Yue, so from now onwards, we are fellow kings on the same standing.
阿玉，你这般倔强的性子，真让我担心。武相国已经来了，早点适应君臣界限，对你只有好处。
I'm not someone who is inflexible. I will convince the Prime Minister.
我指的不单单是这件事。这次你险些搭上自己的命，加上12万分的运气，才得到了你要的2权。龙神信徒的行动，这才开个头。以后会有多凶险，我根本不敢想。若是你还执意不做出牺牲一边的选择，迟早会变成更坏的局面。
Hajo, I know that you're saying this for my sake, but after hearing you talk about your resolve, I'm even more convinced that I should take control of my own destiny and never give in without a fight. Yeah, talking to this dude is a downer. I forgot about that. You do understand me, don't you? Gojian looks at me with a complicated expression before letting out a long sigh.
没想到我那番话能被你引申成这样。
Hacho, we will not be able to meet often once you've returned to the kingdom of Yue, but what you've done for me, I'll never forget our trip together and our time together at the crane stream for as long as I live. The time when you were our slave? He says my name like fine wine that rolls repeatedly on the tip of his tongue with a feeling of helplessness, listlessness, my God, and something else I cannot put my finger on. I suddenly feel shy and give him a light punch to the chest. That's enough. Don't make me worry. Once we're out of this yard, I'll go back to being the good king of Ung. Gojian gives a light chuckle as I run out of the yard. Oh, we're gonna see him anyways too, okay. Yiguang, why are you spacing out?
Oh, 阿月，你来了。
The illusion of choice. I know that you don't want me to apologize, but for Zuluo village, I'll do my best to make it up to them. Everyone here survived the battle. It will be a huge relief if you can help them. Oh wait, that's him talking. Wait, why is there no voice line? When are you going back to the kingdom of Ung? Today. Actually, Prime Minister Wu and Chen Feng are hoping that you will go back with us and take up the position of head priest together with Zheng Dan.
那个布阵的信徒死前有些没说完的话，我一直担心，是不是封神阵出了问题，还有阿玉身上的神蒙印，回去或许可以查出恶化的原因。
These are the reasons why you should go back, but you don't want to return to the kingdom of Ung.
阿玉，
I look at the 2 earth mounds beneath the tree and bow deeply. Even though these are only empty tombs, they are where the souls of the previous head priest and priestess can return to at least. I can finally thank them in person. The kingdom of Ung owes them a huge debt, as I do with Yiguang. Yiguang, Zuluo village is not your home. I mean, is your home. Why did I read not? You should stay. I'm not gaslighting you. What are you talking about?
我说要让阿玉活下去，并不只是为了安慰你。
The kingdom of Ung still has Zheng Dan, and we have also found another sacred artifact like the sacred Ding. The dragon god's followers were just bluffing, so pay them no mind.
阿玉，你我都知道，封神之事没那么简单。
I know that, but I've gone through so many hurdles. This time will not be the only one. You've already sacrificed too much for me. This amulet should be returned to its rightful owner.
不行，你现在尤其需要余玉的保护，我不会收回他的。
Even in that human sacrificial array, I could feel that you have already exhausted too much of your magic to bring the 3 of us back.
你又不是巫女。
I've spent many years with the amulet constantly at my side, so of course I can feel it. If not, how could the followers hurt you?
怪我这些年只在变戏法玩了，才没掌握好力道。
No matter how you spin it, it will never change the fact that you've incurred the wrath of the Dragon God's followers for helping us. Their hatred for the Shi clan runs deep. Once they find out who you are, they will never let you go.
待我恢复力量，重建守阵，那帮歹人连河岸都来不了。
What happens if they come tomorrow? Take back the amulet and protect yourself and the village.
阿玉，那你自己呢？
Knowing that you're safe will bring me great comfort. Once you find your yin fish, I will have no more regrets. Yiguang, you should listen to me just this once so I can leave here with peace of mind.
你这个傻阿玉。
Who isn't silly in comparison to a genius like you?
少君，起风了。
Ah, it is time to go. You don't have to send us off, lest it increases the pain of parting. I fling my hands out to gesture the boat to set sail without turning around. Don't we need to get on the boat? After going through all the constant changes that happened on this trip, I only just realized that spring is already coming to an end. We've been going through all this for a whole month? Beyond the green and luscious trees that line both sides of the banks is a peaceful village that now lies in ruins as it waits to be rebuilt. I sigh softly and hope that a jinx like me will never set foot in Zuluo village again.
少君，船头风大。
You are a patient yourself. Don't worry about me. What is it?
岸边有动静。
It's the villagers. To my surprise, a group of people step out from the shadow of the trees. Amongst them are some familiar faces. Although they are still in mourning for the friends and family that they had lost, they wave their hands at us as they wish us a bon voyage. Suddenly, I feel a mantle being draped over my shoulders and notice that Chen Feng is standing behind me. I can still remember the time when the three of us, Yiguang, you and I, were younger, and we set sail on the river like we are right now.
都过去了。
Yes, it is all in the past. Time, like a big river, continues to flow onwards. The flow of the river takes us further and further away as the people on the bank grow smaller and smaller, but I do not see Yiguang. When we get out of the tributary river, we switch to a bigger boat to get back to Ung. While we are switching boats on the bank of the river, a few ministers that I am unfamiliar with greet me. They look a little pale. Let me save. I feel like it has been a bit.
臣恭迎少君。
Prime Minister, who are those people on the bank?
皆是越王亲族。
Did you really take them hostage?
既然越王亲口承诺，便无不妥。你说呢，勾践？
吴相国说的是。不过现在女公子已经得救，大王也平安归来，罪臣恳请大王释放他们归家。会稽城会派船来接。
越王是不愿我吴国军船进出越国吗？
Prime Minister, Gojian has made amends for his sins by his good deeds. Gojian, we will allow you to say goodbye to your family. Gojian bows to me in gratitude before disembarking onto the bank.
为何要放过他？
Prime Minister, Gojian saved me many times and brought the royal guards who were undercover out of danger. Isn't that enough to prove his loyalty?
只是时机未到，他能隐忍罢了。
This is just the Prime Minister's biasness talking.
狐狸尾巴终有露出来的时候。不过目前最大的隐患是那个释夷光。
How? Prime Minister.
他全族都死于先王之手，有什么理由不恨吴国？猛虎已经显露獠牙，却不关进笼子里，说不定转头就会咬死少君。
This dude loves talking in metaphors. My goodness. Why do you always have to see the worst in people?
少君，你应该知道，臣是如何从楚国人成为吴国相国的。
Remind me again? I can only stay silent. Knowing that Wu Zishu's past was full of betrayal and hurt makes me unable to pass judgment on him. His cautious and calculating character indeed serves me well as they make up for my innocent impulses. But I still do not believe that Yi Guang will betray the kingdom of Ung.
少君，看！
Seldom have I seen Chen Feng look surprised, so I look to the back of the boat where his finger is pointing. We whip our heads around to see a handsome and elegant figure standing on a narrow and small boat coming towards us from far away. I look at Chen Feng and Wu Zishu, but they both look just as shocked as I am. The boatman rows tirelessly against the current till it stops just under the shadow of our boat. He gives us a light-hearted laugh as he raises his head. Who else could it be, if it isn't Yi Guang? My vision starts to blur as tears threatens to flow.
我之所愿，至今未变。
Whoops. Chapter 7. The boat returns to Ung. Just as I reach the Ung Palace, the officers on duty step in front of me with over a dozen letters from the envoy of Qi, Gong Su-yi, urgently inquiring about the princess. I feel guilty when I think of how much longer that trip took than the 2 days we had promised. I immediately call for him after a short rest. Oh my god, yeah, right? Bro was just waiting. It's been way more than 2 days. I didn't anticipate that he would scold me from the get-go.
大王当日将我哄骗回驿馆也就罢了，这么些日子一直关着我们，连门都不准出。我低声下气恳求卫兵带信，大王却根本不予理睬。
You know what? I'll give you this one. Gong Sui, that's our bad.
堂堂吴国竟然囚禁外邦使臣，实在是有辱我齐国国威。外臣这就禀报齐公，吴军欺人太甚。
I shoot a look at Wu Zishu. This is definitely his doing, and I'm the one getting scolded for it. Wu Zishu stands calmly by my side while completely ignoring Gong Sui. We did not anticipate that we would need so much time to treat her, and we apologize for it. Prime Minister, did you not tell Mr. Gongsun that the princess was poisoned? Right, these chibis are so cute.
臣已经告知过先生了。
说是说了，可面都不让见，外臣怎知真假？
So it is the Prime Minister's fault.
请少君责罚。
你们君臣不用一唱一和的，女公子究竟怎么样了？
The princess is safe and sound. She is now resting in the back room of the palace. We will take you now to see her.
少将公子，
Please don't be anxious. The poison has already left her body, and she will awake after resting for a few days.
几日？大王上次说的几日，真是度日如月呢。
Girl's already been asleep for like a month. Or months.
如果先生不信我们吴国的医官，完全可以写信给齐公。当然，希望先生就事论事，别把没照顾好女公子，导致她私自闯入吴国祭庙的事，推到我们少君头上。
No, Princess Xiaojiang is not our sister. She is the youngest sister of the king of the kingdom of Qi, which is where this old dude is from, Gong Sui, and that's why he's so worried about her. And she is apparently our bride-to-be. Yeah.
武相公，你
Prime Minister, the princess is young and ignorant, and it is only natural that she would want to explore the outside world. I believe that the King of Qi is not an unreasonable person and will understand your difficult position, Mr. Gongsun. Yeah, we are betrothed. She wanted to come here in the first place, to see who she was betrothed to, but then shenanigans happened and she got kidnapped / her soul trapped in that world, so... Gong Sui's expression suddenly turns hesitant.
少君若是不计较，臣自然也没什么好说的。只看公孙先生怎么想了。
我们再无多日，却没能带给我主公一些好消息，大王叫我如何下笔呀
？Gong Sui is a rash person, but he is not stupid. Look, isn't he bargaining with you now? Well, it isn't like we don't have good news. Our initial plan was to establish good relations with the North, but after discovering Xiaojiang is the owner of the Sacred Dagger, an artifact that is needed to break the sacred vow, and something that is hard to come by, the opportunity it presented was far too good to pass up. But this would destroy any chance of happiness in Xiaojiang's future. Wu Zishu and I look at each other, and I know that even if I don't say anything, he would say it for me. Would Mr. Gongsun please inform the Qi's king of our intentions of marriage while we prepare bridal gifts? After the memorial rituals for the former king is over in July, we will let Xiaojiang come to Ung.
好好好，待我回到驿馆，即刻去信告知我公。不过少将公子的情况。
You can visit her anytime. If you need to report this to the king of Qi, then we will have the doctor explain it to you in detail.
外臣拜谢大王。
I send for Yi Guang. Yi Guang comes over to explain things to Gong Sun Yi in a simple and clear way. Yi Guang also manages to quell Gong Sun's worries with his sincere and warm personality. Oh my god, he's dressed all fancy now. Hoo-wee! Yi Guang, you did a good job.
少君，既然是夷光回到吴国，就应当遵循君臣之礼。
Flourished. Hearing that, Yi Guang ignores it, but wears a more serious expression on his face.
少君，我想去虎丘查看封神阵。
I'm shocked at what he said. Wu Zishu does not say a word, but eyes Yi Guang with suspicion. Yi Guang, are you sure you want to go there?
当年的事情我大致都明白了。现在对我来说，那就是一个关乎吴国生死存亡的地点而已。
先生这话说的倒是洒脱，当真是非同凡响啊。
His bracer is really doing it for me.
多谢相国赞赏。
But why does he have two little finger gloves? It's like not a full glove, it's just like a cover for his pinky and his ring. What is that? Yi Guang's brazen response leaves Wu Zishu speechless. I had my reservation, but now I'm holding back my laughter. Ahem. Yi Guang has a point. We have just placated the envoy of Qi, so we cannot drag Xiaojiang into any more dangerous situations. But the crack on the sacred ding concerns me deeply.
既然少君已有决断，那便立即起行，早去早回吧。
Oops. Didn't mean to cut you off, sir. Wu Zishu gives me a hand-on-hand salute and shoots Yi Guang a warning look before leaving. Yi Guang cannot help but sigh.
少君被保护得真好啊。
Are you talking about the Prime Minister? He pulls us outside in the dead of winter for a sparring match and locks us up for 3 days to do paperwork. So we guess we are well protected. Yi Guang only laughs wordlessly without any empathy.
少君，臣也要随你出宫。
Here we go again. How many times do we have to chase you back?
身为武士，一点小伤无碍。
It's not a matter of the flesh wounds. If Xiaojiang with all her magical powers has been so greatly wounded by the magical array, how much more taxing is it for a normal person like you? It's been a few days since we got back, and you still look so tired.
少君出宫却没有臣的护卫，臣一样不能安心。
No means no. Go back and rest.
遗光，
这招对我没用，而且身为医生，我可不会替你说情。
His puppy dog eyes are working on me. In fact, I suddenly feel guilty if I do not bring him along. Stop! I love the puppy boys. Perhaps he sees my hesitation when Yi Guang gives me a wink.
不过，老关在屋子里，精神反倒不好。出去散散心，倒也没问题。
Puppy, come along. Then we should all go together.
诺。
Yeah, we're all friends. We're all childhood friends. Squad.
罪臣也请和大王同行。
When's he gonna get a new set of clothes? If ever. Hopefully. Every single one of you. I'm going out on official business and not out for a stroll.
罪臣的嫌疑既然已经洗清，就该回虎丘守灵了。
I thought you want to go to Yue. Fine, let us be off. Even though we have quite a few people with us, our trip to Tiger Hill is a silent one. Yi Guang is meditating, Chen Feng is trying to heal up, and Gojian did not think he had the right to be in the same carriage as us, so he is walking on foot outside. Gojian bids farewell to us when he sees the familiar stone hut. I cannot contain myself when I see his lonely figure walking down that overgrown path and call out to him. Ajo. Gojian hesitates for a bit before coming to a halt. We will not forget the promise that we made with Ajo.
阿九，相信大王。
I don't remember the promise, not gonna lie. I give a soft sigh. I'm afraid that I can no longer call him by that name for much longer. By the time we arrive, Zun Dan, who was informed of our coming, is already waiting for us with a few priests. He even helps me out of the carriage personally.
大王气色良好，定然是越国神医之功。
Head priest, today we bring you the miracle doctor. Zun Dan eyes the man behind me with curiosity and a warm smile.
正旦见过先生。
大柱，你不记得我了吗？
似乎有些印象，不过很抱歉，我想不起来了。
After that incident, most of Ng's priests and priestesses had died. As the Zeng clan were the most renowned in all of Ng, Chu and Yue, the former king, invited their heir to become our head priest, so you wouldn't have had the chance to meet.
小时候，先父曾带我去拜访过郑家村，因此见过。
难道？
在下施一光，见过大主。
哎呀，真是失礼了。我从小便听说施家是无野巫祝之首，施家少主更是有稀世之才，是当之无愧的天下第一巫祝。
Man, his voice is so good.
都是世人过度美化，没那么夸张。
我倒觉得，今日一见，世人所言非虚。我一直是知道施先生的，只是多年不见，今日居然没能认出来，着实不该。
确实是很久之前的事了，认不出实属常事。
先生大度，正旦何其有幸，居然迎来此等贵客，快请进。
They're so formal with each other. It is rare for us to see the head priest praise somebody so much that we are beginning to feel embarrassed.
大助抬爱。少君，我们直接去封神镇。
I nod my head and explain things to Zengdan. Being eager to see Shu's magic, he takes us directly to the sword pond. Just as the cold air from the sword pond rushes up towards us, I glance at Yi Guang. Even though I know that he has accepted the past even more than I have, I'm still worried that he might not be able to take the mental and emotional anguish of seeing the place where his clansmen died. But his expression remains unchanged while he stares intently at the place that is filled with sacred swords.
大主，这剑阵可是郑家的镇气之术。
先生好眼力，这里灵气极盛，却不知何故流向混乱，我便以剑结阵，重整气脉，导向大鼎那里镇压龙神。至今已有5年了。
Yi Guang bows once to the swords, then silently makes his way to the sacred ding, through the path that Zengdan opens. Zengdan shoots me a quizzical look, but I can only shake my head. Zengdan does not know the truth. If he did, would he still want to become Ng's head priest? What truth? What? The magical powers that are escaping from the sword formation are the spirits of the Shi clan. Oh, is that the truth? Ugh. When we failed to kill the dragon god all those years ago, the head priestess used her life to seal him in the ding, but before her spell could take full effect, Mage Xian interrupted it and nearly freed the god. It was then that the Shi clan came up with an even better method of sealing the god, a method done better dead than alive. To this day, I still don't know if my father was just desperate and cold-blooded, or if he went mad. Under his orders, the Shi clan was annihilated and their demise was blamed on an accident that was supposed to have happened while they were moving the ding. The cover story ran so deep that I ended up impersonating my third brother and took his place as crown prince. While old friends have returned to the place of tragedy, nothing has changed except he and I.
少君，这大鼎何时裂开的？
The head priest and us only discovered it about a month ago. Huh? I reach out and touch the big crack on the ding's belly in bewilderment. The crack is getting larger and deeper. At first, it was only on the outside, and you couldn't see it from the inside.
刚刚大柱也说，5年前结阵之时灵气极盛，现在却感觉弱了很多。即使为镇压龙神元魂有所损耗，也不至于这么快。
After some consideration, Yi Guang pulls out a silver thread from his sleeve and attaches it to the ear of the ding. A flash of blue light moves along the silver string as he knits his brows.
鼎内神力确实在不断流失，和少江的情形颇相似。
Like the human sacrificial array? Could the dragon god's followers have already infiltrated below the sword pond?
但我在这里驻守数年，也是这次齐国女公子的事情。 才见到了龙神信徒啊！
一时半会儿我也不能确定，但大鼎之力会如此衰竭，肯定不正常。
I'll go and have someone investigate this right now.
少君，我想请你准备一些法物，我打算留在剑池调查。
施先生说的极是，少君大动干戈，反倒没有以巫术寻找神力流向来的有效。至于法物，祭庙里存着的也比蜈蚣多多了，就由我来协助先生吧。
那就请大主准备好法物后，封闭墓室3天，起风前，不要让人靠近地面水池的入口。
What do you think, head priest?
封神阵本来就是施家所设，有施先生调查，应该说是事半功倍。守墓护法的事情，尽管交给我好了。
I think back on my experience at the magical array, I start to break out in a cold sweat. They see my expression and naturally think that it is the cold that is hurting me and insist that I should go back to the temple.
少君，
陈峰，这几日我不在蜈蚣，你切记别去做危险的工作，锻炼也不可。
You know what bro's about to do. If we have to follow the doctor's orders, so must you.
诺。
少君，我还得将余玉托付给你。
Yiguang takes the amulet that is dangling from his waist and hands it to me, but I stop him. If he does so, he would render my resolve useless when I returned it to him. Without the amulet, wouldn't your powers be divided?
这次和上次不一样，不需要我们内外同时对付敌人，你只管放心。
But
我总觉得神蒙印突然恶化，与大鼎裂开有什么关系？余玉能镇压邪气，还是你带着比较好。
由我协助先生，少君你尽管放心。
my short king. Yiguang nods at me. I take the amulet and bow to the two of them. I'll leave the matter of the seal of the dragon god in your hands. I return to the Palace to find Wu Zishu still working on the backlog of documents. He raises his head to look at me, and seeing that no one else is around, goes back to his work.
少君，剑池那边情况如何？
The crack on the sacred ding is getting wider. Yiguang said that the divine powers are leaking out, much like Xiaojiang's case.
果然是龙神信徒搞的鬼。郑旦怎么说？
The head priest and Yiguang both agree that it would be faster to use their magical powers to investigate it, so Yiguang will be staying at the sword pond. Wu Zishu stops his work and looks at me with an unsatisfied expression.
少君，臣以为你一定会考虑周到，便没有提醒你。让那个施夷光留在剑池，实在大为不妥。
Prime Minister, it was you who told us to bring Yiguang back, so why don't you trust him?
少君怎么就不想想？ 封神阵是他施家所设，他要破阵易如反掌，顷刻之间便可放出龙神，令吴国覆灭。
We have been trying to tell you that Yiguang bears no grudge against the kingdom of this whole time. If he hadn't saved us or Xiaojiang, the kingdom of might not be here today.
人心难测，他昨日也许还顾念少君，今日见到他血亲一族丧命之地，难保不起复仇之念。
Would he? According to you, Prime Minister, the world has nobody who is worthy of your trust.
勾践也好，施夷光也好，与吴国都有血海深仇，凭什么让人信？臣本意是将他们就近看管，可不是让少君把他们当朋友的。
Too late, they've been our friends, bruh. First, you want us to break the sacred vow. Then you restrict me at every turn. Must you wait until the dragon god has escaped before you will give us the authority to act? Wu Zishu throws his pen violently down, splashing the ink in all directions. He glares at me with so much anger that I thought he would throw the documents at me as well.
少君的话是什么意思？你在怀疑臣的用心吗？
I'm not. It is you who has been doubting our judgment time and time again.
是吗？ 既然少君自以为了解施夷光，那么你一定知道他这5年去过哪些地方，又做过哪些事情了。
He has been living like a hermit at Zuluo village.
是他说的，还是你猜的？那就让臣来告诉少君，施夷光在3年前那场吴越大战中，救治过不少越国士兵， 勾践被围在会稽山，打算鱼死网破的时候，也是他成书劝说勾践珍惜亲族和士兵性命，勾践才提出和谈的。
That's a Pyrrhic victory. I don't know what that means. Yi Guang did not tell us anything about that, but knowing him, that is to be expected.
战场上为敌方做事，他的立场早就不言自明了。而且当初勾践说是为少君寻访名医才找到了夷光，臣却以为两人在3年前就已经相识。
How do you know this
一个
then,
故
sir?
意欺骗，一个隐瞒不说，
How do you know all
定
this?
然有什么阴谋。
斯人已逝，与人世间切断了联系。我知道，我一定会让你活下去的。我会治好少将，也会想办法阻止神盟印恶化。阿宇，相信我。
We believe in Yi Guang, so the Prime Minister doesn't need to say anything more.
仅仅凭着儿时印象就轻信某人，少君这般愚蠢任性，真是太令臣失望了。
Prime Minister, we are your sovereign.
既然少君固执己见，臣也无话可说。
He's about to betray us, bro.
容臣告退。
Wu Zishu rolls up his unfinished documents and stalks out of the room. I watch his back walking further away as I get increasingly furious. Without any other way to vent my anger, I pick up the scrolls on the table and smash them onto the ground. Ever since that day, Wu Zishu and I will meet at court and discuss official matters in the most impersonal way before coldly parting ways. Under the circumstances, Wu Zishu has a point. Compared to my irrational trust in others, it would be more logical to be wary of them. Wu Zishu might have felt more reassured if I had not sealed up the mausoleum and let Zheng Dan stay there to protect Yi Guang. But I would not do that. Furthermore, if there is no mutual trust between all involved with this latest incident, we might all be dead by now. And it was the former king's trust in Wu Zishu that helped put the previous king on the throne and helped him achieve such great accomplishments. If you do what is right, then there should be no need for regrets or apologies. But for all these years, Wu Zishu and I have been mutually supporting and trusting each other. This is the first time that we are giving each other the cold shoulder. I feel terrible about it. Chen Feng, we are going to visit Xiaojiang, and since you are in no condition to go, could you please let the Prime Minister know? Forget it. Please go and see what the Prime Minister is up to.
No.
Although Xiaojiang is not in a fully awake state, she is not fully unconscious either. The maids who are attending to her needs tell me that she will do things in a dreamlike state. At least she won't die from the lack of food or drink. Girl has been out for like the past couple of months. She's probably having a lot of dreams. She would talk in her sleep from time to time, and from the sound of it, it seems like she's having a good-natured banter with someone. I could not help but smile at the young and carefree girl. The sacred dagger lying next to her is no longer glowing with that strange, eerie light. It just looks like a common dagger now. I hear a sobbing sound behind me just as I was about to leave.
哥哥，对不起。
Xiaojiang?
哥哥。
Is she dreaming about her home and family? I wipe away the tears from the corner of Xiaojiang's eyes and lament the fact that a lovely girl like her would look so adorable even when she is crying. I don't know if her brother has read my letter of reply regarding marriage.
少君
Is the Prime Minister still doing well? If you want to say something, just say it. There's no reason to hesitate.
相国刚刚去城外大营调了一队精锐，前往虎丘了。
What? Wu Zishu is losing his mind. Chen Feng, prepare the carriage. We're going to Tiger Hill. Although we have our differences, Wu Zishu has never gone against orders or undermined my authority as king. If he did, then Gojian would have died 800 times already. I'm angry and puzzled. He has watched Yi Guang, Chen Feng, and I grow up, so why is he so against Yi Guang? When we are about to reach Tiger Hill, I see Wu Zishu leading a troop of soldiers on horseback. Wu Zishu, you dare?
少君，虎丘出事了。
When Wu Zishu hears my voice, he guides his horse to the side of my carriage. Unlike the cold looks he has been giving me lately, his expression is now troubled, which is rare for Wu Zishu. What do you mean?
你看，
I look in the direction he is pointing to and what I see shocks me. A thick fog hides the whole of Tiger Hill. The only thing that can be seen is a light that comes from the temple at the top of the hill as it pierces through the fog. Although there is still some ways to go before we get there, our throats are already starting to itch and our bodies become sluggish. This is not the usual fog. It is more like the miasma of a hidden forest.
臣前日派人监视虎丘情况，下令事无巨细都需昼夜每个时辰不间断的汇报。结果今天下朝时，值守的家老禀告说，没有接到消息，臣就立刻带兵赶来了。
About the whole army here. What became of the people who were watching Tiger Hill?
不知道，连守兵都全被隐没在这浓雾里，不知。
Oops. Could the king of Yura even be... Prime Minister, did you hear that?
像是野兽在叫。
We heard something similar when we were in the human sacrificial array. It doesn't sound good. Let's go up the hill.
不行，刚才我派人进到雾气里试探，结果他们走出110来步，就觉得浑身灼痛，透不过气来。
Wu Zishu points to the grass along the dirt path, and indeed, there are a few soldiers lying there. Their faces are twisted in pain as they fight for air. So it is miasma. If the whole hill is like this, then is there no other way to get to the top? Wu Zishu shakes his head. I gaze at the flickering light that comes from the temple through the fog. The light seems as weak as a candle flame in the wind. I'm suddenly faced with the indecision of whether to advance or retreat.
可否从水道入深？
That's a good idea. The miasma should not be able to affect the water. We can dive underwater with bags of air to help us get up there.
是指之前追击龙神信徒的水道？那河的深度足以求水吗？
应该足够。但现在我们要反着从外向内走，雾中视线不好，又在水里，恐怕要迷路。
This miasma is unnatural. Waiting will not help. We must go up the hill.
少君说的是，我们带一部分人上去，其余的人回营带增援过来，在安全的地带围住虎丘。现在就开始召百姓回城，瘴气蔓延到山脚，立刻关闭城门。
Prime Minister, are you coming with us? Then again, if anything should happen to us, we will need you here to support the kingdom on our behalf.
虎丘要是真有万一，还有国可守吗？
I gaze back at Gusu City from a distance and accept what the Prime Minister said. If the dragon god breaks free from the seal, then I'm afraid that there will be no one left alive in the city. A dozen fearless men volunteered to follow us up the hill as we made our way to the stream just outside the hill. The banks on both sides of the stream are steep, and the vegetation there is dense, but they help to reduce the miasma on the water. While Chen Feng goes above water to check the direction we need to go in, the rest of us remain underwater, where it's safer than expected, and use the bags of air when required.
陈峰，不能离开水太久。你看清楚了吗？
看着左边比较眼熟。
Then we go left.
少君，还是等陈峰确定了再走吧。带来的空气不够我们走冤枉路。
But we cannot let him do what is beyond him. In any case, let's rely on our intuition.
Shh.
Wu Zishu immediately pulls me behind him. Chen Feng, like an eagle on the hunt, leaps out of the water and dashes into the forest on the right. Chen Feng is still injured. If there's an enemy...
那也是陈峰的职责。
Suddenly, a man's scream can be heard. It stops as abruptly as it started. I rush out from behind the Prime Minister as the soldiers draw their swords. I can see shadows moving inside the miasma, on the opposite bank of the river. Shortly after that, we hear Chen Feng shouting at us with a raspy voice from that direction.
少君，是勾践！
Saying that, he brings out the haggard and weathered Gojian. I secretly let out a sigh of relief. It is good to know that Ajo is fine.
勾践，虎丘山变成这副鬼德行，是不是你又做了什么？
Why is he here, though? Prime Minister. Go Jian seems to have not taken any offense to what Wu Zishu says as he bows to him.
回禀大王、相国，昨天晚上虎丘山顶突然起了大雾，罪臣本打算靠近查看，没想到雾气中冲出几个身体腐烂的士兵。
Not the zombies, bro.
你怎么不向山下守兵报告？
雾气弥漫太快了，罪臣在雾中跑了一段，身体内外就像火烧似的疼，只好跳到附近的河水中。天亮后，罪臣才顺着河道向山外走，本意就是去通报大王，不料半路就遇见你们了。
Save, it's been a bit. What did he say? Okay. That's good. You are the only one here who is most familiar with Tiger Hill. Please bring us up the hill.
上山？大王，现在山上鬼魅横行，这实在太危险了。
We know, but we need to go up the hill.
请容罪臣僭越，即使西子在山顶，也不值得大王豁出性命这样相救。
大胆勾践！吴国的事情，岂能容你妄言？
你根本不知道山上有多惨烈，整座虎丘已经不是人事了。
Oops. Shut up. Listen closely. This is bigger than just saving a person's life, but we don't have the time to explain or convince you. Just one word. Gojian, do you want to follow us up the hill?
少君!
I raise my hand to stop Wu Zishu from saying anything else and use a glance to tell him to keep on leading the men forward. Reluctantly, he shoots a cold glare at Gojian before following my orders. Gojian clearly feels our resolve.
罪臣任随大王差遣。
That was not a single word. Very well. Lead the way.
No. 到这，就是最接近祭庙的地方了。
The miasma is even here at the crane stream. The little dip when the characters nod is so cute. I agree. The little curtsy. I can see a few rotten corpses of animals lying by the water. The stench is so bad that I'm starting to taste bile at the back of my throat. There's a lot of foul odors described in this visual novel. Relying on what little air we have left, we should be able to make it if we run.
那可不一定，这里光线太暗，根本不知道会钻出什么来。我们还是点着火把，小心前进的好。
臣带着火油，这就去砍些树枝来。
With wet cloths over their noses and mouths, Chen Feng and a few men that I sent with him go into the forest. The sound of breaking branches piercing through the gloomy silence of the fog keeps giving me goosebumps. We wait for them with bated breath. Only when we saw a cluster of fires making their way through the dim and hazy forest did Wu Zishu let the rest of us go ashore. Our clothes are completely soaked through by now, but it helps to protect us from the effects of the miasma. The fire from the torch comes closer and closer. Chen Feng is carrying a bundle of wood and making his way towards us when a soldier behind him lets out a scream.
鬼！有鬼！
Oh lord. From the weak light that is coming out of the fog, we see a few strange human faces coming at us. Reacting in an instant, Chen Feng thrusts the flames at them. The strange faces let out an unearthly husky howl before disappearing.
怕什么？他们身上穿着的都是我们吴国军士的轻甲。
Wait, does Gojian even have like a weapon or anything like that?
我说过，虎丘已经不是人事了，那些肯定不是活人。
A group of men rush to Chen Feng's side. Even if they are Ng's most fearless men, one can easily tell that they are panicking.
活人死人都无所谓，是障碍就只管排除掉。
Wu Zishu takes a burning torch and walks towards the forest. Looking at his back stirs up something in me. Chen Feng, do you realize that the miasma around the fire seems to be thinner?
好像是。
我试试。
Gojian takes another lighted torch and waves it in front of himself. He then pulls off his mouth covering and took a deep breath.
确实变淡了，这瘴气怕火。
Prime Minister.
我听到了，陈峰，将火油做引燃物，其他人跟着陈峰将树林点了。
They're gonna be running out of oil real quick.
No.
We're setting the forest on fire. I don't think there should be a problem breathing. We should be able to make it all the way to the temple. We take back what we said. The smoke from the fire is getting to us.
陈峰，找到人了吗？
庙里一个人都没有，大柱也不在。
少君，
We know. We will now have to rely on ourselves to solve this problem. Great plan, yeah. I look outside of the temple. The parts which were lit by the fire are slowly getting dark again. All manner of demons are starting to move in and out of the miasma. The doors of the temple are locked, but it seems that the monsters will be able to break in any time now, as they bang and smash at the door.
陈峰，你带人将屋外可烧的东西都拆下来，围在这屋子四周点燃。
No.
Prime Minister, you should have someone else do that. Chen Feng does not look well.
臣只是砍树时吸了几口瘴气罢了，请少君放心。
Bro.
说的也是，我还有其他任务交代给你。
He's like, wait, but wait, there's more. Wu Zishu points to Go Jian, who is standing some ways away.
看好他，他要敢跑，就杀了。
God.
只要大王在这里，我哪儿也不会去的。
少君，走。
That emoticon is exactly the everyone else's response. Like, okay. Wu Zishu didn't even bother to glance his way. I can only give Gojian a nod and follow after Wu Zishu as he makes his way to the sword pond. The sword pond, which hides the original stone doors, has already been drained of water, and the entrance within has been left wide open. A gust of cold air blows up at us from the bottom of the pond. It seems that the worst has happened. I readied my heart for fear that Wu Zishu would turn back and look at me with blame in his eyes. But he doesn't do that. He just draws his sword as we enter the stone doors with utter vigilance. The candlelight that lights the path leading down seems darker than usual. Could this be my imagination? It seems to take on an unusual red color, making Wu Zishu's shadow and my shadow appear ghostly. We finally reach the bottom. I take in a breath of cold air. Silver threads lace the whole place like spider webs. They interweave between the many sacred swords, and at the center, on a platform, sits the ding. Yiguang sits motionless in front of the ding. It is like we are in a dense forest as we use our swords to cut out a path, forcing our way through. I walk up to Yiguang and realize that his face is pale and gaunt. No matter how much I call out to him or shake him, he remains motionless like a stone statue. When I take a closer look, there are silver threads wound around his wrist, very much like the time when I entered the human sacrificial array. Prime Minister, I think Yiguan's soul has entered the human sacrificial array in search of the spirit of the ding.
血祭阵，我记得这阵法只有在被诅咒的对象身上施展才会起作用。难道这座大鼎已经被龙神信徒污染了吗？
I'm afraid so. I'm not sure if the seal on the god has already been...
不可能，没有少君的魂力，信徒不可能打开剑齿。
Bro, if it's the head priest, I swear. Yiguan says that the strength of the seal has been slowly sapped away, and this did not occur in the last few days.
师夷光说的话哪能信？
It doesn't matter if you believe Yiguang or not. Our top priority should be to bring back Yiguang's soul and to wake him up, so that we can find out what has happened here at Tiger Hill and the Sword Pond.
正旦不在祭庙，怎么找回？
We went into the magical array when we were at Zuluo village, so let us go and bring him back.
你疯了！
Maybe. We were successful then. This time will be no different. Besides, in order to protect us, Yiguang put some of his power in this amulet. If we can return this power to him, he will definitely be able to bring us out of the magical array safely.
难道你就没想过，这是师夷光和龙神信徒合谋的陷阱吗？
Prime Minister, is this really the time to be doubting Yiguang? Do you want us all to die?
你怎么不想想，为什么他一回来就出事了？尽力不成是一回事，上当受骗是另一回事。我不能允许吴国国君死得这么窝囊。
And what's your plan then, sir? Wu Zishu, enough. It is better for us to die here than for us to be manipulated forever by you. Oh. Oh. I push Wu Zishu away and clench my fist around the silver string that connects Yiguang and the sacred ding and pull across it. An apparition of a big fish jumps out of the amulet. My god. He got much to think about. By the time the pain in my chest subsides, the scene before me has already changed. I find myself on a city street with buildings and fog all around me. Chapter 8. City streets and buildings shrouded in fog appear before me. While it looks the same as a real city, with its elegant buildings lined up in a row, there is no sign of life in them. I turn to the empty streets and take a deep breath before yelling out. Yiguang! Yiguang, where are you? Yiguang! I have this feeling I've been here before. The city is too big. It seems to be many times bigger than the streets of Gusu City and a number of times more complex. Time does not seem to flow in this place that is void of life. Although this is a world in one's consciousness, it is too lonely. Suddenly, the cry of an undead soldier scares me into a run. It is a good thing that there is a narrow alleyway which I can quickly hide in. Those soldiers with half-rotting bodies are wandering up and down the streets as they occasionally let out a strange howl. They look left and right, as if searching for something with those empty eye sockets as their numbers keep increasing. How did this happen? Finding a flight of stairs, I secretly ascend it, only to come face to face with familiar scenery. The gigantic city gates stand in the distance as the city walls stretch out endlessly on each side. Just outside the city gates, the roar of a wild animal can be heard along with sounds of beating and tussling. This brings me back to the time when I was saving Xiaojie, with the exception that I am already inside the city. Is this the same city, or is it just a similar city? I size up the city at a glance. It is hard to tell where the center of the city is. On top of that, there are even more undead soldiers now. If there is anyone fighting outside the city gates, it must be Yiguang. I avoid the undead soldiers as I make my way towards the city gates in the west.
去，在神君恢复之前，找到入侵者。城门马上要全开了，你这只病猫守不住的，不如早日顺服神君。
Cat? From the top of the tall city gates, I stretch my neck out and look down to see that the sickly cat that they were referring to is an enormous white tiger lying outside the city gates. At the moment, the white tiger is under the feet of a fearsome monster that half resembles a cow and half resembles a bird. Its whole body is covered in wounds, through which the evil aura of the enemy enters. The tiger gasps like it's drawing its last breath. Countless undead soldiers swamp around the two beasts and stream in through a crack in the city gates. No wonder the number of undead soldiers are increasing. Huh? I clutch my forehead, as the scene before me incites a certain memory I have from 5 years ago to resurface. Perhaps it is because of the dream I had, that all the long-forgotten details have become crystal clear. Just before the dragon god was sealed in the sacred ding, the head priestess called forth a tiger from the ding. Could this white tiger be the spirit of the ding, just like Xiaojiang's dagger has the spirit of the phoenix? When I went into the magical array to save Xiaojiang, I wondered the same thing. What is this city that the dragon god's followers have been laying siege to? Is the white tiger guarding the city gates like the phoenix? Could it be that the city that the tiger and Xiaojiang's phoenixes were guarding are one and the same? I glance at the city behind the gates with surprise as that thought dawns on me. I suddenly feel as if something is awakening in that thick fog, ready to pounce at the drop of a hat.
入侵者似乎在这附近，来！
With a roar from the monster, the undead soldiers start to scale up the wall, getting closer to where I'm hiding. I'm defenseless and unarmed here. The only thing I can rely on is the amulet. I can only retreat to the towers of the city gates to hide. How many times are we saying city gates in this scene? My god. To call it a tower of the city gates is somewhat of a misnomer because it is as big and fortified as a palace. Inside is a hall with chains that dangle down from the top of the pillars. Upon closer inspection, I see that the chains are all connected with strange solidified magical letterings, and they go further into the hall. The monster outside the city gates starts trying to bang them down. The ground beneath me trembles as it numbs my legs. Above me, the sound of rattling chains echo in all four corners of the hall. A gust of wind brushes past me as a heavy chain now lies at where I was standing. I break out in cold sweat. I was almost made into minced meat from that chain.
阿玉，是你吗？
Yi Guang?
是我，我在城楼中央。
Am I being baited right now? I take off running towards the center. The chains start to rattle again, and the sound of it rings in my ears. I am taken aback when I find Yi Guang. He's chained up. The more he struggles to break free, the tighter his bonds get. The magical letterings holding the chains together glows a bright blue. Whoa.
阿玉，快帮我弄开这些锁链。
He wasn't wearing that thing before, I don't think. On his head? How did you get chained up in here? And where's the head priest?
我也不知大柱在哪里，可能是被龙神信徒引开了。我本来结阵，打算将鼎中神力取回来，没想到有人突然破阵，我反倒被神力拉到了血祭阵里。
Are those supposed to be the
对上了
chains?
那只凶手穷奇。
If they are, those are some fancy chains. Bro, it's looking like the freaking head priest is freaking behind this. No. Immediately after, I was pulled into this magical array and was confronted. Oh wait, Chongqi.
他只会士兵攻击我，我无力耗尽，神魂便被锁在了这里。
Is the Chongqi the monster that hurt the white tiger?
白虎已经受伤了，阿玉，快弄断锁链！我得驱逐白虎守城，否则城门一破，因为德鼎崩坏，龙神就会冲破封神阵了。
So the city that the white tiger is guarding is a ding of virtue? So it means that the city that Xiaojiang and her phoenix were protecting was a sacred dagger. I become even more anxious after confirming my suspicions. To think that the human sacrificial array has expanded its influence this far. Now only Yi Guang can turn the tides. What should I do to free you?
你之前怎么打败饕餮，冲破血祭阵的？
You gotta break
这
these
次就这么
cuffs.
做。
This tremble was especially violent, and sounds of falling chains continued to ring out with sounds of wooden beams breaking.
这楼要塌了！阿玉，你快逃，别管我了！
Forget it, hold on. I viciously bite into my finger, and from the wound oozes out a golden light. As I reach for the change, the spell seems to come undone. Yi Guang and I look at each other with surprise and elation. I thought they meant the sword that we were conjuring came undone. Suddenly, all the doors of the tower burst open as countless undead soldiers start to swarm in. Some of them are crushed by the falling chains, but even more are crushed under the stampeding hordes of their comrades. Like ants, they come flooding into the center of the hall. Someone get the raid. Get the raid spray. Yi Guang, can you use the silver string here?
在我手中就有，但我物力还没恢复。
Hand it over. I feel for the string in the palm of Yi Guang's ice-cold hand. Although I have my growing doubts, I know that the tower cannot take another tremor. There's no time to think about it. Yi Guang, grab onto the string. I wind the string around my hands tightly and gash my teeth as the string cuts the back of my hands to the bone. Ooh, don't like that. My golden blood, why is your blood golden? Flows freely from my wounds and on the chains. The magical letterings of the chain starts to give out a blinding light and disappears in a flash. Ow, indeed. Whoa, what the? An earth-shattering bang breaks out as one of the walls collapses. Debris flies everywhere, knocking down the undead soldiers that are slowly encroaching upon us. Two black horns appear from the hole in the wall. The evil aura is entering. It's the Chongqi. I endure the pain as I retreat and bump into Yiguang. He is already freed from the chains and is now breathing deeply with his eyes closed. Yiguang, what do we do now? He looks straight at the terrifying beast as he brushes past me. I rub my eyes in disbelief. Yiguang is wearing a gentle yet scary smile. Even if he has the confidence to win over the Chongqi, this is not the time or place to be smiling. Yiguang, you...
阿玉，多谢你救我出来。
What's happening? Yiguang stretches his hand towards the Chongqi and the beast bows his head so low that it touches the ground, like an obedient dog. Yiguang climbs over the beast's head as he smiles from ear to ear. Oh my god.
难道你就没想过
Oh my god.
这是施遗光和龙神信徒合谋的陷阱吗？
Oh no.
你怎么不想想，为什么他一回来就出事了？
Oh no. That tiny feeling of doubt now stirred such overwhelming feelings of disbelief and outrage that my heart could barely take it. The drumming in my ears was so loud that I don't know if I'm the one who's talking or if it's someone else. Are you not going to protect the city?
我为何要守城？
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Oh. If the Ding of Virtue is destroyed, then the kingdom of would have no chance of survival.
那又关我什么事？
Oh my god! we really believed it. We all rooted for you. Me thinking it was the head priest, and it was him all along. We were all rooting for you, dude. He was too nice. He was too freaking nice. That's why. And I think, are the patterns on like the slap him? I slap him. Are the patterns on his like outfit new too? Like the blue around his collar and then on his sleeve? I don't know if that's new, if that was from his outfit change. My god. Oi. Do you not remember the promise you made to me in Zulul village?
不过轻轻松松说几句话，就能骗你带我去了剑池。
Oh god.
何乐不为？
Oh god. No words come from my trembling lips. Yiguang laughs and waves at me as the Chongqi spreads its wings. I feel like my world is falling apart all around me. My god. I cannot move, and it is probably in that instant that the roof collapses on me. I hear a roar as I see debris falling and my vision goes black in a blink of an eye. The walls have fallen and I along with it. Maybe it's the head priest disguising himself as Yiguang. Suddenly, something catches me in midair. I open my eyes. It is the big, pale green fish that rolls me up in its big tail. It brings me someplace outside the city gates and gently puts me down on the ground. Out of the dust and smoke that is blowing around me emerges a man with his long sleeves fluttering in the wind. With a wave of his hands, the magical letterings that were scattered all over the tower ruins merge into one thick chain that binds Yiguang and his Chongqi just as they were about to swoop down on me. But right before I can let out a sigh of relief, the incoming waves of undead soldiers that make me shiver come swarming towards the half-open city gates behind me. The man quickly weaves a big net spell to cover the gates up, just in the nick of time. He has, once again, managed to block the threat. I look at the man, and then the big fish that is still swimming around me. In my confusion, alarm bells start to ring in my head. That man is also Yiguang?
阿玉，你没事吧？
Okay. Okay, we're good. Yiguang? How did this?
穷奇背上的是龙神，他窃取了我的形貌，骗你为他解开封神阵。
You're losing it. You're choking on air. Okay. You know, would I prefer it if he was evil? Maybe. That'd be a nice twist. Maybe he's still evil. There's still a chance, you know? All part of his evil ploy to have us trust him even further and then backstab us for real. You're choking on all the doubt.
为什么我就不是真正的十一光？吴王灭我全族，与我有血海深仇，我凭什么要为仇人效力？
There's two of him.
挑拨离间。
Inside you, there are two Shi Guangs. The Yi Guang, who is right beside me, tightens up the chain that is in his hands. The man astride on the Chongqi that looks exactly like Yi Guang throws his head back with laughter. It seems that the army of undead soldiers outside the city gates have all received a command from the man as they turn and march in our direction. A flash of light emits from the silver strings that are in Yi Guang's sleeves. This causes the debris to fly at the undead soldiers.
走!
The other Yi Guang. With a leap, he flies up behind me and urges the big fish under us to go through the spells on the big net as we barge our way into the city. Behind us, we can hear the Chongqi roar, and it is accompanied by the sounds of maniacal laughter.
城门已破，你们挣扎下去也是白费力气，就给这座大城陪葬吧。
Bro, we really freed the dragon god, huh?
有锁链和咒文，龙神暂时追不过来的。阿月，让我看看你的胳膊。
Yi Guang carefully takes a look at the wounds that are on the back of my hands and fingers, which continue to bleed out golden light. He touches it gently and the wounds gradually disappear. Okay, I think the golden light is from in the very beginning, in the prologue. We were like, what was it? Were we absorbing parts of the drag? I don't even know. Compared to the guy who brushed past me without a care for my well-being, this man before me, with his doctor-like compassion, is more like the close friend that I know. Are you really Yi Guang?
不管那个借我形貌的混账东西跟你说了什么，你都要相信自己的判断。
I'm sorry. Because I believe that guy's words, I made a grave mistake.
换我，也会选择先去救你的。那种节骨眼儿，哪还有闲心去辨别真假？
Well, where were you this whole time then, while we were here? You don't have to comfort me. I'm the biggest idiot for not recognizing who I was dealing with. How can I make amends?
先不谈补救了，那铁链维持不了多久，我们得赶紧冲破血迹阵离开。
So this is indeed the human sacrificial array.
更准确地说，血迹阵指的是城门外尸横遍野的战场。它以邪气凝聚出那些凶兽和士兵攻城。阿月，你既然猜到这里形势凶险，为何还要进来？这个血迹阵是为夺取得顶之力而设，比少将身上那个大得多，也凶险得多。
You did not respond when I called you, and you even coughed up blood. If you were me, you would also come to save me, right?
你呀。
Yi Guang gives me a helpless and vexed look, but I detect a feeling of happiness in his bitter smile. Suddenly, the sound of thunder comes from outside the city walls. The undead soldiers who are flocking towards the city walls start their search. Yi Guang quickly orders the big fish to go back into the amulet and pulls me into a small alleyway. The roads in this town are very confusing. Where are we going?
回城门。
Back to the city gates? We've just escaped from there.
不光是我们两个得离开血迹阵，也要带上白虎。只要顶魂还在，我们就还有希望。
The spirit of the sacred artifact obeys only the command of its rightful master. Will it follow us?
不知道，总比穷奇攻破城门的好。
Xiaojiang also defended the city with her life. A thought just occurred to me. If the battlefield outside the city gates is a magical array, wouldn't it make the city inside the city gates the body of the sacred dagger and the sacred ding?
很有可能。我说过，异界的一切都是巫力的具现化。城内巫力浑厚纯净，不像是龙神之类的妖魔能创造出来的。
So the spirits of the sacred artifacts are protecting the powers of said artifacts? No wonder the dragon god's followers have to use the magical array to forcefully take over the city and weaken the artifact's powers so that the dragon god can break out.
我猜是这样。那被锁在白虎之门城楼上的龙神，正是他被封神阵封印在大鼎里的具现化。因为封神阵是以大鼎的神力为阵心去运转的。
But I broke those chains.
封神阵皱纹被邪力侵蚀不是1天2天的事了。即使阿玉不来，龙神拿到得鼎之力也是迟早的。
But the security at Tiger Hill is very tight. Is it very tight? I don't know about that. I doubt that. And it is only today that something happened. How could the dragon god's followers come close enough to the Ding of Virtue to mess with the spell?
异变。
The whole hill is covered in miasma, and the troops that were stationed there have become the undead. Even the temple is empty.
恐怕这与上次少江的事情一样。龙神信徒为了强化血祭阵，用整座山的人做了血祭。
I like how it still says the other Yiguang. It's heartless. If I find out who, I cannot continue with that train of thought. To be able to pull off something like this with the Ding of Virtue and use the human sacrificial array on Tiger Hill, there definitely has to be a mole, but I'm reluctant to think who that traitor could be. Bro, if Zush... what was his name? Wu Zushi, if he was the traitor, I would be laughing. Yiguan pats me on the shoulder.
快到城门了，那道临时用来阻挡士兵的皱纹，估计也溶解的差不多了。我们要小心行事。
I don't feel safe without a weapon. Yiguang, can you use my spiritual energy to form a sword?
你刚刚才折损了不少魂灵，还是用玉灵为好。
But before I can finish my sentence, a pale green jade sword has already appeared in Yiguang's hand. After the tower collapsed, a large amount of debris and rubble lies outside the city gates. The net of spells that was keeping the undead soldiers at bay has almost disappeared, but the main forces have already broke into the city via the half-opened gate, leaving a few soldiers wandering about the rubble outside. Yiguang and I made sure to avoid them as we make our way towards the city gates, but the area is completely exposed. Once we go through, we might not have any place to take cover in the barren wasteland. Suddenly, we could hear scraping sounds coming outside the city gates. We slowly and cautiously take a peek and spot the velvety fur of a big tail swaying across the dirt floor. This tail must belong to the white tiger. However, after seeing its body full of wounds from the evil aura's attack, I cannot find it in me to laugh. I vividly recall the image of the phoenix getting burnt. It shows just how terrifyingly powerful the dragon god is. Even the monsters that arise from its evil aura are also powerful. The white tiger becomes aware of our presence and gives a low growl. Like approaching any animal, Yiguang puts his hand out as he slowly walks towards it. The white tiger sniffs at his hand, and his amber eyes suddenly glow with a faint golden light.
我们没有恶意，只希望能与鼎灵联手，脱离血祭阵。
Hearing this, the white tiger bares its fangs at us. Although it does not have any intention of attacking us, it is clear that it does not have any intention of leaving this place either. I know that you need to protect the city gates, but even with our combined powers, we would not be able to defeat our two biggest enemies. If we fight them here and now, it would only result in the dragon god taking away all of our powers. We should leave now and come back again once we have gathered enough strength with the spirits of the other artifacts to take back the city. But if the white tiger leaves, then won't they bust out or bust in the city? Like, when the white tiger hears my voice, it raises its head and takes a sniff at me. A pink tongue comes at me and I fear I will be bitten. Instead, I am drenched in saliva as the bumps on its tongue make a mess of my hair. When Yiguang sees my awkward and disheveled appearance, he cannot help but laugh.
我曾听阿娘说，河吕将德鼎送到祭庙的时候，他见到过虎形的魂魄绕着河吕蹭腿亲近。看来，他对吴王都很有好感。
Yes, I also remember a time when I was young, and when Tiger Hill was called Hayong Hill. So the reason that it is now called Tiger Hill is because of this fellow here. So, White Tiger of the Ding, would you accept our proposal? The white tiger looks at the city walls and relaxes its tense body as it nuzzles its head against me.
看来他是同意了。阿玉，你替我守着一会儿，我要用银线布阵，将鼎灵收到鱼狱里暂时保管。
Sure. Sure. Then the sound of thunder explodes from the sky as the chains shatter into many pieces and crash onto the ground. The dragon god and his Chongqi have finally broken free of their shackles.
凭你那点浅薄之力，还想困住我？
Piddly strength. The dragon god rides on the Chongqi's back and looks down at us with such disdain, like looking at a bug that is about to be stepped on. I shoot Yiguang a look as he continues composing the magical array while standing in the middle of it. We need more time. You sure are cowardly to impersonate someone else.
嘴硬还真是你们姬无的家传，不过也就到你为止了。
After I expose his lies in front of him, the dragon god stops trying to aggravate me by pretending to be Yiguang. With a light tap of his finger, the Chongqi grows wings and flies straight at me. Suddenly, a white light flashes before my eyes. It is the white tiger knocking the Chongqi aside. The dragon god uses this opportunity to take the evil aura from the Chongqi and turns it into a black sword before using it to stab at the white tiger. I would never have thought that when I deflected the black sword with my jade sword, my sword would give off such a bright light that it would cut through the evil aura of the black sword, shattering it into millions of pieces.
阿玉，还真不能小瞧你。
You have no right to call me by that name. The dragon god's smile grows even wider as the evil aura from his body slithers towards me. Although the white tiger took the brunt of the attack for me, it is in no condition to fight. The evil aura just continuously...
你为何不叫上施一光？以他的武力，这点邪气根本不足为惧呀！瞧瞧你这可怜样，殊不知施一光就和他那个冷酷的母亲一样。 就算心爱之人死在面前，也会先顾着完成使命。
Shut up. The dragon god seeks to spread his deceit in our minds. I raise my jade sword to give my arm a deep slash. Ugh. My spiritual energy rushes out from the wound as it scatters all over the blade and transforms the entire sword into a large pale green fish. I summon the power of heaven. What is this though? Winged Dragon of Ra chant? So painful. The seal on my chest is hurting dreadfully.
你再这么浪费魂力，恐怕只会提早完成我们的盟誓。
Sacred vow? My only sacred vow is... We summon the power of heaven to slay the dragon god, to be a shining example of virtue to all mortals and to break the sacred vow. As I chant the spell, the body of the big fish starts to emit a dazzling glow. It aggressively rolls the Chongqi in its tail, and the evil aura that was persistently attacking the white tiger disappears. The dragon god is fearful of the spell as he turns into a black mist and enters the body of the Chongqi. The body of the Chongqi starts to grow as it escapes the grasp of the big fish. A few silver strings fly out from behind me and catch a hold of the Chongqi's horns.
镇城!
The white tiger becomes a beam of white light and disappears into the body of the big fish. Yiguang then carries me onto the back of the big fish with the help of the silver string. With a furious roar from the Chongqi, the rickety city gate collapses on top of the monster. The only sensation I am aware of is the sound of the wind blowing in my ears and the shocking sounds of thunder which hurt my head. A white light seems to cover over everything. Oof. Roblox, oof!
少君!
Bro was just standing here, arms crossed, watching us this whole time. I look at the people in front of me through my blurry vision. My chest feels like it's being crushed by a boulder. I wish to speak, but I feel like there's something thick and sticky choking me. I don't know about that. It isn't until someone hits me in the back that I manage to spit out a mouthful of black blood. With that, I am saved. Prime Minister, where is Yi Guang?
快跑!
Why are we running? Yi Guang carries me and leaps out of the sword formation in a flash with Wu Zishu. At the next instant, a loud bang can be heard from the altar behind me. The sacred ding suddenly splits apart, along with all the silver strings and the chains that are all around it. The ding, once shiny and gleaming, has suddenly become like an antique that has just been unearthed, rusty and dull. I shudder. The lingering fear of almost being killed by the explosion is now replaced by an even bigger terror. I look at Yi Guang and Wu Zishu as they stare at the sacred ding with pale faces.
是一光，这是怎么回事？
不是好事。
Wu Zishu now pales even more, but he doesn't lose his composure. From the other side of the passageway that leads out of the sword pond comes a disturbing noise. The soldiers that were guarding the outside have all come into the bottom of the sword pond.
少君恕罪，驱赶瘴气的火堆都被瘴气吞掉了，瘴气里那些妖魔还啃坏了门窗。
You did well. Bring everyone to this side of the magical formation. Yi Guang. As Yi Guang chants his spells, a dozen clear springs burst from the ground in the sword formation. From the springs comes water swords that fly towards the miasma that is entering through the passageway. Within the miasma come screams and cries of unseen monsters. Things unseen seem more scary than things that can be seen. The pain is excruciating. It feels as if my head is being squeezed. All of my 5 senses seem to be greatly impaired. One is only able to express their biggest fears when their bodies can take it.
国破家亡，灰飞烟灭。
小心，龙神来了！
Well, wait, where's Gojian? Where did he go again? I forgot where he went. Dash dash exclamation mark. Our worst fears have come true. The dragon god is free from the ding. I clutch the amulet in the palm of my hand and take a few deep breaths before holding back Wu Zishu and Chen Feng. Do not act rashly. The dragon god is not someone who can be defeated by just anybody.
比起刚刚在血祭阵里，少君现在倒是很有自知之明啊。
Let's freaking go. Chen Feng was supposed to be watching him. You have one job, sir. Unless if Gojian is here all along and he's just staying silent for some reason. Yeah. You inhuman beast, you're still barring someone else's face. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. But it's not a trick, it is him.
你们姬无祖祖辈辈都尊称我为神君，到你这儿就变成畜生了，真叫人伤心。
His cunning smile is just like Zheng Dan's, and for some reason it's making my hair stand on end.
你不是大柱，大柱应该已经罹难了。
What do you mean he should be dead? Did you kill him? Did you kill him when we were gone, sir?
本君可是活得好好的。
你就是龙神，对吗？
不愧是天才。之前借用你的形貌，也不算辱没了本君。
Yi Guang, what do you mean?
引导灵气的，根本不是什么郑家剑阵，那只是装装样子。5年前在这里布下的，是龙神的血祭阵。
郑丹，你就是龙神。
It's always the characters I like. Ah! Impossible. Impossible. It's not impossible, ma'am. Use your brain. I personally saw you get trapped in the sacred ding, did we? Zongdan only smiles. To think that our many years of trust would be destroyed in just a few minutes. Zongdan's smile only belies mockery and glee. But, not gonna lie, I kinda did want him to be kinda evil, you know? Short King, rise up! Short King slay!
别以为这种无聊的把戏会打垮少君。吴国人能封你一次，就能封你第二次。
Wu Zishu speaks up with reproach before Ikemen. He is infuriated not only by the fact that Zundan has betrayed him before a man so cautious, the dragon god's actions have made him look like a fool. Wait, but so is he the dragon god, or he's just helping the dragon god? Like
那我就恭候了。
When Zundan raises his hand, the monsters and miasma that were blocked by the water swords in the passageway suddenly come flooding in like water through a breaking dam.
护好少君，火把向外。
Don't worry, I can still move. I use my sword to pull myself up. Although fear and shock are still lingering in my mind, I'm still the king of Uns, and as such, I have vowed to avenge my people and to break the sacred vow to the dragon god. I cannot fall now.
看来吴王不止嘴硬，骨头也挺硬。
Of a cockroach? Oh. With a flick of Zongdan's hands, the miasma's black smoke turns into a rain of arrows that flies towards us. Flourished indeed! Flourished. He's so cute! Shut up!
大家退后!
Oh, new art for you too, okay? By manipulating the silver strings, Yiguang stands in front of us with his invisible barrier. Suddenly, a hiss resounds around us. It is the black arrows hitting the invisible barrier and disappearing in a puff of black smoke. This does not seem to perturb Zongdan. With a look of youthful innocence, he creates more black arrows as he commands the monsters to bite the silver strings. He smiles happily as he stands and watches our pathetic struggles against the situation.
少君!
Chen Feng rushes to cut off the withered claws that is latching onto me. Even someone who is as proficient in martial arts like him would tremble from this prolonged exertion.
这么一味防御不是办法。
相国说的对，屋里总有后进的时候。
Where is Gojian? Like, where did he go? What are you waiting for? I toss the amulet towards Yiguang. The amulet starts to glow as the bottom of the pond fills with a refreshing, cool breeze and the clear water rises up to our ankles. From Yiguang's graceful movements, a dozen water swords are summoned and they fly right at Zongdan. Zongdan easily dodges the oncoming swords with a smug air of superiority. You love this expression? I do too. It's my fave. Smug. But the water swords do not lose their forms. Even after failing to land a hit, instead they change their trajectory and fly at the sacred thing and break off all the chains. Oh, thank you, by the way. I don't think I said thanks. This is the first time that Zongdan fails to laugh.
没有血祭阵替你偷取鼎中神力，你的巫力也维持不了多久。
聪明人可活不长。
Oh, his eyes. Okay.
天道当亡，邪鬼速亡，令行！
The sacred swords around Yiguang start to fly out from the ground and into Zongdan, who is about to seize the ding. Zongdan tries to call forth the black mist to block the swords out, but the black mist has thinned out quite considerably. Wait, this sounds like... What's gonna be left of the story for the actual routes that we go on? Like, what? I suddenly come to the realization that his escape from the ding has greatly weakened him. In addition to that, he has lost his supply of power from the Ding and is now at the end of his rope. The youth in front of me is no longer my kind and friendly head priest, nor is he the fearsome beast I saw at Lake Tai. He is now a common demon. The demon meets my eyes and suddenly breaks into a cold smile. But then what happened to the real Zhengdan? As if he was always plotting this. I suddenly feel a strong gust of wind as a gleaming sword rushes at me. The seal on my chest is aching like I have been stabbed in the heart. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. My hands and legs are numb, while there's a sharp ringing in my ears. I can only see the gleaming sword flying fatally closer and closer. Where? Just as I'm falling, I feel the arms of someone carrying me securely. Where did you come from? Although it feels like this strength can break me, it feels warm and gentle. I open my eyes to see a pair of eyes aflame with passion in the dimness around us.
Are you?
Where did you come from? I thought you were the one throwing the sword. I'm still alive?
没事了。
Ajo, the battle is still ongoing. Release us.
我可不能看到你死。
But you can watch us watch you die, I guess. He smiles at me, but his smile is weak and his face is pale. I take a deep breath, and just as I'm about to push Gojian away and stand up, my hands touch a wet spot on his chest. Blood?
也许这样更好。
Bro. His body goes limp as his head hits my shoulder. I can see the other half of the sword is lodged in his back. Bro's dead. My vision goes black and I can only hear myself screaming with grief. The shaking my head emote. I need to get more emotes here. I'm very bad at remembering to use them, but they're fun. But my god, what if the sword went through him and then was long enough to pierce us too, so we both just died in like a shish kebab skewer? That would be so funny and sad and funny. You were thinking that? My vision goes black and I can only hear myself screaming with grief. Ajo!
你竟敢!
Bad end for real, yeah.
现在杀了吴家小妹多没意思，你们一个个的，何必自作多情呢？
With a wave of his hands, Yiguang flings threads of silver strings out of his sleeves to grab a hold of all the swords that are flying around and swing them onto the ground. But where was Gojian this whole time? Like, where was he? In the midst of the clanging of swords against swords, the sacred swords start to emit a pale green ghostly light. They fly and gather toward Yiguan's hand that is holding the amulet.
释迦族人的魂力。
好，去！
The amulet finishes absorbing the spiritual energy as Yiguang tosses it. It then turns into a large pale green fish, like the moon behind a thin layer of clouds, bright and ethereal. Just as it was about to hit Zhengdan, it disappears like a dream with a blink of an eye. Zhengdan is caught off guard as he is flung onto the rocks of the cave. He coughs out a mouthful of black blood. He wipes the corner of his mouth and starts to laugh out loud.
"真不愧是施家人，魂力在血祭阵中竟然那么多，居然尚存灵性，真令我意外呀！唉，我这一缕残魂用了5年，也差不多到头了。"
Bro's outfit is literally like the Dark Mages in Fire Emblem Awakening. Like, how could he not be evil? That was just my thought since the first time I saw him, man. Catch him!
吴家小妹，你记住，死
绝对不是最好的惩罚。
Oh, his voice. He's literally Henry for real. Saying that, Zongdan's body becomes like a piece of paper getting torn apart. The black mist around him starts to grow and elongate to become a large golden white dragon. It isn't as big as the one I saw at Lake Tai. He escapes. I want to see his dragon form. Dang. As he escapes from the bottom of the sword pond, the miasma monsters also seem to retreat. Like a fierce storm, the odd cries and icy winds follow him up into the sky. I hug the bloodied body of Acho. This loss pains my heart to the point of it being unbearable, and I faint. This evil deed that you've done today will be avenged 1,000 times over. Death is indeed not the worst punishment. Dash dash exclamation mark. I wake up abruptly as Chunfeng helps me up. Even though he is trying to hold back his emotions, his eyes are still very red. Water. My voice is like sandpaper as a cup is handed to me. I look up to see Wu Zishu.
你先喝水，让陈峰说。
相国说，少君一行肯定要问大家的情况，我们都没事，勾践也没死，遗光救了他。
Oh, he's not dead? Oh, okay. Okay, body shield. Oh, thank God. I was wondering, because I'm pretty sure he's a root, so I'm like, well, he can't be dead. Like, who's gonna be... Yeah, the plot armor. You're a romanceable option, so you can't be dead yet. Not before the end of the Kamaru. You cannot be dead yet. My anxious heart starts to relax little by little. Everyone is fine. How long have I been asleep?
2天。
Oh God. How about Yi Guang?
遗光回虎丘了。他说少君只是魂力损耗过度，其余人也只是轻伤，他留在蜈蚣没多大用处。不如在虎丘调查郑旦留下的东西，再为剑池重新布阵。
What about him? He needs to rest. He was doing all that thing, was in the spiritual world, fought with the dude with us, healed Gojan and us, I guess. And now he's going back there, like he needs a rest. But he has used up a lot of his magical powers.
遗光说，楼神没能如愿吸取大鼎的所有力量，随时都可能会来夺取鼎身。要保吴国，一定要应对周全。少君不用担心，遗光应该不会做没把握的事情。
Prime Minister, you are not worried?
事到如今，吴国和少君都得依赖施一光。臣怀疑他还有什么用？
Bro's been suspecting the wrong person this whole time. The wrong people. Actually, when I was at the Dark Array, the dragon god borrowed Yi Guang's appearance to trick me into freeing him. It was then that I remembered your warnings and fears.
信与不信，确实是在一念之间。郑旦不也曾经身祸先亡，少君
Bro been
和臣的
plotting.
信任吗？
He was plotting from the very beginning. I respect that. What is Zongdan's background? How did my father, the king...
臣去调查过了，大柱郑旦入伍的时间比之前告知的晚了1天。郑家是巫家大族，郑旦作为族中少主，也早有名声在外，假不了。就是这晚了的1天，真正的郑旦很有可能被龙神取代了。
Oh, that's so sad for the real Zongdan, though, man. No wonder he could not recognize Yi Guang at that time. Oh, I see.
五湖龙神是千年精怪，凡人识不破才是理所应当。
But was the dragon god not trapped inside the ding at that time? How did he manage to do something like this?
遗光猜测，应该是龙神趁着当年移鼎时封印不稳，偷偷分出一缕残魂，逃出了鼎外。臣虽不懂神鬼之事，但也明白，善守者 藏于9地之下的道理，所以他的残魂选了我们意想不到的人下手。
That's usually the person you should suspect the most, man.
吞噬正丹，不仅可以得到续命之力，还能接近大鼎，滋养诸神时所受的重创，养精蓄锐，破除封印，更对我们的动向也能了如指掌。如果不是敌人，这胆色和城府简直值得佩服。
Man, I'm really sad about the real Zundan, though. Bro don't even have a chance. But the Zun clan is also renowned for their own magical factions and have relatives in Gusu City. How come no one realized that he was the dragon god in disguise?
少君怎知，郑家就是完全清白的。
Oh, okay. He said now's the time to doubt even more. The Prime Minister is going to say that I'm being credulous again.
天下第一巫的名声地位，谁不想要？想不劳而获走捷径的人比比皆是，奉妖魔求功名富贵者也有的是先例。少君是拿君子之心去夺小人之腹。
Are you saying that there is not one righteous person in the Zun clan?
别说君子，但凡不想冒险上贼船的人，都不能留活口。
That cowardly. To play around with human lives is just too detestable.
少君，你刚刚才好一点，别太激动。
Chen Feng, you do not look so good yourself. Is the poison from the miasma still affecting you?
他一直守着你，就没休息过。
Oh, King. I'm fine now. You should go and rest. Don't even think about entering my chamber if you do not sleep for the next day.
可是臣担心。
去吧，陈峰。我也有些话想跟少君单独谈谈。
诺。
After Chen Feng has left, I take a gander at Wu Zishu's gloomy and silent profile as the mood turns more solemn. I am saddened when I think of the time when we were giving each other the cold shoulder, but now that the dragon god is on the loose, Ng's future is unpredictable and my reign is in a precarious state. I really don't have the energy to be reprimanded. It surprises me when Wu Zishu turns around with a look of exhaustion on his face. The bags and wrinkles under his eyes make him look older by a few years. Prime Minister, you look like you also have gotten very little rest. Please take a seat before we begin. Wu Zishu shakes his head and sighs softly.
少君，这5年来，偌大的巫宫只有你、陈峰和陈3人相依为命。你可曾质疑过陈的忠诚？
Never.
少君答得没有迟疑，臣很欣慰。所以，臣接下来要说的是，也完完全全是为了吴国。
Please carry on, Prime Minister.
我们原本打算在封神期间找到神器和彻底诛灭龙神的办法，但现在情况已经变了，我们也要有新的对策。
Now that Yi Guang is back and the dragon god has weakened, I think that there is still a chance for success.
那些都是虚的，要确保国家长久，就不能只靠国君一人维系。你是否还记得先王去世时交代的2件事？
I remember. To find the sacred artifact that will help us kill the dragon god and... Do you mean you want me to continue the bloodline?
正是。
Slight bow. You... I raised a trembling finger at Wu Zishu and am so angry that I cannot continue what I am about to say.
当年先王希望你尽快成亲生子，就是担心发生现在这种情况。
What's important about our blood again? You know very well that we will not endure the insults that we faced 3 years ago.
你尽管挑个顺眼的，贩夫走卒、农民渔夫，怎么样都行。
You disrespectful jerk! What do you take us for? I pick up my pillow and toss it angrily at Wu Zishu. He doesn't try to defend himself or avoid it. It is almost as if he doesn't care that I'm so angry to the point of losing my mind.
一旦确定有孕，臣会立刻处理掉那名男子。
God, no, God.
所以朝臣不可，勾践和施夷光也不可。
God, no. Terrible plan. Gojian and Yi Guang have put both their lives on the line for us. Why are you still so stubbornly suspicious of them?
难道郑旦的教训还不够吗？
That is a different matter altogether. It was clearly your fault and my father's fault for not checking him out properly, and now you want us to sacrifice ourselves for your mistake and also your obsession with the royal bloodline.
郑旦之事，臣当然责无旁贷，才更要告诫少君，切忌轻信。智者之虑，必杂于利害，杂于利而物可信也，杂于害而患可解也。仕途险恶，一失足成千古恨，不如谋长远之计。
Are you done? Okay, bro's doing his job a little too hard, like. By weighing the pros and cons, the world is an unforgiving place. One slip-up can cause you misery for years to come, so use some foresight and plan for the long term. Plan for the long term? We do not know how soon our life will come to an end, so what is this long term you speak of? I pull apart the front of my clothes to reveal the seal on my chest. Ever since the battle at Tiger Hill, the pain in my chest has been more frequent. Even without looking at it, I know that it has gotten worse. Do you see this? I'm already a dead man walking. Does making my life more miserable than it already is make you happy?
你在胡说什么?
Did I say anything wrong? For you to insult me like this, am I still human in your eyes? Wu Zishu's cold demeanor and expressionless face suddenly falls. Seeing that, I feel strangely and sadistically joyful. If I could, I would let out all my repressed anger and hate in one go. The world is an unforgiving place. One slip-up could cause you misery for years to come. Wu Zishu, all you speak about is how I can win or lose. I guess there is no one who does not have an ulterior motive in your eyes. Oh, dare I ask, what do you really want? In this world that is full of evil, you are alone, without friends or family, and you surround yourself with nothing but suspicion. What has made you happy so far? Or are all these things exactly what you wish for?
臣只愿吴国和少君平安!
Wu Zishu interrupts me with a look so furious that it seems like fire is coming out of his eyes. In just that split moment, that tall, handsome, confident, and strapping prime minister has become a withered old man.
你没有说错，我早就已经无家无国。当初父兄亲幸处亡，害我武士全族尸骨无葬，唯独剩我一个人受尽屈辱，逃来吴国。
Oops, oops, sorry.
没想到先王不仅恩待我，对我这个异国人全心信任，还助我报了大仇。无缘一无所有，剩下的只有这条命和满腔忠诚。但即使粉身碎骨，也无法回报这天大的恩情。
My heart lurches in my chest as I stretch out a hand to reach for Wu Zishu, but he takes a step back.
先王临死前把你托付给我，我惶恐终日，时刻不敢轻忘恩人遗愿。你却说，你竟敢说我乐得看你生不如死！
Prime Minister, What did I say just now? Although I'm angry at Wu Zishu's domineering attitude and his intimidating ways, I still cannot ignore the fact that if it wasn't for him exhausting himself at protecting and supporting me, I would have died 3 years ago. Anyone on earth can reprimand Wu Zishu, but I alone do not have the right to do so. It's my fault for speaking out of turn. Wu Zishu only laughs bleakly and says nothing. I suddenly feel my nose reddened, and I just want to cry long and hard. I just don't want to be a puppet. It is not wrong to wish that, but...
少君
Did we not tell you to go and rest?
少将公子醒了
We are coming. Chen Feng helps me put on my socks and shoes and waits for me to get up, while Wu Zixu has wordlessly left my chamber. I gingerly sit up on my bed as a sudden bout of exhaustion overcomes me. Forget it. It is too late. Let's go tomorrow. That was a pretty heavy conversation. I'm still feeling depressed over the quarrel I had with the Prime Minister yesterday. Needing some good news to boost my spirits, I make my way to see Xiaojiang early this morning. I first thought she was a cute, bubbly girl that had been spoiled and sheltered, but I did not expect her to kneel on her bed and bow to me when she sees me.
齐国少将，多谢吴君相救之恩。
Her sleeve looks like a flower. Oh, even her earrings are flowers. She's a flower girl. You're welcome, princess. Since you have just woken up, please let us know if you need anything.
少将想托人传话给敝国使者，请他们放心。
That is only natural. Chen Feng. I call for Chen Feng out of habit as Xiaojiang curiously looks behind me. The maids have already left when I came in, and so it is only Xiaojiang and I in the room alone.
吴少君，陈峰怎么了？
Ever since he came out of the dark array, he has not been able to rest well. We had ordered him to rest in his room for a day. Wait, does this mean that the princess still remembers Chen Feng from the time the two of you were in the dark array?
血祭镇里的事我都记得，反倒是外面的事，戏子给我说了才知道。
It was then that Yi Guang comes in and gives me a warm smile. But under Xiaojiang's gaze, he seems to have remembered something and greets me with a hand-on-hand salute.
少君，虎丘的事情暂时可告一段落，我便回来了。刚刚我给少江公子把过脉，他除了需要好好吃饭以外，已经不需要其他针织了。
Talking about Tiger Hill, will the princess kindly tell us what happened to you at Tiger Hill?
我与侍卫本来在姑苏城边游玩，忽然感知到强烈的邪气，在离都城这么近的地方，我实在好奇，便追寻邪气上了虎丘。
Man, that's your first mistake, girl. Going to investigate with just you and your bodyguard? Tiger Hill is heavily guarded, so how did you manage to bypass my security to get up there?
我如果受阻，当时就会知道那是吴国祭庙，也不会偷偷跑进去了。对不起，吴少君。
That is fine, since you did not know any better. After all, you were there with good intentions.
公子到了祭庙后，又看见了什么？
我看见一群黑衣巫祝在举行血祭，我感觉打不过就想逃走，却被他们抓住了。虽然有朱雀剑的保护，我没受伤，没想到黑衣人对神剑起了贪念，对我下了咒。
那群巫祝当中，是不是有个俊秀的少年
？A handsome youth?
他和其他人不太一样，虽然漂亮，却有种可怕的感觉。
Princess Xiaojiang is indeed an outstanding mage to be able to see through Zheng Dan's disguise.
是吗？
When we rushed to Tiger Hill, your bodyguard and the men in black were already dead. Even Zheng Dan was injured. Zheng Dan was probably worried that his ploy would come to light when he failed to kill you, so he sacrificed some of his underlings to make his deception more convincing.
这个郑旦也太狡诈了。
正因为他狡猾胜于常人，有些事才不会那么容易。
Yi Guang smiles at Xiaojiang and she blushes to the point of not being able to say a word. I don't know why she is acting so shy. Maybe it is simply because Xiaojiang is a maiden who is not used to talking to a mature young man like Yi Guang. I quickly changed the topic. Princess Xiaojiang, thank you very much for giving me the details about your kidnapping. So what do you intend to do next?
我离家也有数月了，准备和公孙先生商量一下，及早启程回国。
We will send someone to escort Mr. Gongsun to the palace. Yo, it's been like how many months? It's been like probably like 4 months since we're here. She's been out.
多谢吴少君
passed out.
也谢谢你这么多次舍命救我。
You are welcome.
我但愿这次能不辱使命，见无期之盟，结百年之好。
Oh, this is about to be complicated, huh? When I see Xiaojiang being all shy, a sudden thought occurs to me. I'm not only a man in her eyes, but also her fiancé. With that thought, I begin to feel awkward. Mr. Gongsun was held back from returning his report on his mission due to our own reasons. We hope that Princess Xiaojiang will not blame us for it. On that note, we hope that you rest well before you begin your journey. We will...
啊，少君稍等，我还有一件事想请教少江公子。那把朱雀剑究竟是何来历？
这把剑是齐国传世之物，据说能够辟邪，所以我才带上了它。没想到这次还真的救了我。
Yiguang nods his head and takes out a note written on a piece of cloth with something drawn with ink on it. He was trying to protect her. Wait. Because why was it, like, about to pierce her heart? I guess the hex did that? Or something? I don't freaking know. Something like that, I think.
那你可曾见过这个纹路？
看起来有点眼熟。
Xiaojing holds up the sacred dagger next to the piece of cloth and looks at the carving of Phoenix, while comparing it to the pattern.
和剑上的纹路很相似，但又不完全一样。我应该没在别处见过。
多谢公子。
Xiaojing has spoken with us for a while now. As she seems to be getting tired and I still feel awkward about our engagement, I pull Yiguang away as we say our goodbyes. Yiguang, you were also hurt in the dark array. Why don't you get some more rest?
阿月，你这么着急拉我出来，原来是关心我。
Since you still have a sense of humor, it seems like your injuries aren't serious enough for me to worry about.
倒是你，怎么样了？
Yiguang points a finger at my chest, and I give him a bitter smile as I shake my head. What else is there to say? Ever since the dragon god escaped from the sword pond, the seal would of course get from bad to worse.
我大致也猜到了，我另有办法安置大体，余玉还是交给你。有白虎栖息在内，能帮你挡住龙神的法力，减缓发作。
Does Xiaojian think we're our deceased brother? Yes. Xiaojian has never met us before, and since we took on our deceased brother's name, so she just thinks we're him. But I think everyone in the the other people know. Yeah, oof indeed. Gonna be awkward regarding the continuing the bloodline thing. Awkward. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the guys know who we are. I thought Wu Zixu wouldn't know, but he knows. And since we're childhood friends with Chen Feng and Yiguang, they know. And then what's his face? Gojian found out at the beginning. And we were friends previously, but then he put two and two together that we are now in disguise. So we've been new. They all knew. With the might tiger's power in there to help protect you. Yeah, we've been. He even said, he was like, man, it was obvious. He was like, there's no way it ain't you. Okay. Doesn't the white tiger need to return to the sacred ding?
那个大鼎被邪气侵蚀了很长一段时间了，现在回去反而对他不好。
It is all my fault for being so slow-witted. Just how many people have been hurt by Zheng Dan and his dark array these past few years?
神器内的魂灵会依照天道选择主人，除非原本的主人突然死亡，或者自愿赠送，器灵无法与他人再订立盟誓，只能靠强夺豪取。
What is the price for using such forceful methods? Are such strong-armed methods common?
代价当然极大，轻则损耗夺气者的精魄，重则遭到反噬，神魂俱灭。龙神怕是走投无路了，才出此下策。但他那么奸猾，肯定不会只是自己吃亏。
I really like this background music. It kind of reminds me of this one background music from Oblivion, where very calm and peaceful. Hateful demon! I hit the banister in anger. Below me lies the peaceful and beautiful city of Gusu. Unbeknownst to them, destruction and danger could come from at a moment's notice. I don't know how I can kill that monster for ruining the sacred thing.
我现在倒是有个猜测，所以才请少江公子看了那块拓片。拓片上的纹路是德鼎的一只鼎角。
Is there something you are not telling me for you to laugh so mysteriously? I keep thinking this butterfly at the end of the sentences is like an emoji. Or something, like a person looking to the left emoji.
还是阿玉了解我，没有把握的事情，说出来很容易引人歧途的。
So what do you need me to do?
现在，我只需要阿玉好好休息，养足精神。
I can only nod my head with a bitter chuckle. After my argument with Wu Zishu, I could not sleep well, and Yiguan must have noticed that I was not all there today.
怎么了？不舒服吗？
Oh, save. Are we unwell? You want me to tell him the whole... You want me to tell him the whole truth? Yiguang is the only person I can truly confide in. I feel guilty about Wu Zishu and the dilemma I am currently trapped in. The Prime Minister hopes that I will make sacrifices for my kingdom, but there are things that I really do not want to do, so we had a bitter quarrel over it. The king and the kingdom should be one and the same, yet I am too selfish to be a good king, and I am unworthy of the Prime Minister's faith in me.
阿玉，你知道我为什么跟你回吴国吗？
Oh God. Because you want to do what's right, right? For the love of humanity and for the love of doing what's right. When your parents chose to sacrifice themselves to kill the dragon god, it was for the greater good, and I guess you would do the same. You wouldn't sit idly by while letting evil run amok.
阿玉，几年不见，我可不能再当你是那个阿玉了。
He's like, nah, you're so wrong. Did you not agree to treat me like a child anymore? Or does what we agreed on still not stand?
不敢。
Yiguang shoots me a broad and confident smile. His clear eyes resemble the surface of calm waters with gentle ripples. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel that if I had to spend the rest of my short life with someone, I would be happy if I could spend it with Yiguang. But I quickly reject the idea. I cannot use him like a tool. If I truly cared about him, then I cannot let him follow me to the grave. I just hope to resolve this issue with the dragon god as soon as possible. That way I can set Yiguang free, like a fish in the ocean, from his bitter and cruel fate. Yiguang, sometimes I wish I could still be that Ayu from our youth, but the things that we wish for that don't come true outnumber the things that do.
如果还是那时的阿玉，我会怜惜他所受的种种苦，却不一定会将他当作眼前这样一位可敬之人。
Okay, man with words. Because I'm the king of Ung?
是，也不是。以你的立场身份，本来可以舍弃尘封，舍弃祝罗村的老乡，你却一次次舍命相救。虽然莽撞了些，但吴王心中有仁有义，是施一光心甘情愿侍奉的君王。
Yiguang.
我想，武相国阅历丰富，一定也能看到阿玉的优点。而且你能成为人君，也是武相国这么些年一直尽心尽力教导的结果。在固执程度上，你们也不愧是师徒，吵架肯定难免的。
Are you trying to praise me or hurt my feelings?
我只是实话实说。
I take a deep breath as I gaze into the distance at the prosperous city by the river. Every inch of the river and hills is a result of the hard work that generations of the people of Ung have put in. It is a great honor to be their king. That is why I should do my best to be a competent king. Thank you, Yiguang. I trust you, and I trust the Prime Minister. That is why I will not distance nor take the side of anyone of you. I will instead close the gap between everyone, and we will work together to break the sacred vow and bring peace to the kingdom of Ung. Yiguang bows to me with a hand-on-hand salute, not just out of friendship, but also out of respect and loyalty. I suddenly feel that our time as children is truly in the past and will no longer overlap my visions of the future. Chapter 9. The issue with Xiaojiang is peacefully resolved. Mr. Gongsun has submitted a formal request to return to his kingdom. I'm taking the opportunity to visit someone else who is also waiting to return to his kingdom. Ajo.
罪臣勾践参见大王。
Bro needs new threads immediately, ASAP. What sinner? You saved me. I should thank you for it.
大王，这是在吴宫。
I know, but there's no one around, so I wish to treat you as a friend.
说你多少次也没用。谢谢你，让我在吴宫休养了那么多天。现在已经差不多好了。我也
Oops. Whoops. I'm sorry. It's not my fault that you had to suffer.
勾践本来就是吴王的臣奴，早就习惯了。
Okay, so you were the slave of my father? Is that what it was? Koji got some Yao hands, to be honest. Yeah, just a bit. Don't say that. Sooner or later, you will return back to the kingdom of Yue to be their king again.
我当然相信朋友
Put
之道。
that Yao hand away.
只是我也明白，这件事也不是你一个人能做主的。
Prime Minister Wu is still angry over the incident with the head priest. I will find a good time to discuss this with him. Not only is Wu Zishu angry, but he is also giving me the cold shoulder. Even when discussing official matters, he only says the bare minimum. If I bring up the subject of letting Gojian return to Yue, Gojian's head would hang on the city walls in no time flat. But I cannot tell Gojian this. I can only keep my thoughts to myself and apologize to him in my heart.
我懂，想到自己在那种妖怪脚下待了3年，我也后怕。
I did not dare tell you this before because I had hoped that I could resolve the issue with the Dragon God and his followers without having to involve anyone else. I did not think that you, Xiaojiang, and Yiguang would also be affected.
你扮成男子做了吴王，是不是也和那家伙有关？
Yes, the Dragon God had an agreement with my ancestors that we, the kings of Ung, would need to serve him. 5 years ago, my father, the former king, wanted to kill the Dragon God, but the Dragon God's followers foiled our plans, and my 3 elder brothers were killed by the Dragon God instead. So what would happen if there's no heirs left to serve the Dragon God? I guess he would destroy everyone?
血海深仇啊！我猜今后只会有更多人被牵扯进来，你还是早做准备的好。
I understand.
如果阿玉不介意，我能不能也让亲族去打听一下龙神信徒的踪迹？越国虽然国小民弱，在东南一面，多少还有点势力。
Man, it's small and weak because we kept you here as our slave for like, what, 3 years? But even the people in Ung do not know much about the Dragon God's followers.
放心，我只会说是作乱的巫祝。 多年前吴国剿灭巫祝内乱的事，很多人都知道。
Every little clue helps, so thank you for the assistance, Ajo.
少君，
We're talking with the king of Yue at the moment.
少君恕罪，臣有急事不得不来禀报。
Is it regarding the Dragon God?
不，是齐国使者公孙先生，他急着要见少君，相国已经先赶过去了。
Even the Prime Minister has rushed over there. What on earth could be the matter? Chen Feng glances at Gojian and hesitates for a minute before saying something that shocks Gojian and me so much that it renders us speechless.
据闻齐公被权臣田氏毒杀了。
What's happening? One thing at a time, people, okay? One thing at a time. First, Dragon God, okay? We'll do political assassinations after the Dragon God is settled, okay? As I step into the hall, I hear a sob. It is the envoy of Qi, Mr. Gong Su-yi, who has forgotten all decorum. When Gong Su-yi sees me, he rushes in front of me, kneels down, and bows to me with his head on the ground, crying as he begs me.
大王，吴齐两国世代交好，我公与大王也即将成为姻亲，如今却被乱臣贼子所害，求大王主持公道。
This poor Gong Su-yi has been going through it. Yeah. He was supposed to go back with Xiao Jian like months ago when she went missing, but you know, she only just woke up. So and now this. My goodness, this poor dude. Mr. Gongsu, please get up. We are shocked by the news of what had happened to the King of Qi, but we need you to give us the details.
逆臣田横与我公素来有间隙，对吴齐联盟之事也多有阻挠。我公担心他会为私利伤害少江公子，才会默许公子乔装来了吴国。我公本想此次定下婚约，田横就不敢再打公子的主意，没想到激怒了田横，竟然毒杀了我公。
Although the king of Qi was still in his prime, for him to perish at the hands of such a dastardly man, this goes against all ethical norms. The will of heaven has been broken. The citizens of Qi will suffer yet again.
吾君所言甚是，最可怜的是少江公子，没了哥哥，家中又有豺狼，外臣也不知道如何劝他。
Please do not worry. Although you could not return in time to give your answer to your king, we will still honor the engagement and will protect Xiaojian. If you are willing to continue to stay here as our guest, we will be more than happy to host you.
有吴君这番话，外臣也就放心了。但家国有难，岂能远而避之？待我向少江公子禀明形势，便会告辞。
We admire your sense of righteousness. We will prepare gifts for you to take back. We will find a suitable date for Xiaojian, you and us to go. For Xiaojian, you and us to go and pay our respects to the late king of Qi.
大王之恩义，公孙仪莫齿难忘。
Yeah, you better not forget. Xiaojian will be greatly saddened. We will take good care of her, so please do not worry.
当初为了方便照顾少江公子。 他的侍女也扮男装来了吴国，现在如果有他们相陪，公子大概会好受些。恳请大王同意他们入宫。
陈凤，
臣在。
Follow Mr. Gongsun back and bring those maids from Qi to the palace. If Mr. Gongsun needs anything else, do your best to fulfill it.
No. 若是我公有大王的胸怀气度，也不会。多谢大王，外臣告辞。
After Gong Sui leaves, I look at Wu Zixu. He just stands there without saying a thing, and I presume that it is a continuation of our Cold War. I secretly let out a sigh. I guess I will need to take the initiative to break the ice. Prime Minister, what do you think about the situation in the Kingdom of Qi?
齐国这次震荡，肯定要波及吴国。
We think that you are right. Please summon all the important ministers of the court for discussion.
诺。
Since Ng already has strategic plans for the north, we should have adequate intelligence in that area. Right now, the Tian, Bao, Guo, and Gao clans in Qi are vying for the throne, and it will be a good opportunity to swoop in on them. But the Kingdom of Qi is a strong country with a long history, and Ng might not win if the four clans were to combine their strength. Then there is Xiaojian. Since my engagement with her is not yet officially recognized, I will be pressured to give her up if the Tian clan asks for her, If I were to take the moral high ground before the Tian clan does, I will be forced to go to war against the Tian clan for their treason. My ministers and I start to debate over the pros and cons of this matter until late into the night and to exhaustion. There is still no clear direction of what we should do, and we agree to reconvene at a later time to continue our discussion. After the ministers have left, I close my eyes and rub my temples for a moment before starting the arduous task of clearing my desk. Although it isn't my job to do it, I want to take this opportunity to organize my thoughts. I stretch out my hand to pick up a bamboo scroll, and another hand holds it down on the other end. Prime Minister? Wu Zishu silently helps me pick up and put away the books and stationery which lie scattered across the floor. His white hair reflects the orange glow from the lamps, making him look less cold and stern. It moves my heart. Perhaps, like me, he also wants to reconcile our differences. In the past, the Prime Minister would frequently accompany us in our studies till late into the night, and wake us up early the next morning to practice our martial arts like sleep was not needed. About the other day...
Shaojun!
What now, Chen Feng? My god, you are just bringing bad news upon bad news! Chen Feng, this is the second time you've interrupted us today.
少将公子的屋内冒起火光，他却把门窗从里面堵上了。
Bro, chaos. Why have you not broken the door in to save her?
臣刚刚要踢开门，他说谁再靠近，他就立刻自刎。臣只能来请少君裁断。
My god. That girl. Prime Minister, we will go and come back soon.
公子，求你开开门！公子！
Princess Xiaojian, do you intend to burn down our palace? Xiaojian.
吴少君，你放心，我只是烧掉了写给哥哥的信。
We are preparing to pay homage to the memory of the King of Qi. Xiaojian, open the door and let us discuss this.
多谢吴少君之恩。少将现在只有一个心愿。
Speak.
少将希望死后葬在齐国。
My god.
与哥哥相伴。
I feel something terribly amiss after hearing the calmness in Xiaojian's voice. With a deep breath, I kick down the door that is blocked by a stack of furniture. Xiaojian is shocked by the loud sound. She proceeds to take out her dagger and points it at her chest. In a copper basin next to her feet lies a few white rolls of paper that has almost finished burning. She looks determinedly at me through the wispy white smoke. Her face is still wet with tears. What do you mean by this?
少将现在家国俱亡，无畏偷生。
We have gotten news that the Tian clan wishes to crown your brother's son as the new king. How can you say that your kingdom has perished?
齐国这数十年内乱，我的至亲之人都已经死光了。侄儿年纪还小，只不过几家权臣的傀儡。与其有生之年，再看到亲人惨死，我不如现在就去陪伴父母哥哥。
My god. Do you think that we'll give you the great words of wisdom in order to talk you out of this?
我知道吴少君是个温柔之人，不过我死意已决，只求吴少君成全我的心愿。
We're not who you think we are. I give a cold laugh and grab Xiaojian's hands as I brutally push the blade half an inch closer to her chest. What is happening? Although the dagger did not even penetrate her clothes, Xiaojian keeps struggling without any success of freeing herself, as she looks at me in shock. Do not worry. If you stab yourself here, you will pierce your heart and the blood will flow out quicker. You will not have to suffer for long.
吴少君，
We really said, go ahead and do it. God. Since we're preparing to hold a memorial service for the King of Qi, it will be convenient to prepare your burial at the same time. You will never know as to whether Gong Sun Yi will take your body away or not. We will deal with it however we please. Try me. Literally. Saying this, I push the dagger closer towards her. The dagger is now piercing her skin, but blood is yet to be seen. Xiaojian gasps in pain. Are you frightened? Then let us help you. When she sees me taking a breath and about to use strength, she lets out an ear-piercing scream. The maids who were trembling by the door suddenly find the courage to cover Xiaojian's body with theirs. The dagger falls onto the bed with a clear, crisp ring as I loosen my grip. Princess Xiaojian, it is only when you have truly tasted the perils of a life or death situation that you truly broaden your horizons. Xiaojian looks up at me with her eyes full of tears for a moment. Then she jumps into my arms, bawling. I stroke her head gently as feelings of pity for her start to well up in my heart. When I was young, my father, mother, and brothers used to spoil me with hugs. Although I have forgotten what it feels like to be hugged after all these years, I am now comforting others with it. After quite a long while, when she gradually ceases her crying, she starts to wiggle and squirm in my arms like a little civet cat. The maids who are watching by the side start to feel a little awkward too. After tidying up the place, they take their leave. Suddenly, the little civet cat goes rigid as she looks up at me from within my arms with an expression of doubt. We were only scaring you. Do not worry. She bites her lower lips as she pushes her hands on and gives him a good squeeze. Okay. I've long passed the age of ignorance. The Prime Minister and Chen Feng have always been broad-minded and frank about such things. So Xiao Jian's action does not faze me. Instead, she is the one who is shocked. She stares at me and puts her hands down. Then in a whisper, she asks me,
为什么?
You promised to keep it a secret? You cannot even tell your maids.
皇天在上，少将发誓不告诉任何人。
5 years ago, when my 3 elder brothers were killed, my father was worried that the throne would fall into someone else's hands and that would perish, so he had me take my brother's place as crown prince. She did cop a feel. She gave it a squeeze as well. In the battle between and Yue, my father was killed and I became the king of
你这么轻描淡写的，其实很难吧？
The jig is up, yep. In the beginning, everything was difficult. Political affairs, the 6 arts of education, swordplay. I had to learn everything, and I had to learn it fast, or else the Prime Minister would really have my hide. Now all the beans are being spilled.
你不害怕吗？万一被发现怎么办？
Every day left me feeling so tired that I wouldn't have the energy to worry about such things. But what I truly worried about was whether or not I'd be a good king for and if I'd be able to fulfill my brother's last wishes.
可是，他们已经死了。
I was very close with my brothers, so the things that they cannot protect and cherish, I will do so in their stead.
你果然和我想的不一样，比我想的更好。
Xiaojian lets out a smile as she hugs me tightly again. Being on this emotional roller coaster has tuckered her out, and it isn't long before I hear soft snoring from within my arms. I gently place her on the bed and exit the room.
少君.
Chen Feng holds the phoenix dagger and offers it to me. I shake my head. I'll let you hold on to it. Give it back to Xiaojian when she wakes up.
臣先护送少君回寝宫.
Just in case, you better keep watch over the princess. Chen Feng has more to say, but he suddenly looks past me and gives a hand-on-hand salute. I turn around to see a tall, strong figure leaning against the rails. We step towards him, and Chen Feng does not follow us. Wu Zixu and I walk in silence. After a few turns, we come to a corridor with a view of Gusu City at night. I subconsciously stop there. Prime Minister, take a look. We look so good though, like come on, man. The cool summer breeze brings to mind a tender picture of the city in black ink. Wu Zixu and I stand along the corridor silently as we gaze into the distance, watching the lights of the city going out here and on there. Right? We look so good. Please. Today we imitated the Prime Minister poorly to save Princess Xiaojian's life.
少君做得比臣当年更好。
Maybe I should have tried to stab you in the heart. Did you see all of that?
臣担心少将公子做出傻事，便跟来了。请少君恕臣失礼。
We've embarrassed ourselves in front of the Prime Minister. Seeing Xiaojiang reminds us of the time when we were also young, hasty, and ignorant. Perhaps it also made the Prime Minister remember the time when we were timid and weak. Is that not why you gave us that stab then? Oh, he really did. He actually stabbed us though. Okay. We must have let you down. So that's what we meant by poor excuse of imitating him, because we didn't stab her.
哀其不幸，怒其不争。
We're here today as the King of Fuchai, because you have worked hard at protecting and supporting us. The Prime Minister works hard for the kingdom and is like a father to us. That is something that we shall never forget. That day, we were just angry to the point of being muddled, and we said things without giving it a thought. So please forgive us.
那臣的意见，少君也接受了吗？
We have thought about it. The Dragon God hates our kingdom to the point of wanting to exterminate us, hence danger will come at us at any time. We cannot rest, especially since the seal on my chest keeps getting worse. We do not even know if we have 10 more months to live. Oh god, that's a rush time limit. That is why we think the best course of action is to put in all our efforts into killing the Dragon God once and for all.
孤注一掷，我怕吴国输不起。
Oh, I just noticed we're holding hands with him. That's so cute. Aww. We're holding hands with him. We understand what you mean. We only hope that the Prime Minister can sympathize with us. That's so freaking cute! We did not reject your suggestion on a mindless whim. Although we differ in our methods, our goals have always been the same, for the peace and prosperity of the Kingdom of Wu Zishu thinks about it silently for a bit before letting out a sigh, then he gently takes my hand.
臣从来都与少君同心。
Ooh! Ooh! Although he says no more, seeing twinkles of gentle lights reflecting in his eyes makes me happy. It seems that this night of a myriad of twinkling lights will forever be etched into the hearts and minds of the Prime Minister and I. After the memorial ceremony, Gong Su-yi will bring the rest of his envoy back to the kingdom of Qi. Although Xiaojiang weeps bitterly at the memorial ceremony, everything goes smoothly without a hitch. She never mentions anything about wanting to die, nor giving a clear indication if she wants to stay or go. I arrive at her chamber wanting to discuss that issue with her, but I bump into Yi Guang, who is just stepping out of her chamber. In his arms is a messy bundle of bamboo scrolls, cloth, and silk.
少君来得正巧，我与少将公子打算去虎丘一趟，你要一起来吗？
You're not going there for leisure.
郑旦在祭庙留下了不少资料，我和少将公子研究过了，想出了一个防备龙神的好办法。
I always knew you were smart, you bookworm. Yi Guang tilts his head questioningly. Seeing that, Xiaojiang starts to laugh.
我刚刚说过了，我还是齐国公子，怎么能上虎丘祭庙？戏子却说，反正我偷偷溜上去过，手兵对我也没用。
This man is too carefree. Please forgive him, Princess Xiaojiang. Since we have something to discuss with Princess Xiaojiang, we should go there together.
啊，好像没看见陈峰。
It did not seem like he rested well, so when we said that we would just be visiting Princess Xiaojiang, he agreed to rest in his chamber.
按理说不应该呀。等我们从虎丘回来后，我再去好好给他瞧瞧。
Sorry to trouble you. Let's go.
大王，
Why is the Centurion holding us back?
相国有令，一定不能再放施一光上山了。
The Centurion gives us a helpless look and he sounds troubled.
大王，施先生一而再再而三偷偷跑到祭庙去，相国已经发火了。
Oops. Mr. Shi is the head priest of so he can come and go as he pleases to the Mausoleum Temple.
没有经过正式任命，还算不得入关。
I turn my head to find the source of that voice. It is indeed Wu Zishu. He gives Yi Guang a look of dissatisfaction before glaring at the centurion. Thinking that we have just made up, I have no intention of starting another argument with him. Mr. Shi and Princess Xiaojian want to share their plans on repairing the sword pod with us. We thought it would be better if we did that at the site itself, so we brought them here.
既然是少君的意思，我们就一起上山好了。
Seeing that Wu Zishu is not pursuing the matter, the centurion tells his man to clear the way. Yeah, get out of the way! Due to the miasma, the outside of the Mausoleum Temple was damaged so badly that the entrance was blocked. Only the path to the sword pond was still usable. Just when I think of entering, Wu Zishu stops me.
石一光，上次少君同意你查看剑池，结果惹出了大祸，少君也差点没命。这次你又要打什么算盘？
相国要是担心我的用意，不如也一起前往。
There is a danger that the dragon god will come and take the sacred ding. We should first secure the sword pond, and the only people who can do that would be Yi Guang and Princess Xiaojian. Prime Minister, you should come with us, and we promise you that we will be more careful to not get hurt like last time.
少君下保证，就像喝水一样。这次，臣无论如何不准你再去碰那些奇奇怪怪的银线了。
Wu Zishu lowers his hands in silent agreement to go with us to the sword pond. The mess of sacred swords and broken chains are still lying all over the place. The sacred ding looks damaged and rusty. I don't want to get close to the sacred ding, so I stop at the entrance. Yi Guang, what was the preventative measure that you were talking about?
我想让大鼎上的邪气自己保护自己。
Wu Zishu gives a cold snort and I tug at his sleeve. I do not want him to voice his opinion so hastily.
确切说，不是邪气，是净化后的灵气。正旦的血祭阵虽然破了，但是被激发的邪气还在污染大鼎，武魂也会继续衰弱下去，所以必须先净化它。
上次少君为救你不惜冒险入阵，这次你别想又将少君拖下水。
Yi Guang laughs as he waves his hand.
本来这件事我和少江公子也能做，有少君赐血一滴，封镇便够了。
吴少君，吴相国，西子带来的书简我都看过了。这座大鼎确实有些连先生都不知道的重大秘密，我以朱雀剑魂保证，此行绝对安全。
Hearing the word secret makes Wu Zishu wrinkle his brows.
我在楚国生活了10几年，关于德鼎，还有什么秘密，不曾告诉过先王和施家夫妇。
Bro, trust no one, not even yourself.
推论不可做实证，我想要到阵中才能确定。少君，武相国，请。
But Wu Zishu blocks the way. He looks coldly at Yi Guang and the silver string in his hands. The atmosphere has become oppressive. It is no wonder that Wu Zishu is nervous about this, as I almost died here in the last battle. However, Yi Guang is calmly waiting by the side of the ding like we are departing for a vacation into the spiritual realm. It looks like he will not be able to convince Wu Zishu. Save. I don't know if these saves really matter. I'm gonna persuade him, I don't need to command him. Prime Minister, if it had not been for Yi Guang, we would have been killed by Zheng Dan on the day he broke free from the ding. So why would he bother to save us then, only to kill us today? Yi Guang has always done his best for him, and even more so, for the good of the common people. We believe in him, and so would the Prime Minister please believe in us too? Hearing this, Yi Guang raises his hands and greets Wu Zishu with a hand-on-hand salute. His usual easygoing manner suddenly turns a lot more solemn. After a while of silence, Wu Zishu sighs and makes way for me. I nod at Wu Zishu and walk towards the sacred ding. Yi Guang takes his silver strings and winds it around our wrists before tying the other end to the ears of the ding.
这个不是血祭阵，只是我搭的银线阵，你们不用担心会受伤。
Saying that, Yiguang gently pulls on the silver string, and the string begins to give off a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, we were transported to the highest point of the big city. Below us, undead soldiers dot the main streets. The north and east of the city are still covered in fog, while the smashed city gates lay to the west.
相国，你对这座大城感觉如何？
气魄恢宏，只是太过死寂。
The dark array outside the city has already been broken, so are all these undead soldiers the remnants of that jerk's ploy?
少君，
Yiguang told me that the scenery and the people and objects inside the magical array are only a representation of the state of the Ding. The undead soldiers and monsters that attacked the city were also a representation. So what remains are the representation of the evil aura that has yet to be purified, right?
这正是今日想与少君商议的事之一。除了凶兽和士兵外，少君应该还记得大城的由来吧？
Yes, we stipulated that the city represents the Ding of Virtue and the Sacred Dagger. I think that the city is also formed from the artifact's own thoughts, right? That is why we can see the resident spirits in the specific likeness of the phoenix and the white tiger.
少君没说错。那么，你想过朱雀和白虎的意念为什么会投影为同一座大城吗？
So they were indeed protecting the same big city?
对，朱雀守的是南城门。 白虎则是西城门。
Is there a north and east gate then? My heart gives a tiny leap of surprise. I've always thought that they were similar cities due to the fact that they are both sacred artifacts with very similar thoughts. So how did this big city come about? I lean over the rails to see the blurry center of the city more clearly, but I am held back by my waist by Wu Zishu and Yiguang, and it looks like neither of them want to be the first to let go. Why are they holding our waist?
是一光，有些东西还是早点放手为妙，方能换得后半生平安自由。
该放手的时候，我自然会放。倒是相国攥得太紧了，会将心爱的小鸟闷死在手里的。
I'm telling you to chill. Just grab my shoulders.
既然吴少君那么好奇，我们可以直接去城中心吗？
I forgot Xiaojian was here. Y'all doing this in front of her, man? Come on, awkward. Yes, yes. Since the situation is not dire at the moment, we hope to be able to understand this place a little more. Saying that, I hurry away from those two and take Xiaojian to the stairs that leads down the city. There should be a Xiaojian route, man. Xiaojian is blushing quite a bit, but I'm guessing that I'm not doing any better. After going down to the city, we see a few undead lingering about. Although they are not as scary as when they were being controlled by the Chongqi, their bodies are still giving off a black smoke that would make one's skin crawl.
少君想看看的话，我们可以走着去。
Oh,
尽量避开士兵。虽然他们现在没什么攻击力，
after he's done
不过
talking.
被邪气染到，还是会难受一阵的。
So we stepped into the array, back into the array. We're gonna try and purify the evil aura of the Ding to like give it new, fresh aura, I guess, to recharge it. So we're just looking out over the city in the array, and then like we apparently step forward to the railing, and then both Wu Zishu and this dude Yiguang grab us by the waist, and then they're like, they don't want to let go. They're like, you let go first, or whatever. And we leave with Xiaojian uncomfortable. We're like, okay, bye. We're like, let's go. We should just go down. Yeah. Awkward indeed. They could have just grabbed our shoulders, bruh. Why are you grabbing our waist for? If my liege wishes to see the center of the city, we can make our way there. Although the undead soldiers are less likely to attack now, it is still best to avoid them because the evil aura that they give out can still hurt you. Can we get rid of the evil aura by killing those undead soldiers? Yiguang shakes his head.
少君，你认不出他们吗？
I struggled for a long while to think of who these undead could be, but other than feeling disgust from the rotting flesh, I cannot think of who they are.
是吴国士兵。
I am shocked. I take a closer look at their torn and tattered armor, and true enough, they are wearing the armor of the Ng's army. What are they? Yi Guang doesn't answer me. Wu Zixu also looks troubled because amongst the undead, there were quite a few that were wearing the armor of the Chu's army. Even though Yi Guang is not speaking much, we are slowly beginning to realize the truth of the matter. These undead soldiers are not just animated by the evil aura, but also by the souls of the dead, right?
他们都是回不了家、被人遗忘的士兵，死后还被龙神利用而不得安息。
Wu Zixu and I are left speechless. The kingdom of Ng and the kingdom of Chu were at war for decades. The war for the Ding of Virtue was so fierce that even the capital of Chu was invaded, and it ended when the king of Chu fled his kingdom. Hence, it shouldn't be too shocking that the Ding of Virtue is haunted.
怎么了？
Prime Minister, have you realized that we've not seen a single ghost from the Shi clan?
别人我不清楚，但当年臣与施家夫妇相交甚笃，知道他们对破除神盟、拯救吴国的决心，丝毫不亚于先王。舍生取义，又被人衷心怀念祭奠之人，大概不会变作怨灵吧。可这世上，活人往往比怨灵更为可怕。
We understand what the Prime Minister is saying. Therefore, there's something we would like to beseech the Prime Minister to do.
少君言重了。
You also watched Yi Guang grow up as a child. We really hope that you will watch over him from now on without any bias, as an elder and a friend of his late parents.
臣。
It is Xiaojun's exclamation of surprise that pulls my attention back from the conversation. I'm unsure of when we arrived at the main road, which leads to a bridge at the end of it, but the road is full of undead soldiers, and it will not be easy to get to the bridge.
少君，到我身后来。
As Wu Zixu stands in front of me, he prepares to draw his sword, only to find his sword missing, just like me in the past.
雍麒麟。
She puts her fingers to her lips as she blows an ear-piercing whistle which acts as a summoning spell. A ball of golden red flame descends and clears the area of undead soldiers, creating a space where only a few people can stand.
真是百闻不如一见之美。
那只雄雀更美，只不过朱雀剑本有2把，雄剑为哥哥所有。那日血祭阵中陨落的朱雀，便是哥哥那把剑的剑魂。
That's sad.
都是我害了哥哥。如果有剑魂保护他，他也不会被天河害死。
It's a Xiaojie. After wiping the tears from her eyes, she shoots me with a determined look.
吴少君，我希望你能兴兵伐齐，助我报仇。
这真是个不得了的请求啊！
公子，你可知报仇这条路不仅艰辛漫长，等你走到尽头的时候，也可能只剩一片虚无。
如果不能报仇，我现在活着就只剩虚无了。
Xiaojian, we understand your pain, but look at these restless spirits. Ew. Whether you win or lose, the cost of a war is thousands of lives. As the king of Ng, we will not endanger the lives of our citizens, and we also do not wish to see your kingdom in such a state as well. Before Xiaojian can reply, a slight tremor suddenly shakes from under her feet. A disturbance erupted through the undead soldiers that surround us. Although their rotting bodies can no longer speak, their cries still ring out. The phoenix that has cleared a space for us also suddenly takes off towards the bridge. We too follow it in hot pursuit, and from out of nowhere, a skeleton over 10 feet tall appears. The phoenix flies straight at its head, as it intends to stop the giant skeleton from crossing the bridge. Not to be outdone, the skeleton grabs the undead soldiers at its side and prepares to beat down the phoenix. The phoenix just takes to higher skies.
少君，
只能请你唤出白虎帮忙了。
释一光，你不是说不危险吗？
How do I do that?
伸手。
Yiguan made a small nick on my finger, and a white cloud appeared in midair, and from that cloud jumps out the white tiger. You're looking much better now. The white tiger gives a growl as he pounces towards the skeleton. Under the attack of the two beasts, the skeleton starts to crumble. One of its hands falls towards the bridge, and the phoenix is unable to catch it in time. Suddenly, a bright light appears from the bridge and blinds us for an instant. When we open our eyes, the tall skeleton and the undead soldiers that surrounded us were gone. What happened?
他们被德鼎之力净化了。
Wasn't the power stolen by the Dragon God's followers?
我说的是真正的德鼎之力，龙神偷走的雏鼎，不是真正的德鼎。
What? Wait a minute. Then this big city...
正是真正的德鼎的投影。
Yiguang's words make Wu Zishu and I exchange looks of surprise, but deep down we don't feel all that shocked. Just then, the power that purified the evil aura was much more powerful than the magical power before. This new power feels like a warm spring day, calming and comforting. The phoenix and white tiger that were up in the air land in front of us side by side. This is my first time seeing these two beasts together, and they look very intimate as they rub their heads against each other.
少君，相国，你们还记得大鼎的样子吗？
看了那么多年，怎么会不记得？它的城盘中心刻有巨眼，4只脚则铸成4象镇凶的形状：东青龙镇桃物，南朱雀降饕餮，西白虎制穷奇，北玄武压混沌。这亦是古籍里对德鼎外观的描述。
What? Wait, what? Okay, the Ding of Virtue is... It has large eyes carved onto its body. The scene of the 4 guards sealing the 4 perils are carved into each of its 4 legs. The azure dragon of the east seals the Tao Wu of pride. The vermilion phoenix of the south subdues the Tao Tia of gluttony. The white tiger of the west restricts the Chongqi of wrath, and the black tortoise of the north crushes the Hundun of chaos. Okay. This is also the description of the Ding of Virtue in ancient texts.
少江公子来吴之前，我们可曾见过传说中白虎之外的其他3项？
I struggle to think back, and after a long while, I can only shake my head. Wu Zishu also mulls over it and gives no reply.
但是我与先王当年曾多番查证，认为楚国大鼎符合古籍的描述，而施家夫妇也证实他拥有非凡神力，才确信大鼎是德鼎。怎么现在突然就变成假的了？
相国所言并无虚假。问题出在这几百年间，从未有人亲眼见过真正的德鼎。楚国大鼎在外形上的确铸成了德鼎的样子，也是施家人平生所见最强大的神器。但直到近来我与少江公子相谈，才惊觉它只是德鼎的那只白虎顶角，所以才没能完全诛灭龙神。
So they split the actual Ding of Virtue up and then in pieces? What? Then the pair of phoenix daggers from Qi is...
正是德鼎的朱雀顶角。朱雀双剑是齐国传国之宝，我作为巫女自幼侍奉，关于他们的来历也知道一些。
Xiaojun looks hesitant, but when Yiguang nods at her, she decides to tell us the story.
周幽王失都的时候，大巫不愿德鼎之力落入攻破王都的妖魔手中，引天雷将德鼎4分5裂，分别以4只顶角和城盘铸成了5种神器。朱雀顶角铸成了朱雀双剑，至于白虎顶角为何会仿照德鼎的外形，则不得而知了。
The Ding's leg of the phoenix became the sacred daggers of the twin phoenix. As for the Ding's leg of the white tiger, I do not know why it took the form of the Ding of Virtue. So are you saying that you knew about the sacred Ding's condition even before all this happened?
对不起，我之前实在说不出口。
So the true Ding is the sacred Ding? Is that... Where's the text? Or... Okay.
我根据齐国一些古早的秘籍追查，早就怀疑楚国拥有其中一只鼎角，后来吴王伐楚夺得。所以那天我上山，其实不是感应到什么邪气，而是朱雀剑在山脚生出共鸣。我来吴国是想替哥哥寻找得鼎失散的部件。
There's always
向国人
artifacts.
证明，他的王位天命所授，一定能止息内乱。
There's always artifacts being split up in pieces. The reason why I came to Ung was to find the missing parts of the Ding of Virtue for my brother, so that he could prove to our people that it was heaven who appointed him as king and quelled all the opposition.
结果反倒因为被郑旦下毒中，害了哥哥。
Seeing her so heartbroken, the phoenix lowers its head and mourns quietly.
我如果不为哥哥报仇，这辈子也不会安心。少君如果愿意帮我，我愿意将朱雀剑奉上，助你战胜龙神。一旦战胜齐国，雄剑也会是少君囊中之物。
But
少将公子，能报仇的方式很多，能帮忙的途径也不少。但是朱雀剑，它不仅仅是有意志的灵物，也是你与齐公之间的留念。你当真舍得吗？
我自小在内乱中长大，今日之爱，明日即失。我没什么是不能狠心给出去的。
可正因为动荡中，只有齐公和朱雀剑一直陪伴你，你才会念念不忘报仇之事，对吗？天下哪有用怀中珍宝换空气的道理
Ow, my eyes. Iguan gives her a gentle smile. With a wave of his hand, he turns the beautiful big bird into a tiny sparrow and gently places it in Xiaojiang's hands.
乱世之中，更该珍惜。
What did you do to my phoenix? Xiaojiang cradles that ball of fluff in her hands as she cries until her tears choke back her sobs.
少君，抱歉，你这次拿不到朱雀剑了。
No, you are right. We will be lying if we say that we do not want the sacred artifact that we have been so desperately searching for. But there are many ways to borrow the power of the Ding of Virtue, other than seizing it to serve our own selfish ends. Otherwise, we would not be any better. Would we not be any better than the dragon god? The phoenix dagger might be better off in the hands of a powerful mage like Xiaojiang. In addition, if we would use the lives of the people to gamble on such a venture, we might just perish even without the help of the dragon god.
吴少君，谢谢你。
Once again, we feel the tremors as the white tiger looks towards the western gates and starts to get restless.
少君，我们还过桥吗？那里应该就是城中了。
No, something is going on at the western gates. Let's go there. Hearing this, the white tiger lowers his body in front of me, as if asking us to climb onto its back.
吴少君，我也去帮忙。
Xiaojiang releases the tiny sparrow into the sky, and it becomes the majestic and beautiful phoenix again. With the help of the two great spirits, we get to the western gates in record time. The undead soldiers that were loitering in the streets now rush towards the city gates. What is that? Seeing what is happening at the western gates, the white tiger gives a low roar as the phoenix circles up above. A large skeleton is absorbing all the little restless spirits at its feet and starts to grow larger in the process. He pounds at the western gates again and again with the intention of destroying them completely. Yiguang, Don't we need our weapons this time?
我们是来净化邪气的，用不着。少江公子，你带朱雀分散那把骨头的注意力。少君，余玉我先用一下。
And what should the rest of us do?
我说过，少君只要最后刺血封阵就行了。你和相国就在这边等我。啊，还有，别让白虎过来，他太大了，碍事。
Just after Yiguang finishes his sentence, I hear an angry roar. Wu Zishu and I unanimously hasten to start stroking that big white cat. Yiguang acts like nothing happened and jumps onto the big fish that he has summoned as it makes its way toward the skeleton. Their battle looks more like a beautifully coordinated dance as their colors of green and red fly around. Soon, the joints of the skeleton are tied up with the silver strings, and when Yiguang gives a little pull, it collapses onto a heap of ruin. Xiaojiang flies back down and lands next to us while Yiguang lands on the head of the skeleton. He gently places his hands on the skeleton's glabella, where the evil aura seems to be coming from, and starts to sing a spell. When he does that, the evil aura dissipates into thin air and the skeleton crumbles into tiny stardust. The unintelligible groans gradually turns into a heartbreaking chorus. When I did leave, willows swayed in the breeze. On my way back, snow gently falls on my tracks. The long journey had hunger and thirst besieged me. My heart aches terribly. Does anyone know how it came to be? The stardust flies towards the part of the city walls where they have collapsed and lay gaping like an open wound. As it gathers there, the gaps in the walls gradually heal themselves as they soon become as good as new. Those restless spirits without a place to return to have finally found a place where they belong. As they slowly heal their broken hearts.
少君，我们该出去了。少君，可以封阵了。
Being a little overwhelmed by that scene just now, I walk before the sacred ding in a dreamlike state and prick my finger with the dagger that Yiguang hands over to me. The moment I press my bloodied finger onto the sacred ding, its rusty and tarnished appearance starts to fade away and it becomes clean and shiny new again. Can the white tiger return with this?
还不行，恢复的只是外表，鼎中的灵气不足以滋养鼎魂，况且还得防着龙神再来夺鼎。白虎还是继续在余狱中养着好。我猜，白虎也赞成。
Let's go with your plan then. But to think that we have gone in circles only to come back to the topic on how we are going to find the other parts of the Ding of Virtue.
既然已经知道了大成的意向所指，那么也不会太难。
你打算怎么做？
When the silent Wu Zishu decides to finally speak, I thought he was going to criticize me again, so I anxiously look at Yiguang. However, Yiguang still looks as calm and collected as ever.
我想去镐京，既然大鼎是在那里被分解的，说不定会有关于青龙、玄武和成盘的记载。
我也和戏子去镐京。
Princess Xiaojiang?
这样说可能有些自私，不过齐国已经没有我在意之人了。但我以公子身份留在吴国也会带来麻烦，不如去镐京帮忙。
The journey is long, and you may meet the Dragon God's followers, so we better send some of the royal guards to go with you.
不可，人多不仅引人注目，而且普通人会拖后腿。上次在祝罗村，如果没有绝对力量压制，龙神信徒差点就得逞了。
这点我也同意相国。这次有少江公子和朱雀剑在，足够对付。
There is still the Dragon God.
既然少君要拜施夷光为大柱，理应对他有足够的信心才是。
Very well, we understand. We will leave everything in your hands, head priest.
我还有一事相请。今日之事，希望诸位不要告诉给任何人知道，尤其是勾践。
诺。
Man, that sucks. Chen Feng really missed out on this because he wasn't rested well enough. Or quote-unquote rested well enough. Night has fallen when we return to the palace. Although Wu Zishi is still very cold and distant towards Yi Guang, he no longer looks at him with suspicion and hatred. This is a change worthy of a celebration.
少君从哪里回来？
I can't tell you, bro. Chen Feng, what are you doing hiding behind that pillar? You give us quite a scare.
少君，回答。
Tiger Hill.
知道了，臣告退。
Please hold on, Chen Feng. It was on the spur of the moment that we decided to take Princess Xiaojiang out to improve her mood. Since the Prime Minister was with us, we did not ask you to come along.
少君是君，陈峰是臣，自然无需对臣解释。总之，少君无事便好。
But you are clearly unhappy.
少君何时这么顾念臣的心情了？
Oh, he's mad. A gust of wind blows across us, and under the flickering light of the lamp, there's something twisted in Chen Feng's expression.
除了对你忠诚，我不知道还能为你做什么。
少君，
Yi Guang, it is so late now, so why aren't you resting?
我有些事还想跟你谈谈。
臣告退。
Aw, poor dude. I gotta go after him, bro. I can't leave him hanging like that. Chen Feng also wishes to discuss something with me. If your matter isn't urgent, can we talk about it in the morning instead?
那你好好休息。
I turn my head around to see an empty corridor. Chen Feng probably went back to stand guard over my chamber as usual. Chen Feng, now that it is just the two of us, you can vent to your heart's content.
少君也在外奔波一天了，臣为少君更衣沐浴。
Those are not important. You have heard me whine about things before, so now it is only natural for me to return the favor. As long as it is not about the treats from Yue, even I want to eat their treats.
我只是觉得，我没能为你做什么。先王从战场上捡回我这个孤儿，孙武先生又收我为徒，你也愿意拿我当朋友。可是我空有一身武艺，却对付不了那些龙神信徒，也保护不了你。
But you've already done so much for me. Not only have you been by my side for all these years, if it hadn't been for you blocking that blow for me 3 years ago when the palace underwent a change, I would have been killed by that old dog Fugai.
我应该先下手的，少君也不至于遭到那种侮辱。
It is not your fault. I was the one who ordered you to stand down. Before I became the king of Fugai was a good uncle to me, but I don't hate him as much as I hate the dragon god. If it wasn't for the sacred seal, everything would have not gone to hell in a handbasket.
因为恨神盟印，所以你就连着恨自己吗？
Huh? I've never hated myself. That is a lie, girl. Source back in chapter 1, back in prologue.
那你为什么不好好惜命？
Although Chen Feng's tone of voice sounds angry, his eyes hold a certain pain and sadness in them.
陈建元，
No, you're not just King Fuchai's bodyguard, but you're also a friend and brother to Ahu. I mean, Ayu. It is my fault that I cannot explain myself well. Although I hate being a monster that is neither male nor female, I don't know about that, ma'am. After everything that I've gone through, I realize that being bitter about it would not help the situation. Therefore, I will embrace being the king of so we have a chance of defeating the dragon god, to take back and protect everything he threatens to destroy. That is why I do my best. The reason why I'm willing to put myself in danger is not because I want to die, but because I wish to live. That is why I cannot give up the fight.
阿玉，你能不能答应我，以后别留下我一个？
What nonsense are you talking about? Fine, you have my promise. I hold up my pinky, but Chen Feng takes my hand instead.
你身上的盟誓已经够重了，不用再和我约定什么。我只希望，有一天，即使你真的面临不得不丧命的境况，我能死在你之前。
I don't know if that's coming out the way you want it to come out. I mean, I get it, but like, no. But like, I get it, but also no. I understand. Chen Feng finally smiles at me, and I can see his look of relief. I stand up and stretch myself. We are beat. Prepare us a bath and change of clothes. A few days later, while discussing some official matters with Wu Zishu, Xiao Jiang and Yi Guang come to ask for an audience. They have already finished preparing for their journey to Haojing. In order to avoid any conflict with the kingdom of Qi, the two of them are going to follow Gong Su Yi up north, and once they are out of Ng, they will head west. When we are saying our goodbyes, a loud noise comes from the direction of my chamber. Chen Feng opens the door to see a few people in the corridor trying to hold back a person that they were clearly frightened of. It is the king of Yue, Gou Jian.
勾践，无功不是虎丘，你胡乱闯什么？
罪臣有急事求见大王。
We are here. Speak.
罪臣联络亲族，要他们打探黑衣人的事，没想到他们却来信告知，齐国战船开始在港口集结了，恐怕是要对吴开战。
Bruh. We don't got time for this. The atmosphere suddenly becomes tense like a drawn bowstring, silent and deadly. No one was expecting that the kingdom of Qi would be the first to make a move. Wu Zishu is the first to break the silence with cold laughter.
哼，齐国一向自诩知礼好义，如今却连战书都懒得下了吗？
He shoots Gou Jian a look before looking at Xiao Jiang. Being young, Xiao Jian thought that Wu Zishu was criticizing the kingdom of Qi for being unprincipled and turns away in shame. Gou Jian has quicker understanding and reflex as he gets down on his knees and bows before me.
罪臣愿率越国水军为先锋，如果情报有误，后果自当由罪臣承担。
Wars are not fought on a whim. Chen Feng, please pass down the order to investigate the movement of Qi's naval forces. Have the rest of the people wait until we have convened with the ministers before making any other preparations. To think that it was only a few days ago that I was arguing with a few of the ministers on whether we should use the assassination of their king as an excuse to invade their kingdom, now they have brought the war to our doorstep. The spies and the traders that are doing business at the harbor of the kingdom of Qi have confirmed that Qi's naval forces have headed south with the intention to invade our kingdom. My dear ministers, this means war.
可是现在仓促应战，粮草和士气恐怕都要受影响。能不能先以外交之礼争取一些时间呢？
齐国没有递交战书就已经备战了，还用上了比我们更有优势的水军，说明他们根本不是做做样子等我们谈判，就是要把我们打趴下。
齐国人是进犯的一方，我们要保卫自己的国土，士气不难激励。我们经营韩城多年，再加上姑苏粮仓的储备，只要不是久战，应该足够支撑了。
我们可以从姑苏运送粮草到韩城，再从韩城入淮水，出海截击齐军。
It will deplete the treasury if we support the army from such a distance. It is not efficient to deploy so many people just to transport the provisions across the river. We should send the supply troops up north first and have them collect the supplies along the Han River to add to their provisions. That would also save them some time preparing for battle.
现在夏收才过，已经有些地方在报饥荒了。臣担心，只靠沿途征收不够。
The king of Yue, Gou Jian, has agreed to lead his naval forces into battle for us. Perhaps we can have him prepare extra supplies for us.
万万不可！勾践这个人阴险狡诈，诡计多端，根本就不能相信。
Bro's a hater. Prime Minister, let's not discuss what manner of man Gou Jian is. Instead, let's discuss how we can use Yue's naval forces as our first line of defense. What are the pros and cons of that for the kingdom of Ng?
万般好处。 也抵不上临阵倒戈的风险。越国人能那么快得到齐国的情报，可能他们早就和齐国暗中有来往了。
为了防止这个，可以在越军前方加上一支罪人之师，后方配以左右两师。万一越军有什么异动，罪人之师可拖延他们和齐军会合，左右两师便可扑杀他们了。
战场胜负就是一瞬间的事，何必把这么一个不可知的危险主动放到我方军队里呢？
相国， 我们与他国联军也不是一次两次，将来还要借鲁国之力。若是彼此猜忌，我们根本没法北上。
越国根本没有信用可言。太宰当年也吃过越国人的亏，莫非被越国美人哄到忘了疼？
啊？After they sent him a beauty from Yue, he seemed to be so proud that he what?
我看相国恐怕也是记恨先王的事，才拒绝相信越国吧。
That is enough. We are going off topic. Whether we borrow the naval forces of Yue, we have to prepare ourselves for battle, so we will go according to what we first discussed. We will assemble the naval forces at Han City, and we will get the supply troops to gather up supplies along the way. They only need to gather a portion of the supplies while we send over the rest from the granaries at Gusu. We need to start our preparations now if we want to remain calm about it. Let's not waste any more time with pointless discussions. Dismissed.
谨遵王命。
大王英明。
What was the issue? I guess I'll discuss with him again. Prime Minister, please stay behind. We still have things to discuss with you alone.
No.
We wish to know why the Prime Minister is no longer making things difficult for Yiguang.
我还没有完全相信他。不过目前要破除神盟，也没有比释夷光更好的人选了。有少将公子同去镐京，也能提防他一二。
Since there is no sure gain or loss in this, we can only choose the lesser of two evils.
正是。
This is also our opinion on the subject of having the Yue troops join this war. As for what you and Minister Bo have said, there are merits and demerits to both of your proposals. But under our circumstances, we should only focus on how we gain more advantages in the battle against the Kingdom of Qi.
少君认为，越国参战为优。
The pros outweigh the cons. The troops of Qi have a long way to travel, and without a port, it will be easy to cut them off from their supplies. I'm sure that they are hoping for a quick and decisive battle. The Kingdom of Yura has a good naval fleet that can help deflect the attacks from the Qi troops. They can also help us divide the main force of the Qi troops. We can get an excellent vanguard for nothing. That is 100 times better than just having those political prisoners fill in for the troops.
臣就担心这些好处，因为越国的私心，一个都发挥不出来。
The advantages of having the Yue troops join us in battle are quite clear, while the disadvantages are just a speculation. We trust our own judgment and hope that the Prime Minister will also trust in our judgment. In the past, you and my father faced countless situations where the outcome was uncertain, but what pulled you through was the fact that you both trusted each other. I am really envious of the two of you for having such mutual trust in one another. Wow, that was very repetitive.
少君，你诚实回答我。你要放归勾践，是为了吴国之利，还是因为对他的私信？
Because of all the above, we must win this battle with the Kingdom of Qi to be able to obtain help from the Phoenix Dagger. The possibility of Xiaojiang and Yiguang finding anything helpful on their journey is only a 50-50 chance. That is why we need to increase our chances of winning this battle no matter what. Gojian and us are friends. There were many opportunities where he could have just stood aside and watched us die. Instead, he risked his life to save our lives. If we can't even be polite and gracious to him, then aren't we being ungrateful? He literally took a sword to his back for us. Although he is far from innocent, but right now, at this critical time, we would rather have him as an ally instead of an enemy. When the Prime Minister was fleeing to the kingdom of all those years ago, you must have suffered a lot, and there must have been many times where you felt helpless against the situation. Like you, we were also forced into a corner by the sacred vow to lay all bets on the table to retrieve everything that we have lost.
身不由己，孤注一掷。
Muttering to himself as he walks to the window, Wu Zishu gazes at the scenery outside with gentle and sad eyes, as if looking at scenes from the past. I have never seen him with such an expression. This is completely different This is a completely different side of him that makes me feel like I'm looking at a stranger. Was it 5 years ago? Or 10 years ago? Or when his hair was still black? Was Wu Zishu also a dignified, big-hearted, carefree youth? How old is he? Snapping out of my confusion, I hear Wu Zishu's gentle and sincere voice.
少君，你要赌上的不只是性命，还有一颗真心。勾践他当真值得吗？
I put my hand over the seal on my chest and nod my head. With my final destination still far away, desperate times call for desperate measures. This is what Wu Zishu said many years ago when he got his revenge on the kingdom of Chu. I am like he was in the past, going above and beyond. We lay all bets on a path of no return. There is a light in Wu Zishu's eyes that has never been there before. He gets down on his knees and slowly bows down with his head to salute his king. God dang, chapter 10. Is it stop at chapter 10 or is it stop before chapter 10? Let me check. In any case, I do have to stop. Let me just check real quick. The first 10 chapters. Okay, so it includes chapter 10. Okay, I'm gonna save here. We will continue this next week. This story is way more convoluted and like complex. Yeah, so much has happened. Like, my god, literally politics. Literally, we're about to leave. Girl's about to kill herself. We're about to leave. Oh, the other country's about to attack us. God dang. But I'm enjoying it so far. At first I was so confused, but now I'm like, okay, it's making sense. Yeah, we haven't started romancing anyone yet. This is still the common route. Yeah, sadly I won't be able to stream the romancing, which is probably the most fun part, but at least you got to see crazy things happen in this common route. Like freaking Zhongdan, man. Excellent. Yeah, I'll play chapter 10. Chef's Kiss. Chef's Kiss indeed. I will play chapter 10 next week, and then we'll see. We'll see. Save again, just to save. I think hopefully they can lift the restrictions. Because that would be amazing. They updated these restrictions back in December 13th of 2021, so it has been a few years. But I would like to respect the devs. That would be super epic. Alrighty, thanks so much. Yeah, it's been a hot few years. Thanks so much for hanging out and watching. This was freaking a long stream, my god. Yeah, I'll see y'all next week. And yeah, my brain is fried. Thank you, everybody. Yes, we will continue this adventure next week, even though it will leave off at a cliffhanger. My god. Have a good evening, day, night, morning, noon, everything. Thank you.
you